अच्छा, बस इस सवाल का यस और नो में आंसर करिए। अगर अभी आपको मौका मिलता है एक टीम में आने का, क्या आप आएंगे? कभी एक टीम में होकर ट्रॉफी जीता करते थे, पर आज एक बार फिर से बीएमपीएस की राह दोनों के सामने आ खड़ी है और दोनों चाहते हैं अपनी टीम के लिए ट्रॉफी जीतना। दो शानदार यात्री हमारे साथ जुड़े जरूर हैं जो चाहते हैं कि रियलमी बीएमपीएस 2025 को वो अपने नाम करके जाएं। पर उससे पहले स्वागत है आप सभी का ड्रॉप टॉक में। मैं हूं आपका होस्ट जीशान अमेजी। मेरे साथ जुड़े हैं वो दो यात्री, 8 बिट से सोमराज, गॉडसन से डिस्ट्रो। कैसे हैं आप दोनों और कैसा रहा अभी तक का आपका सफर?
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल थैंक यू मेजी फॉर इनवाइटिंग अस फॉर दिस ड्रॉप टॉक शो। हम लोग BMPS ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए क्वालिफाई हुए एंड इतने हार्डशिप्स के बाद फाइनली वी आर हियर इन दिस ग्रैंड फाइनल्स और बहुत सारे नए नए चेहरे आए, सो हम लोग भी उनके अगेंस्ट कंपटीशन फेस करने में बहुत ऐसा एक्साइटेड फील कर रहे हैं। सो लेट्स सी हाउ इट गोज।
देखिए, बहुत सारे नए चेहरे हैं भी और आप दोनों की ही टीम में एक एक बदलाव है जो कि बहुत बड़ा बदलाव है। पर डिस्ट्रो, मैं आपसे शुरू करना चाहता हूं कि जैसे हम कहते भी है ना कि भाई आप बहुत टाइम से खोज रहे थे एक चेहरा जो आपको मिल जाए। शोगन के रूप में आप किसी को चाहते थे, पर बहुत सारे ट्रायआउट्स लेने के बाद भी वो हुआ नहीं। तो न्यू का एडिशन अब आपको लगता है कि आपकी टीम फिक्स हो चुकी है?
आई थिंक यस। इवन मैंने पहले निंजा के लिए भी बोला था, हमारे साथ अच्छा ही चल रहा था जो भी चल रहा था, बट आई थिंक न्यू थोड़ा वो एडिशनल चीज़ें भी ला के देते हैं हमारी टीम में। बैलेंस थोड़ा और ज़्यादा हो गई है हमारी टीम एंड मेरा काम बहुत आसान हो गया उसके आने से। मेरी कुछ चीज़ें ऐसे होती है कि गेम में मैं ध्यान नहीं दे पाता हूँ, तो वो चीज़ें वो ध्यान में रख लेता है। हिज एडिशन हैज़ बीन रियली इंपॉर्टेंट इन आवर क्वालिफिकेशन।
अभी तो बहुत ज्यादा बढ़िया वो खेल भी रहे हैं, पर उसके साथ साथ गमला भी हैं जो आप वापस उनको लेकर आए। अगर वापसी हुई, बहुत सारी चर्चाएं हुई, तो आपको लगता है कि वो जो एस पावर जिस तरीके से खेल रहे थे, क्या उनकी कमी पूरी हुई? उससे ज्यादा वो बढ़िया खेल रहे हैं? किस तरीके को कॉम्बिनेशन अभी गमला के साथ आपका है?
देखो, बात रहा हमारे पास्ट का, उस समय एक अलग हम लोग का डायनामिक सेट हो गया था, पर अभी टीम में चेंजेस हुए, होम कमिंग हुई और जो कि इकलौती होम कमिंग सक्सेसफुल हुई। अभी एक नया प्ले स्टाइल हम लोग ट्राई कर रहे हैं। अभी तक सेट नहीं हुआ है, बट वी आर जस्ट गोइंग विद द फ्लो। सो लेट्स सी हाउ इट गोज।
अगर हम थोड़े बहुत स्टार्ट्स की बात करें ना, तो जब 2023 का BGMI आपने जीता था, ये फ्रंट रो में बैठे हुए थे। अभी 2025 का जब इन्होंने जीता तब आप फ्रंट रो में बैठे हुए थे। तो ये बहुत सारी जो उतार चढ़ाव भरी चीजें रही है। पर हाँ, BMPS आप दोनों ने साथ में खेला है, वहां पर भी आपका पलड़ा थोड़ा भारी था। आप सेकंड प्लेस पर थे, ये थोड़ा सा ज्यादा नीचे थे 2023 में। तो ये सारी चीजों को देखते हुए अभी आप इस कॉम्पिटिशन को किस तरीके से देखते हैं?
आई थिंक सॉम और विनर राइवलरी तो बहुत टाइम से चल ही रहा है एंड आई थिंक इट इज़ अ वेरी हेल्दी राइवलरी, बिकॉज जो भी है गेम के अंदर ही है, गेम के बाहर आई डोंट थिंक हम कभी बात भी करते हैं ऐसे गेम को लेके। तो बढ़िया ही है, नॉट जस्ट टीम। आई थिंक जितनी भी टीम्स आई हैं अभी लैन पे, सब कंपटीशन अच्छा ही देने वाली है, मज़ा आएगा। जैसे मैंने पहले बोला, दिस लैन विल बी एक्साइटिंग।
आप कुछ और ऐड करना चाहते हैं इस चीज में?
ऐसी बात एकदम सही है। पास्ट गेम का जो भी हुआ गेम तक लिमिटेड रहता है, इतने हम लोग मैच्योर एनफ है। और जब हम लोग मिलते हैं आउटसाइड द गेम, सो हम लोग का वो अच्छा बॉन्डिंग है, आई कॉल इट बॉन्डिंग।
अगर अभी के लिए पूछा जाए कि दोनों में से अगर इंडिविजुअल टीम को अगर आप देखते हैं, तो अगर आपको रेट करने को कहा जाए, आप इनकी टीम को कितना रेट करेंगे, आप इनकी टीम को कितना रेट करेंगे? सोमराज,
देखो, चैंपियन टीम को मेरे को रेट करने की जरूरत नहीं है। ही इज विनिंग मींस ही इज डूइंग गुड, आई डोंट नीड टू रेट हिम।
आई थिंक आई वुड से द सेम थिंग, बिकॉज जस्ट अभी BGMI जीत के आए हैं एंड इनका जो बहुत लोगों ने बोला भी था कि एक स्टार प्लेयर गया है तो वो चीज़ दोबारा नहीं हो पाएगी, बट उसके बाद भी ये लोग इतना इजी क्वालिफाई होके आ गए। तो आई वुड से चैंपियन टीम है, प्रूव कर दिया दोबारा।
अभी हमारे पास 13 ऐसी टीम है जो न्यू फेसेस के साथ हैं। BGMI की खाली 3 टीम है जो BMPS पे आ पाई हैं। तो उसके बाद आप इस कंपटीशन को किस तरीके से देखते हैं? क्या सच में वो लड़ाई हो सकती है जो हमने BGMI में देखी थी?
देखो, BGMI हमने खेला था, उस समय एक अलग पूरा गेम चल रहा था, सब चीज। और अभी उसके बाद जब टूर्नामेंट खत्म हुआ, कंपटीशन बढ़ गया। हर एक टूर्नामेंट के बाद कंपटीशन बढ़ते जाता है, तो लोग जो इतने टाइम से ग्राइंड कर रहे हैं, वो लोग और एक्स्ट्रा ग्राइंड डाल के यहाँ पे BMPS में एक्स्ट्रा एफर्ट्स डाल के एग्जीक्यूशन करके वो लोग यहाँ पे T1 टीम को टक्कर दिए हैं। और जो भी अभी यहाँ पे क्वालिफायर हो गया है, वो अपना बेस्ट दिया है। T1 टीम अब बहुत जगह लैकिंग कर गई और वो एक्सपेक्ट नहीं करी थी लोग अब इतना अच्छा खेलने लग गए।
तो इसमें अगर आपको ये पर्टिकुलर टीम का नाम लेना चाहें जो आपको अभी बहुत अच्छी लग रही है?
मुझे ऐसे सारी टीम्स पसंद आई, पर एक टीम है TWOB है, रियली लव देयर लास्ट गेम। उन्होंने डू और डाई सिचुएशन था और दे हैड नथिंग टू लूज, तो उसमें अपना बेस्ट दिया एंड दे क्वालिफाइड एंड दे आर हियर नाउ।
वैसे आपके हिसाब से कोई एक टीम?
थिंक राइजिंग टीम अगर आप बोलोगे जिसने बहुत इम्प्रेस किया मेरे को, वो NoNx होगी या एगी की टीम होगी। दोनों बहुत टाइम से मेहनत कर रहे हैं, मैं जानता हूँ, एंड आई थिंक उस चीज़ का फल उनको अब जाके मिल रहा है। तो एक्साइटेड टू सी देम कैसे करेंगे फाइनल्स में। बेस्ट विशेस टू देम।
तो देखिए, एक समय था, जैसे हमने बात भी करी कि आप दोनों एक साथ थे टीम में, तो मैं ज़रूर चाहता हूँ कि आप बताएं कि आपकी एक कमजोरी, एक स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉइंट। तो डेस्ट्रो, आप साम्राज्य की एक स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉइंट और वीक पॉइंट बताएंगे, और आप डेस्ट्रो की एक स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉइंट और एक वीक पॉइंट बताएंगे। देखते हैं कौन कितना अच्छे तरीके से एक दूसरे को जानता है। साम्राज्य,
या पहले डेस्ट्रो से चालू करवाइए, सोचने में टाइम लगेगा, मजा
आपने जीता है। अच्छा, आप सोचना चाहते हैं, ठीक है, डेस्ट्रो से शुरू।
आई थिंक स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉइंट यही रहेगा कि एज एन आइडियल लीड बहुत अच्छा करता है ये, मतलब टीममेट का रोल कैसा भी हो, टीम कैसी भी हो, अच्छे से लीड कर लेता है। एंड आई थिंक जब ज़रूरत होती है ना स्टेप अप करने की, जब हम साथ में भी खेलते थे पहले, तो उसने बहुत बार किया है। दैट वुड बी अ वेरी गुड थिंग फॉर हिम। बुरी चीज़ उस टाइम मैं बोलूँगा कि बहुत ज़्यादा आई वुड से ये अग्रेसिव था गेम को लेके, चिल इतना नहीं था, गुस्सा बहुत करता था उस टाइम पे।
आपने सोच लिया साम्राज्य?
हाँ, इसकी बात एकदम ऐसे सही है। अभी I've changed, so
पर अब दूसरी टीम में हो जा चुके हैं।
डेस्ट्रो का ये कि ही इज़ अ फाइटर, इसने वहाँ से नहीं पता क्या सीखा क्या नहीं, बट आई एम वेरी हैप्पी टू सी हिम कि ही इज़ डूइंग गुड, वो अपनी टीम को लीड कर रहा है एंड ही इज़ विनिंग। सो आई एम वेरी प्राउड ऑफ हिम कि एज अ एक्स टीममेट, एक्स IGL, आई एम प्राउड कि हम लोग साथ में थे एक टीम में। साथ रहते तो क्या पता और अच्छा होता, बट वो सैडली हो नहीं पाया था। वीक पॉइंट ये हर समय हम्बल हो एक्ट करता है, मतलब है, बट चलता है डेस्ट्रो, थोड़ा वहाँ पे चिल रह सकता है। तो
अच्छा, बस एक सवाल का यस और नो में आंसर करिए। अगर अभी आपको मौका मिलता है एक टीम में आने का, क्या आप आएंगे?
आई डाउट कि ये चीज़ें पॉसिबल है, क्योंकि ही इज लीडिंग हिज टीम एंड आई एम लीडिंग माय।
आता है यस और नो में अगर आप आंसर
नहीं, इसका एक्चुअल रीजन
आप अपनी टीम से खुश है। चलिए, हमारे ये दो जो यात्री थे, ये तो बिल्कुल तैयार हैं कि realme BMPS 2025 की ट्रॉफी वो जरूर जीत कर जाएं, क्योंकि अभी तक दोनों में से किसी ने भी वो ट्रॉफी जीती नहीं है। पर ये इंटरव्यू यहीं पर करेंगे समाप्त। मिलता हूं आपको अगले ड्रॉप टॉक में, तब तक के लिए ख्याल रखें, बाय बाय।
आप अभी तक वो T1 प्लेयर बन नहीं पाए, तो इसके अराउंड आप क्या कहना चाहोगे?
T1 में तो देखो, मैं तो किसी के उस पर डिपेंड नहीं करता कि कोई मेरे को स्पेसिफाई करेगा कि
देवियर सज्जनों, बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आप सभी लोगों का realme BMPS 2025 में, जहां पे आज ड्रॉप टॉक में हम कई सारी बातचीत करने वाले हैं। बट उससे पहले मैं रहने वाला आपका होस्ट रावण, और मेरे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं दो बेहतरीन IGL, BMW IGL जो कि आपका नाम ही है, और रोमन। कैसे हैं आप दोनों, और कितने ज्यादा एक्साइटेड फाइनली ग्रैंड फाइनल के लिए?
ये लाइन के लिए तो बहुत ज़्यादा एक्साइटेड हूँ। लास्ट लाइन मैंने 2024 खेला था BMPS का, तो इस लाइन के लिए तो मैं बहुत ज़्यादा एक्साइटेड हूँ।
रोमन?
फुल्ली एक्साइटेड, मज़ा आने वाला है।
देखिए, बहुत ही कमाल तरीके से आपने रिप्लाई दिया, तो उसी में मैं ऐड ऑन करते चला जाता हूँ कि फाइनली T1 का जो दर्जा है वो आप लोग को बहुत पहले मिल चुका था, लेकिन अभी भी ना एक बातचीत चलती है कम्युनिटी में कि आप अभी तक वो T1 प्लेयर बन नहीं पाए, तो इसके अराउंड आप क्या कहना चाहोगे?
T1 में तो जब BGS 2024 का लैंड क्वालिफाई किया था तभी एंट्री हो गई थी, बट इतने अच्छे वे में नहीं हुई थी, क्योंकि अभी तक वो जो गोल्ड मिसिंग है तो उसकी कमी है। तो होप सो इस बार वो गोल्ड मेरे पास आए और मैं वो दर्जा लेके।
देखिए, स्टार्ट तो ऑलरेडी आपने बहुत अच्छा लिया है, ऑनलाइन फेज में हमने देखा भी आपने भी बहुत अच्छा लिया था, NoNx डोमिनेट करके आए थे। तो इस बार T1 का जो खिताब जो बहुत पहले आपको मिल चुका है, कम्युनिटी कब एक्सेप्ट करेगी आपको?
देखो, मैं तो किसी के उस पर डिपेंड नहीं करता कि कोई मेरे को स्पेसिफाई करेगा कि मैं T1 में हूँ कि नहीं हूँ। अगर मैं खुद को प्रूव करते जा रहा हूँ तो ऑटोमेटिकली आई मीन T1। बेसिकली मैं तो खुद को अंडरडॉग बोलता भी नहीं हूँ, और जो बोलते हैं उनके सामने मेरा रिजल्ट है।
जी हाँ, रिजल्ट तो बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा हम लोग को देखने को मिला, लेकिन रिजल्ट से ये भी याद है कि ऑनलाइन फेज में जितना डोमिनेट करते हो, लैन में आके उतना ही ज़्यादा स्ट्रगल करते हो। तो इसके पीछे रीज़न क्या है?
मेरी टीम का फर्स्ट लैन था, मेरे तीनों प्लेयर्स का फर्स्ट लैन था, तो मैं उनसे क्या ही एक्सपेक्ट कर सकता था। वो बेचारे अभी उतना एक्सपीरियंस नहीं था उनके पास, उनका फर्स्ट फाइनल्स था इवेंट, मतलब कोई ऑफिशियल में वो लोग फर्स्ट फाइनल्स में क्वालिफाई हुए हैं, नॉट इवन इन सेमीज, नॉट इवन इन क्वार्टर्स, तो उनके लिए सब कुछ फर्स्ट था। तो उन्होंने वो एक्सपीरियंस लिया, उन्होंने अपनी गलती समझी, उन्होंने कहाँ गलती करी है, और अब वो रेडी है डोमिनेट करने के लिए। सिंपल।
देखिए, इनकी टीम तो काफ़ी अच्छे तरीके से रेडी है, जैसा आप ऑलरेडी बता रहे हो, लेकिन आप जिस तरीके से हमने देखा है कि मल्टीपल टाइम आप लैन आते हो, लेकिन जो डोमिनेशन आप ऑनलाइन फेज में दिखाते हो, लैन में आने के बाद आप टॉप 10 भी नहीं आ पा रहे, तो इसके अराउंड क्या रीज़न है?
रीज़न कुछ नहीं है, वो
जो पहले दिन का फ्लो होता है वो तो हम बहुत अच्छा पकड़ लेते हैं। जैसे BMPS 2024 का था तो हम पहले दिन का तो फ्लो बहुत अच्छा था, उस टाइम #1 चल रहे थे। फिर उसके बाद थोड़ा बहुत गलतियाँ हुई, फिर फ्लो बिगड़ जाता है, तो उसकी वजह से रिजल्ट इतना अच्छा बन नहीं पाता है।
या रिजल्ट आई थिंक थोड़ा और बेटर आपसे एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे, बट जैसा मैं सुना हूँ आपके लाइनअप के अराउंड ही कि फुल टाइम जॉब भी आपके प्लेयर्स करते हैं, तो ये कैसे मैनेज करते हो आप कि भाई गेम भी खेलना है साथ ही साथ जॉब भी करना है?
जैसे हमारा प्लेयर है ओवेन है, वो MBA कर रहा है, तो वो साथ साथ वो जॉब भी करता है। तो वो जब भी मतलब उसका इंपॉर्टेंट काम रहता है तो हम अपना 5th प्लेयर जो एग्जीक्यूटर है उसको खिलाते हैं। जब भी मेन मैचेस रहते हैं, जैसे अभी राउंड 3 में था, तब हमने उसको एग्जीक्यूटर को खिलाया था। फिर सेमीफाइनल का जब टाइम आया तो फिर मेन प्लेयर की जरूरत थी, तो फिर हमने उसको बोला था कि ब्रेक ले ले थोड़ा सा, फिर वो सेमीफाइनल खेलने आया था।
प्रॉब्लम नहीं होता है कि बीच इवेंट में इतने
नहीं, प्रॉब्लम कुछ नहीं होती, इतने स्क्रीन्स खेल लेते हैं साथ में, तो प्रैक्टिस रहती है, तब भी कभी चेंज कर सकते हैं हम, कोई दिक्कत नहीं आती उसमें।
सेम आई थिंक सवाल मैं आपसे भी जानना चाहूंगा कि बीच इवेंट में चेंजेस वो कई बार हमने देखा है कि लाइनअप में होता है, तो उससे इतने बड़े स्टेज में कई बार आपको प्रॉब्लम फेस करना पड़ता नहीं इसके कारण?
देखो, मैं तो अपना जो मेरे पिछली BGS वाली लाइनअप थी रश बॉय के साथ, मैंने उसी के साथ स्टार्ट किया था BMPS में यहाँ पे, और स्टार्ट हमको उतना अच्छा नहीं मिला था। तो हमारा जो क्या कहते हैं बेंच थी जिसमें गॉडेक्स बैठा था, तो मैंने सोचा था कि मैं इसको भी ट्राई कर सकता हूँ क्योंकि वो मेरा ऑलरेडी एक्स प्लेयर रह चुका है, तो मेरे को पता है वो कैसा खेलता है। तो बस वही था कि टीम के साथ शायद वो उतना जेलअप नहीं कर पाए, लेकिन हम सारे साथ में खेलते थे, सब कुछ पता है, साथ में रह रहे हैं, तो एक वो था कि चल रिस्क ले लेते हैं, वैसे भी राउंड 1 ही है, क्या हो जाएगा ट्राई करने में, बाहर तो हो नहीं जाएंगे राउंड 1 से। तो हमने BMPS में वो ट्राई किया और टच वुड बहुत अच्छा गया रिजल्ट हमारा। चाहे हम क्वालिफाई नहीं हो पाए राउंड 3 के लिए, चाहे तो हम सेमीज के लिए, लेकिन हमने वो राउंड डोमिनेट किया, हमने अच्छे से निकाला, हमारे फिनिशेस ज़्यादा थे, हम बेसिकली फिनिशेस के लिए खेल रहे थे और हमें वो मिल गया। तो हमें समझ में आ गया था कि हाँ भाई, ये लाइनअप के साथ हम BMPS में उतर सकते हैं। तो सारे प्लेयर्स कॉन्फिडेंट थे और बस वो चीज़ एग्जीक्यूट करी तो अच्छे से हुआ।
देखिए, इस बातों में मुझे ये याद आ गया कि पिछले लाइन की हम बात करते हैं, रियलमी BGS 2025, वहां से 3 ही मात्र टीम रही जो कि यहाँ तक लैंड में पहुंच पाए रियलमी BMPS 2025 में, और उनमें से एक आप हो। क्या माइंडसेट है इसके अराउंड, क्योंकि इतना ज्यादा डोमिनेट करके आना बहुत कम ही टीम करके दिखा पाती है?
यार देखो, वो शायद थोड़े खुद को बैक कर गई हो तो बाकी टीम, या तो उन्होंने खुद के प्लेयर्स में इतने चेंजेस कर लिए, या तो ज़्यादा डाउट्स कर लिया कि नहीं ये अच्छे से नहीं हो रहा है, अपने नॉर्मल गेम पे स्टिक नहीं रहे। हम अपने नॉर्मल गेम पे स्टिक रहे, चाहे हमने लाइनअप में भी चेंज किया, लेकिन हमने अपना गेम प्ले बिल्कुल चेंज नहीं किया कि हमने चाहे प्लेयर चेंज किया। तो बस वही चीज़ हमको फेवर करके गई है। और अब तो ऐसा है कि भाई अब लैन क्वालिफाई कब तक है, मतलब कितने ही लैन क्वालिफाई कर लोगे, क्वालिफाई करके क्या ही मिल जाएगा। मैंने वो लैन पे जाके प्रूव करना है खुद को, अच्छे से वो डोमिनेट करना है लैन, और वो ट्रॉफी का एम रखना है।
ट्रॉफी आई थिंक वो काफी ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट रहने वाला है। बट PMW आखिरी क्वेश्चन मैं आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि हर बार टॉप 10 ये कहीं ना कहीं चुभता नहीं है आपको आगे चल के कि कुछ ना कुछ तो गलती हो जा रहा है? इस लैन में ऐसा क्या अलग आप करने वाले हो जिससे वो ट्रॉफी का सपना या पोडियम एटलीस्ट आप अपने साथ लेके जाओ?
जैसे कि हर बार टॉप 10 में ही रह जाता हूँ, डे 1 में तो बहुत अच्छा करता हूँ, उसके बाद थोड़ा बहुत गलतियाँ हो जाती है। तो इस बार यही उम्मीद रहेगी, इस बार मैं अच्छा करूँगा। पहले तो मेरे साथ कोई मतलब समझाने वाला नहीं था, इस बार हम कोच को लेकर आए हैं, तो इससे लगता है कि रिजल्ट इस बार अच्छा मिलेगा।
देखिए, इतने बड़े स्टेज में मुझे लगता है कोच की बहुत ज्यादा आवश्यकता रहती है, और वो अब आप फाइनली आज जैसा आपने बताया आपके पास है। लेकिन बातचीत बहुत ज्यादा हो चुकी है, अभी इंटरकॉम से मुझे एक संदेश आ चुका है कि ऑलरेडी हम आपके ड्रॉप के आसपास आ चुके हैं। तो जाइए आप अपने ड्रॉप में और डोमिनेट करिए। तो फिलहाल ये था ये एपिसोड, मिलते हैं आप लोग से बहुत जल्दी।
सच बताऊं तो मैं बहुत ज्यादा कंफ्यूज हूं। डे 1 को डोमिनेट किया 4M ने, डे 2 को डोमिनेट किया NoNx ने, गॉड्स रेन तो ट्रॉफी मैग्नेट है, 8-बिट के पास ऑलरेडी ट्राइड एंड टेस्टेड विनिंग कॉम्बिनेशन है। तो ये Realme BMPS 2025 जीतने कौन वाला है यार? ये बहुत बड़ा कंफ्यूजन है। एंड इसीलिए मेरे पास मेरे कुछ दोस्त लोग हैं जो अभी मुझे थोड़ी सी हेल्प करने वाले हैं। तो आपके हिसाब से हु इज गोइंग टू बी द विनर ऑफ Realme BMPS 2025? मैं पहले थोड़ा सा कंफ्यूज था, इन जवाब के बाद बहुत ज्यादा कंफ्यूज हो चुका हूं। तो आपसे जानते हैं आपके हिसाब से कौन जीतने वाला है?
सोमराज भाई टीम 8-बिट टीम इंडिया जीतेगी।
ऑलराइट, टीम 8-बिट। एंड आप किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं? 8-बिट को क्यों सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं आप?
सोमराज के लिए।
अच्छा, सोमराज के लिए। और आप किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं?
2OP को, क्योंकि मेरे को लगता है उनके अंदर पोटेंशियल है, वो एक दिन में 200 पॉइंट ले सकते हैं।
आप 2OP के रिश्तेदार हैं क्या?
नहीं नहीं,
अच्छा,
फैन हूं मैं उनका।
अच्छा, फैन है 2OP के। ऑलराइट।
पंखा।
एंड इस समय आप किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं?
2OP को।
ऑलराइट, सो वी गॉट 2OP के 2 फैंस ऑलरेडी। एंड कल के एक चिकन डिनर के बाद मैं भी 2OP का फैन हो गया था। लेकिन इस समय ये जो कंफ्यूजन है ये तो कुछ पलों में हमें पता चल जाएगा एंड ये कंफ्यूजन क्लियर हो जाएगा कि कौन है द विनर ऑफ Realme BMPS 2025। लेकिन इस समय यशोभूमि कन्वेंशन सेंटर में हम लोग आ चुके हैं एंड कुछ कमाल के मोमेंट्स हैं, आपको देखना है। वेल, इनको थोड़ी देर में एंट्री मिलेगी, लेकिन आपको अभी एक्सक्लूसिव एंट्री मिलेगी इनसाइड द एरिना। कुछ अमेजिंग जोन्स हैं, तो चलो। अरे चलो यार, चलो। यूजुअली मैं स्टेज के उस साइड होता हूं, लेकिन आज क्योंकि आप घर में कंफर्टेबली ये स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं, आपके लिए एक्सक्लूसिव स्नीक पीक एक्सपीरियंस जोन्स हैं। चलो। सो दिस इज हाउ यू एंटर द अरीना। आते ही आपको मिलता है Realme का जोन। एंड ऑफ कोर्स आपको पता है कि Realme इज द ऑफिशियल डिवाइस फॉर BMPS 2025। Our players are using the Realme GT7 series in the finals। तो आपको भी अगर वो जो क्लचेस जो आप एक्सपीरियंस कर रहे हैं घर में बैठे, वो सब इस डिवाइस में हो रहा है। तो आप भी चेकआउट कर सकते हैं द GT7 सीरीज एट दिस बूथ। इसके बाद एक बहुत ही कूल सा बूथ है एंड दैट्स द क्राफ्टन बूथ। अब देखिए, अगर आपको कूल लगना है, वी गॉट द मर्च स्टोर एंड पर्सनल ओपिनियन, आई रियली लव द स्वेट शर्ट्स। ओवरसाइज्ड हैं, बहुत कूल लगता है एंड आप बहुत ज़्यादा डैपर लगोगे। सो यू कैन चेक दैट आउट इन द मर्च स्टोर। उसके बाद अगर आपको जस्ट इन केस अपने फ्रेंड्स को चैलेंज करना है, उनको नूब बुलाना है, तो यहाँ पर आप क्राफ्टन इंडिया के स्टोर में आ सकते हैं, अपने फ्रेंड्स को चैलेंज कर सकते हैं। एंड चैलेंज करने के बाद अगर आपको you wanna drive people crazy, or if you wanna go for that amazing drive, you can also check out the Kia Ceros. Yes, इसके बारे में ऑलरेडी हम लोग काफ़ी बात कर चुके हैं, इंटीरियर्स के बारे में बात कर चुके हैं, इसके सेफ्टी फीचर्स के बारे में बात कर चुके हैं। तो ये आप चेकआउट कर सकते हैं। एंड ये सब करने के बाद अगर आप बोलते हैं कि यार आई एम टायर्ड नाउ, सो यू गॉट द मॉन्स्टर जोन so that you can chill, have some fun, sip in some monster and experience the fun. बहुत कमाल का जोन है. It's a different vibe. Come. See, यहाँ पर आप अपने फ्रेंड्स के साथ कमाल के गेम्स खेल सकते हैं. Of course, the vibe is electric here. And एक और कमाल की चीज है, यहाँ पर ये बूथ खत्म नहीं होता है, ये जाता है ऊपर. अब ऊपर क्या है ये मैं आपको नहीं बताऊंगा. इफ यू आर इन दिल्ली, यशोभूमि कन्वेंशन सेंटर आ जाइए, देख लीजिए कि ऊपर एग्जैक्टली है क्या. बहुत मजा आएगा, सरप्राइज है, मैं आपको नहीं बताऊंगा. एंड स्काउट इज हियर. स्काउट यहां पर है. स्काउट आ जाओ यार, अगर दिल्ली में तो अच्छा लगेगा. एंड दैट इज द स्टेज.
legs held up in the pen, you can't shake that. All the way against the phone tank, man, moving too quick, keep the cameras in the playback. Tell me how you feel with it, you put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal, take the meal. And you can find me where I'm at, we ain't never fall back.
Delhi! Are you ready to crown the champions? If you're ready, then I want to hear you. और पूरा हिंदुस्तान आपको सुनना चाहता है. So on my count, make some noise and show your posters. So let's go for it. 3, 2, 1, come on Delhi! Hello and welcome to everyone watching at home and to everyone watching this stream and experiencing this LAN finals live from the Yashobhoomi Convention Centre. My name is Rohit Varghese and if you're ready and with your permission, क्या हम अपने 16 टॉप टीम्स को यहाँ मंच पर बुला लें? मुझे यहाँ से थोड़ी आवाज आई है, वहां से तो बिल्कुल आवाज नहीं आई है. तो एक बार पूरा अरीना एक बार बता दे, अगर आपकी इजाजत हो. Only then we will call the teams. So come on Delhi, I need your permission. Shall we call the teams? All right, they are the style and storm that's brewing chaos. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome TWOB official. The team that brings the main character energy. It is Team Forever! Unleashing madness with method. It's Team Insane Esports. Built for the grind, wired to rise. It is 4TR official.
Every legend starts somewhere. For Genesis, it is now. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Genesis! Play, dominate, repeat. That's TWOB, the world of battle. Cracking heads and expectations, Team Eggy! From sparks to wildfire, this team is always ablaze. Ladies and gentlemen, Rising Inferno! Raw power meets precision. Please welcome Team Aryan. Loyal, lethal, and always on the hunt. Please welcome K9 Esports. destiny trembles. This is God's omen. Where speed meets legacy, they are always in control. Please welcome Team 8-Bit. Fresh, crispy, and tasty gameplay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Los Hermanos. It's now time to call the trophy magnets. Make some noise for God's reign! No flukes, just for miracle precision. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome For Miracle! team with a 40 bumper. They are breaking norms and setting trends. Let's welcome NoNx Esports. All right, Delhi and everyone watching at home. अब मंच पर हमारे टॉप 16 टीम्स आ चुकी हैं एंड ये तैयार हैं अगले 6 इंटेंस गेम्स के लिए, जिसके बाद इनमें से सिर्फ एक ही टीम कहलाएगी द चैंपियन ऑफ रियलमी BMPS 2025 एंड उन्हीं को हक मिलेगा इस ट्रॉफी को घर ले जाने का। लेकिन पिछले 2 दिनों में हमने बहुत इंटेंस बैटल्स देखे एंड जो भिड़ंत है उनमें एक भिड़ंत हमें भी देखना है एंड इसीलिए अभी 2 कमाल की टीम्स के IGLs को मैं यहां पर बुलाना चाहूंगा। आई वुड लाइक टू कॉल ऑन स्टेज फ्रॉम टीम NoNx द IGL रोमन टू जॉइन मी ऑन स्टेज। आइए रोमन, एंड साथ ही साथ फ्रॉम टीम K9 आई वुड लाइक टू कॉल ऑन स्टेज ओमेगा टू जॉइन मी ऑन स्टेज। हेलो ओमेगा, हेलो रोमन। बहुत ही अच्छा वाइब है इस समय, तीसरे दिन। ओमेगा एक बहुत अच्छी जगह देते हैं आपको, ट्रॉफी के एकदम नजदीक आ जाइए, इस साइड आ जाइए, है ना, यहाँ पर आ जाइए। एंड ओमेगा, इस समय आपसे मैं जानना चाहता हूँ, आपके और NoNx के बीच में थोड़ा सा फासला है पॉइंट्स का, तो कितने कॉन्फिडेंट लग रहे हैं कि आज के दिन वो फासला आप कवर कर पाएंगे और ये ट्रॉफी घर ले जाएंगे?
आज ही का दिन है, करना ही पड़ेगा और कर लेंगे।
तो काफी कॉन्फिडेंट लग रहे हैं। एंड इस समय ऑफ कोर्स रोमन, मैं आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कल के परफॉर्मेंस के बाद, एक तो पहले ये बताइए कि कल रात को कितनी अच्छी नींद आई?
नींद ही नहीं आई।
नींद ही नहीं आई, तो क्या सोच रहे थे? इस समय कितने कॉन्फिडेंट लग रहे हैं कि ये ट्रॉफी के हकदार आप ही हैं?
मैं ही हूँ, आपको दिख नहीं रहा पॉइंट्स टेबल में? मैं ही हूँ, मैं ही लेके जा रहा हूँ।
और इस समय काफी ज्यादा कॉन्फिडेंट है, लेकिन ऑफ कोर्स इससे पहले भी ओमेगा आप एक ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट की ट्रॉफी के बहुत नजदीक आए। अभी भी ये जो फासला है उतना आसान नहीं है कवर करना, तो इस समय जो आपने उस टाइम से जो सीखा है, क्या इस समय एग्जीक्यूट करने का सोच रहे हैं? किस तरह से इस समय आपका माइंडसेट चल रहा है?
आसान तो कुछ भी नहीं होता और माइंडसेट तो स्ट्रांग ही है, जो दिखेगा वो मरेगा, चाहे उसमें ये हो या ये हो।
काफी इस समय प्रिसिशन के साथ क्लैरिटी है, लेकिन इस समय मैं आपसे जानना चाहूंगा रोमन, 4 मिरेकल इस समय डे 1 उन्होंने डोमिनेट किया था, डे 2 एक तरह से आप ही के नाम था, लेकिन इस समय 4M और आपके बीच में सिर्फ 4 पॉइंट्स का डिफरेंस है। तो ये जो एक थ्रेट है 4M से, उसको टैकल करने के लिए क्या सोचा गया है, क्या प्लान है एंड आज क्या एग्जीक्यूट होने वाला है?
कुछ प्लान नहीं है, सिर्फ मार के खेलेंगे। अगर ये आनी होगी तो ये आ जाएगी, बाकी जिसके हाथ में जाएगी वो डिजर्विंग होगा।
इस समय हमारे दोनों IGLs काफी कॉन्फिडेंट लग रहे हैं, इस समय थॉट में काफी ज्यादा क्लैरिटी लग रही है। थैंक यू सो मच ओमेगा एंड विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर द रिमेनिंग 6 गेम्स। विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट रोमन फॉर द रिमेनिंग 6 गेम्स। जाइए अपनी टीम को ज्वाइन कीजिए। लेकिन इस समय डे 3 की अगर बात करें तो मैं तो इस समय बहुत ज्यादा कंफ्यूज्ड हूँ। शायद आप जितने कंफ्यूज्ड हैं उससे थोड़ा सा ज्यादा 5% ज्यादा कंफ्यूज मैं हूँ, क्योंकि इस समय ये बताना बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल है कि कौन ये ट्रॉफी घर ले जाएगा। लेकिन शायद अच्छी तरह इसको एनालाइज कर पाएंगे हमारे कास्टर्स एंड शायद क्लैरिटी ला पाएंगे कि कौन है इस समय सबसे ज्यादा हकदार इस ट्रॉफी के लिए। तो चलते हैं कास्टर्स डेस्क की तरफ और जान लेते हैं कि डे 3 में आप क्या क्या उम्मीद कर सकते हैं। बैक टू द कास्टर्स।
2nd May for Forging Champions, and now it's 6th July, the last stand. Final 6 games separate these teams from being crowned the champions of the realme BMPS 2025. And to take you through the day, I'm going to be a host of Castor Necro. John alongside with me on the panel, it's Ice Baby 1-2 and I Super Johnny. Guys, this is it. Final 6 games to be crowned as the champion and be the new symbol for BGMI.
Oh boy, this is going to be a very, very legendary moment as well. It's been so many months, so many weeks, so many games thus far. Now making it to the final 6 here, and after the 6, this is where things get a little bit spicy, because whoever wins, or in this case scores the most point in this final match, is going to be crowned the champion of the realme BMPS 2025.
What an easy thing to say, right? At the end of the day, you just need to have more points than the other 15 teams that are trying to stop you in your tracks. And of course, I have to say, by the way, Rohit expects a lot from us, because I'm as much confused as he is about who's going to win it all.
Yeah, of course, we cannot really predict the future, right? It's not like we're astrologists or something like that. We could just go ahead and predict the futures. But one thing is for sure, day 2 was the day of comebacks. We witnessed some insane amount of comebacks on day 2. Are you guys expecting something just like that on day 3 as well?
Hey man, speaking of the comebacks here, NoNx Esports was the biggest comeback yesterday itself. In a single day, they got themselves 71 points in total, and getting to where they are, which is the top of the top, which is 103 points here. And on screen here is going to be the overall standings for you guys.
Exactly. NoNx currently sitting on the first spot with 103 points. 4 Miracle on the second with 99 points. Just 4 points separating these two. Then you've got Aryan right there with 87 points. Los Hermanos on the 4th with 82. OMEN on the 5th with 82. And you have also got the big dogs themselves, K9 Esports, not too shy away. They've just got 75 points in their hands. One big games, they can instantly make a comeback.
But, I mean, Eggy, I would also include in the conversation. I said this yesterday, 30-point difference, not a big deal to cover up. In fact, even today, with 6 matches on the line, you never know. 8-bit, 2 chicken dinners, and they can catch up as well. And as we talked about 8-bit, I think it's important to note down that even yesterday, they did step up just a little bit. Those last 2 matches, they actually did quite well.
Yeah, but here's the main problem, right? Last 2 matches, it was a little bit too late. 8-bit is still on the latter half of the board. They still have got a Herculean task to do. And now, since we're speaking so much about 8-bit, we've got a bit of a head-to-head between 8-bit and Genesis Esports. 8-bit currently sitting with 46 finishes, and Genesis Esports currently sitting with 44, and they're tied up on the points.
Yeah, at the same time, so these are the 2 teams that people presume to be lifting the trophy currently in the second half. And with this final 6 games thus far, 8-bit and Genesis, they definitely need to step it up big time as well. 3 chicken dinners will immediately propel them into the tabletop here, because mathematically it is still very possible. Realistically, it's still very possible as well, because why? The highest record thus far in the grand finals in a single day is 71 points. So for each of these teams, both 8-bit and Genesis, if they both get 71 points, they should be able to come up to the top.
Hey man, even if the odds of winning sometimes are as small as the existence of life itself, you still gotta go for it. Because life exists, and that means you can go for a win as well. And I think that was proven in the last match yesterday. Genesis doing quite well for themselves. 8-bit also popping off on that game of Erangel. I did end up having a conversation with Somraj after that particular match. They were quite upset. They did not know what hit them. And it turned out that they just weren't aware as to exactly where the opponents came in from. All of their attention was focused in on Team Forever and all of the conflict created by Team Insane. And 8-bit, with all of the aggression, they were just kind of focused on fighting them.
You know, interesting enough, yesterday I was able to catch a couple of interviews off cam as well. Somraj has finally broken his silence about him actually missing S power. And that is also on his personal side note, but we also have talked with the conditions that is happening around his team. So Econox hasn't been feeling himself due to a slight finger injury, and that's the reason why they had a lot of roster shuffles yesterday.
Look, as much I would like to side with you on that, but at this point it's a little bit too late to feel bad that S-Power's not in their roster anymore. It's time to buckle up and be as serious as possible. You need to rack as many points as possible to make sure you're there to be the champions. 8-bit is currently way too far back in the overall standings. First 2 games, they need 40 points. They can instantly make a comeback.
See, that is true, but we still got to talk about the top of the leaderboard. And I mean, we have spoken about NON, but look at how intense this Realme BMPS is. Top 5, it's all fresh faces. A team like Los Hermanos has an opportunity to actually do well today, just like they did on day 1, game 1. If they manage to have that performance in match 1 today, they can potentially lift the trophy at the end of the night.
And hey, since you've been speaking so much about the performance, another thing that's going to give you a lot of performance is also this Realme GT7 series. I would recommend you guys to move on towards Google, and of course Google it so you can stand a chance to win this Realme GT7 series. It's not just about the performance, it's not just about that stable 120 FPS, it's also about the camera quality. And you know what, guys? Let's take a selfie. Look over here, guys. Come on, say cheese.
Can we include the people in the arena?
Okay, there we go. Maybe this is much better.
Can we have a picture here?
Of course, there we go. I've clicked a nice picture.
Perfect.
I hope to upload it on social media as well if I do get it on my phone. But you know what? Continuing the conversation on towards... I wish it was my phone. But you know what? Continuing the conversation on, we still got a lot on the plate. We still got a lot to talk about. NoNx yesterday, as you guys mentioned, pulling off a major comeback. Before Miracle Esports, the concerns are still there. They're just getting 4 to 5 points per game. And I've been mentioning this since yesterday. If they want to pull a comeback, if they want to go on the first spot, they need double digits on the board. And you know what? Since we've been speaking so much about the individual performance, let's have a look at the Realme MVP ranking.
Well, speaking of the Realme MVP ranking as well, Levi was the table topper until now. He's currently leading with 90 finishes based on his performances coming from round 1 as well as the first week of semifinals. And thus far now here, even in the grand finals, he has been popping off non-stop.
Are you just going to scoff up about the fact that the man got 90 finishes and the closest anyone to him is 54? That is such a big deal.
We had to talk about this yesterday too, right? This man is on a different level at this point. Just give him the trophy. Just give him the MVP prize.
Is his last name actually Ackerman?
Probably. It has to be, right? Because this man is definitely slaying titans like it's nothing else in this lobby. Grand Final MVP rankings too is on the screen, as there's also going to be Levi once again leading the pack over here too. And yes, it's a significant difference over here too. Levi's on a different level.
Yeah. Hey, man, when people are farming for trophies, this guy is definitely farming for points. And brownie points is that he is potentially going to be the Grand Finals MVP as well. He's currently in an 11 finish lead over the next person. So as of yet, I don't know what to say, man. NoNx currently in the tabletop as well, and even yesterday's monstrous performance, if you think about it, a majority of NoNx games, the amount of finishes that has been garnered by the team, almost 70 to 80% of the finishes actually came from Levi himself.
Yeah, and once again, an important fact I would like to present on the board, right? Day 2, whichever team pulls off a comeback, or whichever team places themselves either in the top 3 or the top 2 after a comeback, usually the day 3 goes great as well. Revenant Spark is a prime example, 8-Bit is a prime example as well in BGIs, and now NoNx, they've pulled off a comeback yesterday. There's a big chance day 3 might just be theirs.
I mean, it can be. They have done quite well. They are riding the momentum of the last 2 chicken dinners as well. I just want to add one thing to what IC was saying. Levi dominating and getting the finishes for his team got so bad that if you remember in the interview yesterday after the last game, he did mention that he was trying to actually not get finishes so that his teammates could actually catch up.
Hey man, all things considered here, as much as he's trying not to get finishes, guess what? You know what he did? He won versus 2 and stole the chicken dinner away in that map of Miramar. Nobody thought he was going to win. Everybody thought he's lost that final fight. But guess what? In that one final jump shot, boom, bam, bada bing, easy chicken.
Exactly. The man is so good that he's making the second person on the MVP ranking look bad. This man is just insane. Yeah, as you mentioned, this man is probably the Ackerman, just laying titans left, right, center.
6 matches, if he gets 10 finishes, that's a century in a single tournament. 100 finishes in a span of 30 days.
Insane stuff, right? And Levi is probably going to make that happen as well, because if you count yesterday's average, the man was getting 7 finishes per game, which is absolutely mind-boggling.
Wait, actually, 7 per game?
Hey, man, 7 per game 6, 7, on average like thus far, which is insane as well. And like you guys said as well, century title on its way, especially coming from Levi. In 6 more games to go, 10 finishes is all you need, and we will have our first century of Realme BMPS 2025.
The only one as well.
the man can definitely make it happen. But guys, it's time to shift our focus on a few different teams too. For example, like 4TR, we did see 4TR start things off on such a banger note on day one, but then on day two, after all the teams started to pull a comeback, 4TR just completely fizzled out.
Hey, you know what, Necro? As much as you want to talk about something else, our cameraman has something else installed as well. He's still looking onto his Levi.
Well, not anymore.
I mean, he's like, have you seen this guy? Everyone wants to see this guy. And of course, after the run that NON have had in the finals, and not just in the finals, overall in the tournament, all eyes are going to be on this team. But the contenders now stressed out after losing that first position on the overall leaderboard yesterday. Just one question in their heads: can we catch up? The difference right now, just a mere 4 points, and you can see the intensity in their eyes, man. I mean, that expression, it says it all.
Yeah, all things considered, nobody actually expected 4 Miracle to be table topping on this first day itself. 3 chicken dinners in a single day. Completely flopped yesterday, though, losing the throne away to NoNx Esports. And now day 3, you can see game phase is on, stress is all the board as well. Final 6 game decides the fates of each and every single team here.
And I guess the cameraman forgot to show Team Aryan. They're not out of the race yet. They're currently in the top 3, extremely close. Even they can snatch the crown away.
I mean, there is a possibility for Team Aryan to actually do well, as you mentioned, not too far away from where they need to be. 103 points on the table toppers. Aryan sits at 87. That is what, 16 points?
Wow.
And you can get that in one game. One decent performance. You do not even need to pop off. One decent performance and you can catch up.
Now, when we talk about the journey coming from Aryan x TMG as well, they started their journey here at realme BMPS as one of the underdogs as well. Yes, they do have one of the most experience coming in here, but if we were to compare them based on their performances coming in from BGIS, this is by far the most improved team because they smoothed their way into the grand finals, leaving uncontended thus far, qualifying from semifinals week 1, qualifying from directly from round 1 into the semifinals, and then coming in here to the grand finals. So they had one of the smoothest journey thus far, but again, now they're so close, yet so far.
Exactly, and you know what, since we were speaking so much about the slip-ups too a while ago, we need to focus on another slip-up that happened yesterday, which was Godscreen. They were keeping themselves consistently in the mid-pack, but Godscreen unfortunately slipped up big time on day 2, and now for them to pull a comeback on day 3, it's next to impossible.
I mean, are we sure they just slipped up on day 2? I think this entire journey has been kind of a slip-up, because it is God's rain, man. It's Destro. It's supposed to be the trophy magnet. He told us at the start of the year that 2025 was going to be his year.
Hey, all things considered here, obviously it's going to be his year here, but I want to see what they have to say on stage.
स्टार्टिंग में वो जो हो गया वो तो हो गया अभी फिलहाल आने वाले समय में ऐसा लगता है कि आप इंडिविजुअल लेवल में कुछ ऐसा करके जाओ कि हाँ एज अ प्लेयर को याद रखा जाए
सिचुएशन के अकॉर्डिंग अभी से नहीं बोलना चाहिए
देवी सज्जनों, बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आप सभी लोगों का realme BMPS 2025 के ड्रॉप टॉक में, जहाँ पे मैं रहने वाला आपका होस्ट और मेरे साथ इस प्लेन में बैठे हुए 2 बेहतरीन असॉल्टर। तो सीधा चलते हैं उनके तरफ और थोड़ी सी बातचीत करते हैं। श्रेयान, हंटर, दोनों का ही स्वागत है। कैसे हो आप दोनों? कितने ज़्यादा एक्साइटेड फाइनलिस्ट लैंड के लिए?
बढ़िया, एकदम ठीक हो और एक्साइटेड भी बहुत हूँ क्योंकि न्यू टीम से स्टार्ट किया और न्यू एकदम, तो बहुत एक्साइटेड हूँ मैं।
एक्साइटेड तो इसका रिवॉर्ड आपको पता ही है क्या है। आपकी भी असॉल्टिंग बहुत ज़्यादा कमाल की रही है पूरे क्वालिफाई फेज़ में, लेकिन उससे पहले थोड़े मैं कुछ सवाल समझना चाहूँगा कि बहुत पहले आपको देखा था हमने एक BMPS में, और उसके बाद एक लंबा गैप आया और उसके बाद इस लैंड में क्वालिफाई करने में आप कामयाब हुए। तो ये जो बीच में जो गैप आया और उसके बाद ये जो अपकमिंग लैंड है, थोड़ा डर लग रहा है?
नहीं, डर तो नहीं लग रहा है, बस सही हो जाएगा सब कुछ। अभी कॉन्फिडेंस भी अच्छा चल रहा है क्योंकि मैचेस भी अच्छी चल रही है, प्रैक्टिस भी एकदम बहुत ज़्यादा हो रही है, तो डर इतना नहीं लग रहा है, कॉन्फिडेंस तो है।
जी हाँ, कॉन्फिडेंस रहना ही चाहिए क्योंकि आपके आइजल भी तो है ना, वो है जिस तरीके से वो पूरा खिलाते एक बड़े भाई की तरह। उनके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए ना कि उनके साथ ऐसा क्या आपके इस पूरी जर्नी में सेट हुई जो पिछले कुछ लाइनअप में वो चीज़ें वर्क नहीं करती, इसके कारण आपने डिसाइड किया कि वो इसके साथ कंटिन्यू करूँगा?
अभी तक मैं जिसके साथ खेला हूँ ना, जिन आइजल के साथ, ओएस भाई ये बेस्ट ही आइजल है मेरे हिसाब से। वो एकदम सही से समझाते हैं, एकदम सही से, मतलब गेम के बाहर भी गेम के अंदर भी जो टैक्टिक्स मैचेस के बाद होती थी, मैचेस के डिस्कशन होते थे, तो वो एकदम सही से समझाते थे, तो वो अच्छे से समझ में भी आता था, तो उससे बहुत वो हुआ, प्रॉफिट हुआ टीम को भी।
पैसा तो देख ही रहा है काफ़ी अच्छे तरीके से। लेकिन हंटर, देखिए फ़ायदे की अगर आप बात करें तो आपको तो बहुत ज़्यादा फ़ायदा हुआ है जेनेसिस में आने के बाद, क्योंकि
SA12 वो भी यहाँ तक नहीं पहुँच पाई, रेकनिंग वो भी यहाँ तक नहीं पहुँच पाए, आप उनके साथ काफ़ी ज़्यादा वक्त भी बिताए हो। आपके अनुसार क्या ऐसा गलत उन्होंने किया जिसके कारण वो यहाँ पे नहीं और आप यहाँ पे?
दोनों की न्यू टीम थी, न्यू प्लेयर्स थे उसमें, दोनों टीम में, तो वर्क नहीं करा होगा, इतना टाइम नहीं मिला होगा।
तो जेनेसिस में तो आपको भी वक्त उतना ही ज़्यादा मिला था जितना उन्हें मिला था, आप करके वो नहीं कर पाए। बस आपका एंगल में समझना चाह रहा हूँ।
मेरे प्लेयर्स अंडरस्टैंडिंग इतने थे कि मतलब उन लोग ने जो मैं बोला वो उन लोग ने करे। बाकी टीममेट्स मतलब ऐसे थे कि उन लोग का भी पॉइंट रखते थे, लेकिन यहाँ पे सिर्फ ऐसा हुआ कि मतलब मेरी सुनते गए तो होता गया।
पर शायद आप बताइए, लाइक अभी जो ये पूरा इवेंट चल रहा है, कंपटीशन कमाल का हम यहाँ पे देख रहे हैं, सारी ही टीम जो आपके अलावा हैं सब एक से बढ़कर एक है। कहाँ पे टीम फॉरएवर को फिलहाल आप देख रहे हो ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग में, अगर आगे चल के मैं बात करूँ?
मैं सोचा नहीं हूँ ऐसा कुछ सोचा नहीं हूँ। अगर रैंडम गैस सोचो तो मेरे हिसाब से हम लोग टॉप से ही फिनिश कर सकते हैं।
देखते हैं सिचुएशन
के अकॉर्डिंग। अभी से नहीं बोलना चाहिए कुछ, जिंक्स लग जाती है। यस,
चलिए ठीक है। बट अगेन रीशफल्स काफ़ी ज़्यादा हुए हैं, आप दोनों से ही मैं समझना चाहूँगा एक एक करके कि लाइक जितने भी रीशफल्स अभी हमारे सामने हुए हैं, आने वाले समय में ऐसा लगता है कि आप इंडिविजुअल लेवल में कुछ ऐसा करके जाओ कि हाँ एज अ प्लेयर को याद रखा जाए। चाहे आप दोनों की मैं बात करूँ तो
जा सकता है ऐसा। अभी सिचुएशन अभी जैसा प्रैक्टिस चल रही है तो हो सकता है, कुछ भी हो सकता है।
अंटर आप?
मेरे को नहीं लगता इंडिविजुअल अभी इतना चल रहा है, क्योंकि अभी टीम का ज़्यादा चलेगा। टीम का परफॉर्मेंस पे आगे बेसिस पे जो आ रही है चीज़ें वो ज़्यादा मैटर करने वाली।
हंटर मतलब मैं समझना चाहूँगा एक चीज़ आपसे कि टीम सोल के साथ आप काफ़ी वक्त बिताए। टीम सोल जिसका सफ़र उतना अच्छा नहीं रहा इस पूरे एंटायर इवेंट में, लेकिन आप काफ़ी आसानी से यहाँ तक पहुँचने में कामयाब हुए। तो मैं आपका पार्ट समझना चाहूँगा कि इतने कम वक्त में जेनेसिस के साथ आपने कैसे इस ग्रैंड फाइनल तक पहुँचने में कामयाबी प्राप्त की?
सोल के बाद तो थोड़ी दिनों तक RG में खेला था, उसके बाद भी और कम दिन मिले थे जेनेसिस के साथ खेलने। फिर भी मेरे को इतना टाइम मिल गया क्योंकि राउंड 1 में मैं प्लेइंग फॉर 1 ही था, सैम था। तो राउंड 1 में मेरे को सब मतलब समझ में आ गया इनके साथ के मतलब पेड्स वगैरह खेल के कि लोग कैसा खेलते, क्या क्या करते हैं। फिर उस हिसाब से हम लोग ने मतलब न्यू एनालिस्ट एक रखे थे मेरे बोलने पे कि मतलब टीम्स को मतलब वैसे चलाना पड़ेगा मेरे हिसाब से, और वही चीज़ में टीममेट्स ने ट्रस्ट दिखाया मेरे पे, और वो चलते गई तो फ्लो बनते गया और सब कुछ सही होते होते अभी फाइनल्स में आ गए।
चलिए ऑल द बेस्ट। और दोनों ये असॉल्टर जाइए अपनी टीम की तरफ, ड्रॉप लीजिए, वहाँ पे आपकी ज़्यादा ज़रूरत पड़ने वाली है। और आप लोग ड्रॉप टॉक ऐसे ही देखते रहिए, मिलते हैं बहुत जल्दी आपसे, तब तक के लिए बाय।
I was the main assaulter, so pretty much I was the 50% of the team that time.
लास्ट गॉडल भी था, सोल भी था, तो थोड़ा लक था, 50% लक।
बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आप सभी लोगों का realme BMPS 2025 के ड्रॉप टॉक के एक और कमाल के एपिसोड में, जब मैं रहने वाला आपका होस्ट और मेरे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं दो ऐसे प्लेयर जिनके पास एक्सपीरियंस भी है और वो गन गेम भी इनका बहुत ज्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग है। जी हाँ, मेरे साथ जुड़े हुए ड्रैगन ओपी, स्पाई, कैसे आप दोनों और कितने ज्यादा एक्साइटेड इस लाइन के लिए?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. I'm really confident because we did good, but we had our ups and downs. But still, I know what my team can do, and we have the chance to lift the trophy as well.
Spy?
मैं भी बहुत एक्साइटेड हूँ। हमारा टीम पहले थोड़ा खराब खेल रहा था, पर अभी हम कॉन्फिडेंट है कि हम ये ट्रॉफी उठा पाएंगे।
जी हाँ, वो तो देखने को मिल ही रहा है, काफ़ी ज़्यादा बेहतर आपकी टीम कर ही रही है। बट एक बात बताइए, बहुत सारे लाइनअप को हमने देखा, बहुत सारे होम कमिंग हमने देखा, लेकिन आप ऐसे क्यों हो जो कि 3 साल से एक ही लाइनअप पे स्टिक कर रहे हो और ये लाइनअप को आप छोड़ के आगे बढ़ना नहीं चाह रहे हो?
क्योंकि हमारा कम्युनिकेशन बहुत अच्छे से बैठ चुका है, तो इसलिए मैं स्टिक ऑन करना चाहता हूँ हमेशा के लिए, क्योंकि हमारा बॉन्ड अच्छा है एक दूसरे के साथ, इसलिए। और हम अभी तक तो अच्छे से खेल रहे हैं, सेमीफाइनल से तो हम खेल लिए अच्छे से, अभी फाइनल देखेंगे कैसा जाता है। अभी तो कॉन्फिडेंट है सब कि पिक कर लेंगे।
जी हाँ, काफ़ी अच्छे तरीके से वो कॉन्फिडेंस हमें देखने को मिल ही रहा है। बट एक बात बताइए कि पहले 3 साल जो आपने ग्राइंड किया, मेहनत किया, वहाँ पे वो रिजल्ट नहीं मिला, इस बार ऐसा क्या अलग किया आपने जिसमें फाइनली आप ग्रैंड फाइनल में आने में कामयाब हुए हो?
हमारे आईजीएल ने बहुत सारे डिफरेंट चीज़ों को अप्लाई करने की कोशिश किया था।
जी हाँ, फाइनली वो तो हमें देखने को मिला ही ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग में, जिसके कारण आप यहाँ पे हो। बट ड्रैगन, मैं आपकी तरफ आना चाहूँगा इसी बीच की गोकुल लाइनअप से चले गए, टीम में बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रगल हमें देखने को मिला। बट फाइनली एंट्री हुई रीपर की और उसके बाद टीम बहुत ज़्यादा बैलेंस हो गई। तो गोकुल के जाने से रीपर के आने से ये तालमेल मैं थोड़ा समझना चाहूँगा।
After Gokul left, I stepped up as an IGL, but I made a lot of mistakes. I could see that. So we struggled too much, and when Reaper played, he completely changed the team in a different way. The team 50%.
Welcome back after that short break, and once again, we're just a few steps away from stepping inside of the first game of the day. Guys, before we move on towards the lands of Erangel, I would like to know your guys' prediction. Icy, what about you?
Oh boy, this is going to be a very difficult one here. As much as NoNx is doing really, really well, I have a lot of faith here for God's Omen.
Exactly. You know what, Johnny? I will get back to you, but before that, the game of Erangel is put upon the screen, and this time, the big bird, it's going to be in the skies once again! Has the plane, it's going to hit the skies, and guys, take it over.
Well, it is the last day of the grand finals. This is going to be the first game of the day. The countdown begins for the champions to be crowned. And ladies and gentlemen, for this game number one, the voices you're going to hear for the next few minutes, it's going to be me, Super Johnny, joined by Icy Baby. And of course, my baby, Icy Baby. We are excited. Necro just a few minutes ago asked for a prediction. You gave yours. I would like to give mine. And I think I want to do something with the crowd. I want everyone to just go NON, 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 because there's going to be a lot of pressure on NON for this game one itself. But we have the flight path, and it's going to be a pretty short one, starting from the southwestern quadrant of the map, basically the western edge of the military island, and heading towards Lipovka, which is the eastern edge.
Well, it's going to be a tough one here as well, considering the fact that the flight path is favoring towards military base a little bit more. God's Reign seems to be the first ones to actually drop in towards their usual drop spots as well. No contention so far here in the final day itself. Seems like every single team, they have pretty much respected each other's boundaries here, and they will settle the score for the final zone itself. And now, strategy-wise, I want to see how the zones actually shifts as well, because a lot of teams has been struggling to try and get center rotations. Teams that have found a way to actually deal with it here so far has been NoNx Esports as well as 4 Miracle, which there are unique rotations coming from Circle 2nd and Circle 3rd. But all things considered here, are we going to see a little bit of switch up here? Because I do see 8-bit also being a little bit contested, but oh no, this is not a great start here for the boys, but a very entertaining one for all of us watching at home, because this circle means that it is going to be a very, very early rotation, and you need to be early or not, you are going to be stuck in one of the most awkward situations out there.
I mean, it's going to be awkward. Doesn't matter if you're early or late. That northwestern quadrant, it's quite empty. Shooting range to northern Georgia Pole, not a lot of compounds to work with, no cities in existence. It's just those small little clusters where the teams play from, and of course the Hells. Everyone is going to make a run for the Hells, making Iron Maiden proud. But look at Pachinki, 8-bit taking early control. This time, no one is going to go for that early fight. 2 OP officials just continue along their merry way and head towards Yasnaya Poliana for a change.
Well, we have to talk about the potential outcomes of the zone as well. If we base on the trend coming in from the entire round stages itself, a majority of the zones have been favoring around the outskirts of shooting range, and also a couple of circles on towards Georgia Pole. Rarely coming from the east side, we rarely saw a couple of ones to Rozok, but at the same time, we had only one circle similar to this, which kind of baited everybody off and then shifted towards Ruin's vicinity.
You were talking about outcomes, and first and foremost, I see we have to mention this outcome. 40 are on a hunt for TWOB. The chase is on. They have one weapon, a Scar-L, on one player, and that man is going to be responsible for finding that first knock. If they actually succeed, it's going to be added pressure on TWOB as to how do they end up surviving in this Georgia Pole City conflict. But with that awkward little clash, 40-yard, they get stuck in their tracks, and TWOB, they get to make their way for free towards northern Georgia Pole.
Yeah, this is a great start here for TWOB. They have made a little bit of adaptation as well, considering that their usual comfort drop spots has been Georgia Pole, but ever since the beginning of day one as well, they are forced to switch up the rotations, and because of that, it has kind of messed up the game in game day one and day number 2 here. But this time with Genesis out of the way, Genesis also a contender for for Georgia Pole, has switched up the rotation down towards farm and has messed them up a little bit here. So this switch up may be a little bit of a difference of
Oh,
approach,
no.
but we do see a little bit of a skirmish here between Rising Inferno as well as 40R potentially.
It's 3 teams I see. There's TWOB in the back, 40R, they want to pick this fight. Rising Inferno also trying to move in and gain some control of the city, but 40R now circling like vultures. Kaliuk, he hides his presence for a second, but it seems like Rapido can be caught off guard. Not a single weapon in his hand, just that dagger to pick this fight. And Utkarsh with the pistol, wanted to go for that knock, but the flank fire comes in, and 40R are going to be the first team to lose a body. The knock comes through, but the question is, does TWOB get that finish?
What a cover fire coming from Anonymous as well. Well-deserved one indeed. And now the hunt continues because guess what? Another third party comes through, and that's going to be Rising Inferno Esports. But the question here is, does 40R realize it is a third party? And as of yet, now you can see Pain's life dropping down very low on the run here. Jatin going towards the chase, and it seems like he's hesitating, and just like that, Pain's life is able to get out of safety.
Oh man, what a close escape. But 40R, their plan of action has backfired. Inferno Rising now has the upper hand, but there's another team.
What?
From Yasnaya to Northern Georgia Pole to OP with a very quick rotation. Although, I actually have a feeling they might have just walked into a trap over here.
Oh my goodness, this is a complete disaster here. What an early crowded...
It's not a disaster yet.
Well, it's about to be as well because
Exactly.
TOB is known for their unique playstyle of urban warfare. And so far, almost every single urban warfare has been won by TOP officials since round stages until now.
But this could get tricky because this formation that they have, Amax is going to be cut off from his teammate completely because there are now 3 teams that he has to deal with. He's walked into a cluster with TWOP occupying the compounds towards the western edge, Inferno Rising taking control of the southern edge of the city, the roadside compounds, and 40R in the back 6. So Amax, there's no way. Well, there is a way, but it's going to be very tricky for him to be able to regroup. And you can see on the radar the other 3 players from 2OP official in the backline. Shady spotted out, shots fired, but he still does manage to survive.
Yeah, they're definitely predicting and expecting the zone to actually shift down to his Georgia Pole as well. We've seen this happen multiple times inside the round stages and group stages. So those historical data is starting to be a little bit annoying, but hopefully if the circle shifts there, it's great for these 4 teams because they will have a significant advantage over the rest of the world because everybody outside the city is going to be zoned outside of the zone. But all things considered, that is only if the circle shifts there. So it's a huge gamble though. It's a very, very huge gamble.
Right now, looking at the circle itself, man, I see the splash of colors and it feels like a painting by Picasso to me because this is going to turn out to be a masterpiece.
Well,
there's going to be so much action, so much open space, and with Northern Georgia Pole already out of contention because already 4 teams occupy that city, everyone else that's playing the central and the eastern half of the zone are going to be forced to fight. But switching our focus again towards Northern Georgia, it is Pain His Life who is about to get pummeled because Inferno Rising, their hands are itching.
Yeah,
they want to pull the trigger, they want to get this point.
Yeah, they definitely need to as well. 40R official haven't been able to redeem themselves in this match itself. Ever since they've rotated in, they haven't got a little bit of break to actually regroup, and because of this, they are separated. Pain His Life has been doing a fantastic job at dodging his way through, and guess what? He's gonna be A-okay. Nope. As soon as I say this, another love tap comes through, but no connection thus far. Rising Inferno, they have been trying to hunt him down for the longest of time, but they just can't find him at all. But on the other finish feed here, TWOB actually going to crash with TOB.
I mean, it was Amax, as I said. Amax ran into a trap, and the trap closes in. An early loss for 2OP official, and especially in a very dire moment, sitting on the 16th position of this overall leaderboard. Yesterday we saw a chicken dinner from 2OP official, and after that there was a sign of life, a sign of hope that maybe we're going to see that comeback happen, but again getting reset, and even in this game not doing too well at the start.
Oh boy, speaking of a reset here, God's Reign finally making a move inside the zone. Seems like they are going to be reaching early as well, so a very, very early rotation coming from God's Reign all the way from military base, considering that they had the first drop. But guess what? Stage 2 has begun and the zone has shifted. And unfortunately to say, for all 4 teams inside Georgia Pole, it is not indodgeable. It is not indodgeable. I repeat, guys, it is not going to dodgeable.
Hey, you wanted an epic finals. Well, we're gonna give you an epic finals for sure. As you mentioned, I see the circle moves away from Giorgio, centered towards shooting range now. And look at Los Hermanos, that is such a beautiful move. Instantly moving in to take control of that northern shoreline. But I'm a little worried about Team Aryan, who are going to move in from that eastern edge. They're going to run into conflict. They're going to have to deal with those gatekeepers, but teams from northern Giorgio finally start to move out. Rapido, a little bit of exchange with the players of 4TR, who took an early exit from those buildings, but they managed to cross the ridge and now will be able to mark the position, mark these exits, and maybe secure a few extra finishes for themselves.
Oh wow, in the on the screen as well, we do see NoNx also going to be taking the shelters as well as shooting range, while Eggy trying to rotate around them. They themselves getting shot away here, as Eggy going to be taking the mountain terrains off shooting range, and that's going to give them a little bit of bunker. But again, despite all this bunker, I would say the position that Eggy is in right now is super, super underrated. It looks very exposed, but it does have one of the strongest natural terrain in the zone, especially for stage 3 and 4.
I mean, yeah, that is what I was waiting for, because in the later stages, if the zone moves away, then Team Eggy is going to be trapped in those bunkers itself. But ladies and gentlemen, if you guys don't want to be trapped and want to move around freely, well, that is what the Kia Ceros is for. The 5-star BR, the 5-star BN cap rating will make sure that you're safe in your journey as well. And of course, Necro, he told me he got to try that Herman Garden speaker system as well, and he was quite happy with it.
Yeah, and I agree, you know, the music sound system is great as well. And here in the venue itself, we have a model all the way in the front of the stage. So, well, not really in front of the stage. The entrance of the event itself, you can actually check out the Kia Ceros right there at the venue.
It's the first thing you see when you enter the arena.
Fair enough. Well, the first thing we see is the realme booth.
Oh, yeah.
Right beside it is
right
Kia
beside
Ceros.
it is the Kia Ceros. Yeah. So you can experience everything great. You can experience great BGMI as well. And talking about greatness, we see Team Forever, because Oasis is there. And of course, yesterday we were hoping to see a little bit of bounce back from this team as well. And there was a moment where they actually started to build momentum, but then for them, just like TWOB official, things just did not seem to work out. Later stages of the game is where Team Forever has been failing a lot.
Now, just as the zone is about to close in as well, when we pay attention to the teams in Georgia, the 4 teams that were in there, 3 are still kind of stuck in that vicinity here, while TWOB made an insane mad dash all the way towards the shorelines, and right now, they are going to be A-okay. And this is something that TWOB is very, very comfortable as well. We've seen this perform during their round 1 stages where TWOB was able to smooth past everybody and just completely snatch the chicken dinner away. As the circle shifts out north once more, TWOB, uncontested in the shorelines, will have an easy pickings for any single team out in the open as well. Same can be said for Eggy, who's having a great spot, but as soon as I say this, for Miracle, they themselves are going to crash Eggy.
Well, this is going to be a spray and a half, and for Miracle getting bummed like that. But Pro and his teammates surrounded, gunned down in that shack, and that opportunity is going to be there for Eggy to take out one of the top contenders, and the night goes through! An explosion blowing the hopes of 4 Miracles to have a great start to their journey on this last day.
Oh my goodness, Eggy, they weren't expecting this, because as soon as this major fight happens as well, Los Hermanos is going to chime in from this long-range tabs. That small little pixels coming in from Los Hermanos was enough to do enough damage. And like I said as well, natural terrain of Eggy is really, really strong, and only if you're able to hold on. But now with 2 knocks coming in, Los Hermanos is going to take advantage to push up.
And Colony's almost made it through. Waiting for an angle, and also needs to avoid NoNx, but the molly goes out. And it's definitely going to be enough to clean up those fallen players from the side of Team Eggy. I see you were right. They should have stayed in. They should have held back. But no, moving out has costed them those extra bodies. And now Eggy will be down to 1 last player. But Los Hermanos, this overcommitment might just backfire. You could look at the radar. There's 8-bit moving in.
Yeah, at the same time, they need backup as well. They definitely need to snatch those positions here. Eggies won't be able to hold those spots for a very, very long time. And while this is actually happening as well, the southwest corner, we can see a lot of teams playing on towards the edge of the zone. We have some dogfighting happening here between Team Forever and Rising Inferno Esports. No teams want to commit into this fight yet. But as soon as sparks fly, you are going to see some explosions here. God's Train is also lying around in the vicinity, which in this case, from Forever's perspective, they have no clue how many teams are around them yet.
I think it's all just assumptions. Everyone just panic moving right now, expecting to be surrounded. But God's Omen, OMEN, they just charge forward. K9 might be just pinned out. One man stuck inside that bunker. 3 were already on the move, and now K9 Esports, they're split away from each other. This gives a great opportunity for God's Omen to isolate these fights and pick off the players of K9 one by one, but a third party from the distance, and Insane is going to be able to secure that first knock. Stone BGMI knocked out. Beast can take full advantage of this one mistake, a miscalculation from God's Omen.
Yeah, but the problem as well, Beast can't really do too much as well. Team Insane, they're making sure everyone inside the shelter is going to take some serious damage from the zone. It is stage 4. God's Omen, they are hurting a lot as well. Goku barely makes it inside the zone. Stone BGMI gets knocked from the zone, and as soon as that happens, guess what? Beast, he came out, he snatched it away, and while that's happening, cover fire from Ninja Boy was solid, and just like that, God's Omen, they lose a player.
For no reason at all as well, they held the upper hand in that fight. A small mistake, well, 2 mistakes. First, not anticipating the third party. Second, was scoffing up about the fact that you were going up against K9 Esports. And as you mentioned, I see Beast, smart move, perfect timing, moves in, gets the finish, regroups with his team. And now K9 Esports, as they are going to be huddled up together, how do they breach the circle yet again? Because this time, the gatekeepers are the leaders of the overall leaderboard, and OMEN standing in their way.
Now, because of this small blunder, God's Omen is going to be the furthest away in this zone itself. The layering comes through. K9 was able to somewhat get Beast out, and now immediately pushing forward to the next phase of the zone to try and gatekeep there. But they are hugging around the edges of the shooting range through the fences as well. And NoNx inside the shack itself is going to be pinning them off. But on screen now, we do see TWOB official on the hunt. They found Aryan.
Well, they run into Aryan. They lose a player instantly. Now looking for trade. Spot fire. Gets fired down and knocked out. Shady trying his level best to survive. Does not succeed, and TWOB official yet again become the first team to be eliminated. This time Genesis actually ended up securing that last finish for themselves, and now since they see the fallen players from Team Aryan, might as well just secure those extra points as well.
Well, this is what happens in dogfighting as well. The moment you stop, people with vehicles are going to be swarming in to try and fight them off. And as of yet, Genesis Esports will be able to rack up some serious points here. Can they make the comeback is going to be the question here. The current record here in the Grand Finals is 71 points in a single day. Genesis, if they get 71 points right here, right now, they should be able to overtake NoNx. And because...
Oh no, K9 into NON, 2 players. The MVP out of the way, NoNx manages to get 1, but the squad wipe still comes through. And they sink their teeth into their flesh. K9 Esports, 4 finishes in the back. Not a single player lost as of yet. But guess what I see from the backlines? We saw the POV of 4 Miracles. That last man, he was watching everything, but God's Omen, opportunistic as ever. Beast knocked out, and Gyrogod has a nade for this as well. That should be an easy point in the bag.
Oh no, this time God's Omen, they're not too happy. They want revenge, they want to shut him down. They could not cut him loose in the shelters itself, but this time with this knock, they are going to try and take him out. But at the same time, overextension from Gyrogod, and just like that, he gets taken out. No cover fire. Bad OP Goku does not have the angles. He is stuck in those shacks, and just like that, K9 Esports, they are able to get the reset. But as soon as I say about reset, Team Insane, they've heard all these commotions, and they are looking to try and fight this. But again, let's talk about the bigger picture here as well. Earlier on, we talked about how Eggy having one of the most strongest natural terrain in this position. Guess what? They're also making sure that all these 3 teams are stuck in this one of the most awkward positions. And even Eggy, they're going to take shots on towards Insane.
Well, they have the line of fire available and the high ground to work with, but Insane, they were tracking K9 and God's Omen for a long time. They moved in for a third party, but Slag shuts it all down, and K9 Esports again! A big performance! 8 finishes in the first 2 fights they run into! This team, today, no matter what happens, they are going to the top!
It's now or never, do or die. K9 Esports looking to make the miracle play, the miracle comeback to try and snatch the trophy away. And based on the overall standings, NoNx was the table toppers with 103 points, being one of the earliest team taken out. It is anyone's game as of yet, and even for Miracle, they're weak. Aryan is weak. Everybody is weak at this stage. And despite K9's performances here, can they clutch the chicken is going to be the question, because on screen, a tough contender, God's Reign, also maybe looking to try and make a game for themselves. But Genesis, look at this, Sap, oh my goodness, he shot the opener, but he was immediately shut down by Delta.
Well, the shutdown comes through, and God's Reign, they have to be a little worried about this. Genesis, Apollo, and Shadow, both high ground advantage. Oh, and the nades, as they go flying, the vehicles are getting damaged as well. Delta barely avoids getting knocked out, but from the backlines, it is going to be a third party coming through. From Team Forever, Thunder moving in, and God's Reign, they're going to be left bleeding. Mafia, he has the angle, Delta's spotted out, but Genesis, they end up securing that frag for themselves. Team Forever still gets something out of it though. Still in the fight, 7 eliminations secured. Last man left alive from the side of Genesis. And Apollo, he's gonna have to play like an absolute god if he wants to make sure that Genesis take a leap into the top 8 after this game.
Yeah, but at the same time, fantastic timing coming from Team Forever as well. As soon as some team goes for a fight, they immediately go in for the crash, and God's Reign had to bow out from that demise. What a chaotic fight. This zone once again shifting out in the open off shooting range. And so far, the high grounds in Genesis Esports' bag, but he is all by himself. Apollo, last man standing. He has all those off angles. He needs to find a pick, and guess what? He finds Reaper for Miracle. The last player for Miracle. The table toppers, the creme de la creme, has been shut down here in game 1 of the final day itself.
Hey, this is what gets K9 Esports celebrating now. 2 teams from the top out of the way. First and second position completely open for the taking. Los Hermanos as well. They've gotten 5 eliminations in this game. All 4 players still alive. And while Spy's position might have been compromised, he still holds the upper hand in this duel against the players of TWOB. Rapido, he's going to get completely finished off. In fact, TWOB, I believe, are on the verge of elimination. Last man left alive, Kalyug. But he's going to try and play for his life, just play for survival. God's Omen. For some reason, their eyes are just completely stuck on K9 Esports. This is the 3rd time they're trying to take out K9 Esports in this match.
Well, they can't really rotate out as well. It's going to be very, very difficult considering the fact that they just do not have space. But K9 Bees, ooh, he scouts on the horizon. Thunder almost getting taken out here. But on the contrary, on the other side of the map, 8-Bit was actually taken out in 9th place. So we're now down towards the top 8 in stage 6 of the zone. And the circle shifts once more. Guess what? It is going to go towards the hilltop. And Eggy, again, does have one of the strongest natural terrain in this compound, but the problem is they just don't have the numbers to rack up all these points.
Yeah, that is definitely going to cause a lot of panic. But if they can manage to stay alive and survive to the late game stages where everyone's numbers are dwindled down, getting those finishes is not going to be too complex. K9 on the other side, at least 3 players still alive in this game. But as I say that, Genesis Apollo, he makes sure that Beast is going to get knocked out. Kalyug from TWOB gets finished off. And now we're down to 17 players still alive. K9 Esports finally looking for revenge for all the nuisance that they have caused them. God's Omen spotted out in the distance, and a beautiful spray from Slug. And Omega, the knock comes through. Apollo goes out, and Genesis get eliminated. But God's Omen, the target for K9 Esports. If they get those 2 finishes, they hit double digits in this game.
Oh my goodness, making one of them a miraculous comeback here is going to be very, very difficult. Meanwhile, Eggy, they have been holding this for the longest time. Los Hermanos, they are pushing up, and a massive nade from Kalan will take him out. 4 finishes in the bag. What a game we have here in the Grand Finals, day number 3. Not 1, not 2, but 3 massive teams looking to collide, looking to snatch a trophy. And Los Hermanos with 10 finishes of this game, and they will have a little bit sights on God's Omen. But no, Kalan, he gets taken out by Goku. Eventually, the trade comes through, but Los Hermanos, they're down towards their final 2 men.
Yeah, if there was a point where they could have lost this game, it is now. 11 finishes on the board. Either they start their journey of the last day from the first position, because if this chicken dinner comes through, Los Hermanos will be number 1. or they're going to keep the fight alive. Well, it's a win-win if you think about it. They're still going to be on the podium, but Team Forever, all 4 players still intact.
Well, this is the last stand. The 3 titans of this game with the highest amount of finishes has finally grouped up in the final phases of the game itself. These 3 teams looking to snatch the chicken dinner, and whichever of these 3 teams takes that chicken dinner will have a significant boost of points.
But look at this, it seems like it's all going to come down to this brawl now as Karlan moves out. And it seems like with that, with the rotation that he made, he was able to spot out Omega, but Slug, that is an overextension. The nade from Omega makes contact onto Slug, and he loses a little bit of HP, but that was still lucky. At least he's still alive.
Hey, that was a little bit iffy as well. Seems like cheaters are trying to get into his K9 Esports. Mistakes were a little bit made. Fortunately for them, it wasn't heavy enough to be punished, considering that the numbers game still favor Team Forever. Team Forever having a little bit more map control. K9 Esports has been struggling to push up the hills, but they do have a very, very nice off-angle split here. And the question here is, they're still waiting for those timings. And what timing that is, it's very simple. Whoever starts the major fight first is going to potentially be third party by the other. And they're just waiting for their moment to strike.
They are waiting to strike, man. But I think at this point, we are just waiting for the circle to close in as well, because this was an absolute massacre, this game. Stage 7, we're already down to 3 teams, just 9 players surviving in this matchup. And Team Forever, just because they have the numbers advantage and have taken control of basically the entirety of the circle, that amount of map presence is going to be unbeatable. I have a feeling it is going to be their win, and Los Hermanos and K9 are just going to fight for those finishes amongst themselves. And as I say that, another nade towards Karlan. He does manage to stay alive though, but where is he going? He just pushes up for the players of Team Forever. And gives away his position now. K9 have all the info to work with.
Oh boy, K9, they still have a very, very strong way to actually push in as well. Slug still has those vehicles, they still have gas on it, but for Los Hermanos, Kalan specifically, they're all out of vehicles. They have to lick their way inside the zone, and this is going to eventually hurt them. But as you can see, K9 Esports, even though they know that Los Hermanos is an easy target, they just cannot afford to take this fight, knowing that as soon as they start the fight, Team Forever is going to come rushing in if they make a mistake. So it all comes down to just finding information, finding opportunities, and Team Forever, they have so much map control. Even Mafia as well is just getting so much information. He knows exactly what's up, but Mafia is going to make an attempt here. Look at this, he sees Evo. He's going to try to make a couple of jabs, but no connection thus far. Shots has been fired, but no sparks flying yet.
Well, I think sparks are going to fly, and of course, this last end game circle, man, is going to be set on fire. Shot connection onto Evil. His teammate Karlan needs to be careful, and Karlan has done so much for Los Hermanos in this match. 5 eliminations secured by 1 man, and 1 man alone gives them an extra bit of confidence to work with in this final fight. But now there's going to be a pinch, and this one is going to be brutal. K9 closing in from the flank. Team Forever as well, eyeing the players of Los Hermanos, and Evil is being put under pressure.
Now, based on what I'm seeing here, the shack does have one of the strongest compounds so far. Mafia went in for the check and realized that the shack is empty. They may look to take advantage of it. Shayan in position, trying to gatekeep both Los Hermanos here, and just like that, they've taken that space. But here he goes, Omega, he fell!
He fell, Omega falls, and along with him, K9 Esports. Oh no, a blunder comes through. Omega gets finished off, Slug with a vehicle explosion, but Los Hermanos, they just get util dumped by the side of Team Forever. 11 eliminations for Forever, and now K9 down to their last 2 players. Team Forever, just based off of that map control, do look like they are going to be secure this win. Slug goes out, Beast gets finished up, and there you have it. 13 finishes secured, and the chicken dinner in the bag as well. Is this gonna be the day that Oasis makes history again, as they kick things off with 23 points on the board?
I mean, this team definitely has gotten a lot of points on the board, but guys, let's not forget K9 Esports too. It was quite a massive performance from the boys as well, and since the top 2 teams in the overall standings were not performing this one, we pretty much know there's a big chance K9 Esports might just be in the top 3 now.
Yeah, what a performance coming in from Team Forever, K9, as well as Los Hermanos. These are the 3 titans from their game. And what a way to surprise us here in day number 3 here as Team Forever. They may have found an opener. They may have set the stones turn so far. They have set a little bit of benchmark, give them a little bit of leeway to try and play catch up here, but they need more games. They definitely need more than just one chicken dinner now.
Why does Oasis look like he does not know what happened there?
No, I feel like he's just disappointed still. Because he knows he's still way too far away from actually being the champion. And Oasis is someone that has just barely missed the spot, right?
Not really. I mean, see, right now the teams at the top are going to be in those early hundreds. And with this match, I think Forever gets to about 60s.
Yeah, they probably get around 65, 67, something like
Two
that.
more matches like this and they get in the fight.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Yesterday as well, Team Forever, they were not able to replicate the same performance that they put up in that one game. And Team Forever's consistency has been questioned so far.
Hey man, there was a time we were questioning about putting a man on the moon, and we did that about almost, I don't know, in the 60s, so
it's
anything can happen.
It's incomparable. Come on, Johnny. I mean, Team Forever over here, they just need to be consistent. But you know what, guys? We will see what Team Forever's got to say since we're going to move on towards the stage and interview the boys.
Thank you so much, casters. And it's not wrong to say that this team took forever for that chicken dinner. लेकिन ये वही team है जो हमेशा आती है एक main character energy के साथ. And we got the main character right here. Oasis is here. Oasis, ये बताइए पहले 2 दिन में क्या सीखा जो इस समय पहले ही गेम में आपने चिकन डिनर निकाल लिया तीसरे दिन में?
So फर्स्ट एंड सेकेंड डे हम लोग अपनी स्ट्रेटजीज पे तो खेल रहे थे, बट जो हमारी फाइट निकलनी चाहिए थी वो निकल रही नहीं थी क्योंकि एक साथ नहीं कर रहे थे. तो आज वही है कि एक साथ किया.
लेकिन पिछला जो BMPS था उसमें आप पोडियम पर थे, लेकिन इस बार की अगर बात करें तो आप काफ़ी नीचे हैं रैंकिंग में. तो ये क्या बॉदर करता है, क्या ये माइंड में गेम खेलता है ये फैक्ट जो है कि आपका जो पिछला BMPS परफॉर्मेंस था और ये जो BM परफॉर्मेंस है उसमें ज़मीन आसमान का फ़र्क है?
सो जो पिछला BMPS था उसमें हम लोग 4 लोग बहुत टाइम से साथ में खेल रहे थे और हमने लैन भी खेला था साथ में. बट ये फर्स्ट टाइम है कि 2 प्लेयर न्यू है और हम लोग थोड़ा स्ट्रेटजी के न्यू स्ट्रेटजीज के अराउंड खेल रहे थे, तो थोड़ा दिक्कत हो रहा था.
लेकिन यार ओवेस, आपका कम्युनिटी में बहुत बड़ा नाम है, एक तरह से OG कहना गलत नहीं होगा. तो ये जब एक परफॉर्मेंस प्रेशर आता है एक बड़े नाम के साथ, क्या आप जब ये प्रेशर जब आता है, जब मेटा बदलता है, तो आप उसको अडेप्ट कैसे करते हैं? क्या ये स्ट्रैटेजीज जो हैं, एक्सपीरियंसेस हैं, आप अपनी टीम के साथ शेयर करते हैं? बताइए इसके बारे में थोड़ा सा.
सो ऐसा प्रेशर तो मैं लेता नहीं हूँ क्योंकि इतने टाइम से खेल रहा हूँ और लाइफ में हमेशा अप्स एंड डाउन्स दोनों रहता है. कभी तुम ज़्यादा अच्छा खेलोगे, कभी तुम बुरा खेलोगे. जब बुरा खेलोगे उससे सीखो, अच्छा खेलोगे तो मतलब घमंड मत करो. तो वही है कि जब अच्छा खेलते थे तो हम लोग घमंड नहीं करते थे, सीखते थे, समझते थे, और फिर जब बुरा खेलते तो सबर करते हैं वैसे ही. और फिर जो भी स्ट्रेटेजी है मैं इनको समझाने का ट्राई करता हूँ कि अपने को इस तरीके से खेलना है या उस तरीके से खेलना है, ऐसा.
So always wish you all the best for the remaining games and congratulations Team Forever for that amazing chicken dinner. अब देखिए डे 3 की भी शुरुआत एकदम सरप्राइजिंग शुरुआत हो गई. ये टीम जिनसे बहुत ज़्यादा उम्मीदें थी, फाइनली डे 3 में दे गेट दैट चिकन डिनर. लेकिन अभी भी 5 गेम्स और बचती हैं एंड अगले मैप में क्या आप एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं ये सब कुछ आपको अच्छी तरह समझाएंगे हमारे लवली कास्टर्स. सो बैक टू यू गाइस.
This could be the start for an epic comeback for Team Forever, but I feel like it might just be a little bit too late. But you know what? Let's have a look at the realme highlights for now, and this is how the action kicked off.
Yeah, you can see the excitement on the arena itself. Everybody is just so pumped up for this match. There was just a lot of high-level tactical gameplays that actually happened as well in terms of macro, in terms of micro decisions. Yeah. But at the same time, it is the grand finals for a reason. Every little details matter, and one small little mistake can cost you a potential game. In this fight here, especially coming from God's Omen, they've made a little bit messed up because of the zone, allowed K9 Esports free entry to the zone and gave so much finishers points into K9 Esports.
Yeah, I mean, K9 Esports, I'm very impressed actually because they were being put under constant pressure, especially with just a few teams chasing after them. God's Omen is what I'm talking about. And of course, Insane was there as well with the chase, but K9 Esports used that to their advantage. They got those finishes, they used the assistance of Insane and God's Omen to put additional pressure on the teams they were pushing on, and because of that, I think those eliminations, that is where they got those eliminations.
Yeah, that's the crazy part, right? For K9 Esports, generally speaking, they can still pull off a comeback.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, Team Forever was able to rack up some serious points this game as well because they were doing like their timing was just impeccable when it comes with the fight coming from the northwest as well. And we do catch a glimpse onto the coach here coming from Team Forever. It seems like his pocket strategies are working out.
So I think Los Hermanos is going to be #1 on the overall leaderboard right now. K9 is going to be 3rd.
Los Hermanos #1?
Yeah, Los Hermanos.
Wow, you guys really think so?
Yeah.
I think so.
They
maybe.
were in the top 2 position with more than
No, Los
12
Hermanos
finishes.
was not in top 2. Los Hermanos was in top 5.
Yeah, but with that performance,
They were
almost
3rd
catching
in the
winner.
game.
Yeah, they were
They
so
had
close.
11 eliminations.
Hey, you know what? Soon we'll have the overall standings. I'm not too good at maths as well, so we'll find out how the overall standings will look like. But one thing is for sure, that Colin, he's going to be the MVP of that previous match with 5 finishes racked up and 4 knockouts. And of course, the damage number of 907. In the top 5 players, we have to see someone from the side of K9 Esports because that team was just cleaning the edges left, right, center, winning every single possible fight.
Yeah, and this time it is going to be Slug there on the 2nd position with 5 eliminations to his name as well. Then we have Team Forever. They also ended up doing quite well for themselves with Thunder and Mafia being able to get 8 finishes in total. And then Los Hermanos Evil, he was right there with Colin till the very end. 4 finishes secured, an incredible journey in this starting game of the day.
Yeah,
exactly.
Like Kalan was just very, very opportunistic as well here. The moment they saw Eggy knocked on top of those high grounds, they immediately push up and snatch it away. But now with the overall standings on screen right now from this match itself, Team Forever taking the chicken dinner with 13 finish points gives them 23 points. Los Hermanos on the 2nd position with 17 points and K9 with 15 points. Once again, the final 3 Titans collided in the final fight, but the victors will be Team Forever.
That's actually kind of crazy. Los Hermanos getting 17 points, K9 Esports as well getting 15 points. Eggy, OMEN just trying to stay consistent on the overall standings and keep that spot pinned down. Los Hermanos is going to be on the 3rd with 99 points acquired. 4Miracle on the 2nd still with 100 points since they only got 1 point out of that game. But NoNx, they flopped badly. They got no points in that first game.
Yeah, both NoNx and 4Miracle were taken out so early in the game, which gave so much opportunities to play catch up. And look at this, K9 sneaks up to top 5.
Yeah, and now our list of teams that can actually contend for the trophy shortens up. I think we're going to cut it down till TWOB because 71, they still need a big lead. They need a decent game to first cover up the difference between them and the top 7 pack, and then maybe try their level best to move towards the trophy. Although, I mean, it's either the next game or even they are going to be playing the second fiddle to everyone else.
Generally speaking, I still feel like even Team Forever 8-Bit can stand a major chance to pull off a comeback, including God's Ring too. Because guys, let's be honest, right? One massive game, 25 points, 30 points, they can instantly catapult themselves around the top 5.
You know what? We have to summarize this so far. Basically, day number 3 itself, it's still anyone's game. Like, based on how the shift here, there's no clear-cut who is going to be the one to take the champion as of yet, and genuinely, I'm worried.
Exactly, I'm worried too, but you know what? For now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more action.
All right, team, we have got our chance. Good job, man. Good job.
Defeat.
Kia, movement that inspires.
सब ठीक ही है, पर कुछ तो मिसिंग है.
Go on.
I miss that OG ice cold feeling, you know.
A classic situation.
जब स्क्वाड के साथ लॉबी पे It's back?
क्या?
No way!
Oh, bhai, it's back!
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BMPS 2025 Grand Finals, day number 3. And of course, at the start of the day, we mentioned the countdown, 6 games to go. Well, guess what? Now it's down to 5. And joining us on the panel now for the next match, it is going to be Fixes and Icy Baby. Fixes, I'm going to start off with you because you were observing the game from the backstage area. I want to know your reaction to how K9 dominated, Los Hermanos doing well, and of course the early exits of 4 Miracle and NON.
You know, I have my makeup on, but I was sweating, to be honest. The moment 4 Miracle Esports and the NoNx got dealt with, I felt like they're feeling the pressure. And I had a quick word with Slug. You know what did he say?
What?
You're talking enough about the underdogs. You're talking so much about them. Look at me smacking them. And that is exactly what he's doing right now.
I mean, to be fair, though, that is the way he performed is the usual expectation from him, right, Icy?
Yeah, it took them day 3 to actually kind of pop off game number 1 here. But with that pop-off coming in, they're only 13 points away from the number 1 spot. That is not very, very far here. One amazing game again coming from K9 Esports. They will immediately snatch number 1 spot. This is going to be the most unexpected champion ever this time here at realme BMPS here in 2025.
That can be the case, but we can't really forget about teams like NON, 4 Miracle and Team Aryan, who might not have done that well in that opening match, but hey, the door is still open and the next match is Miramar.
Oh boy, it's open pretty much. I would say it's still anyone's game. Like, as of yet, based on current standings as well, there's at least a good solid 8 to 9 teams still up for contention for the trophy right now.
You know, honestly speaking, Los Hermanos, this is the team to look out for, because out of all the teams in top 3, Los Hermanos is somehow keeping their calm, right?
Alright, I'm lucky enough to have both of you on the panel right now because I get 2 different mindsets to talk about, right? First, Fixes, being a former pro, you can tell us what you would do if you were one of these teams in the top 8, in the top 9 right now. And Icy, I would want to know from you, from what would you say as a coach to Fixes?
For me, stick to basics right now because everybody's tired. Fatigue, mental fortitude needs to be ensured here. Yes, you need to make adaptations, but you can see teams are getting worn out here in day number 3.
You know, honestly speaking, I would suggest all these teams to go out aggressive, especially the likes of Miracle and NoNx, because now when you start taking that pressure, it kind of builds up, and that was visible from their body language. NoNx, all they got to do is just win that one fight, get that confidence, and keep the ball rolling.
Hey, it's not easy for sure. As Icy said, the mental pressure, the fatigue starts to kick in on the 3rd day itself, and Fixes, as you said, sticking to your basics, sticking to your strategies, you can also kind of do well. But if we were talking about teams in the top 9, there's still hope from teams like 4TR from TWOB. One good game can help them pop off, but is that going to be the next match? Well, time to find out as we head over Miramar.
Well, this is going to be the game to watch as well. The journey continues, 5 more matches to go, and this is going to be game 2 of the realme BMPS Day 3's Grand Finals before we crown and find our champion of the BMPS 2025 here. And this is going to be an exciting one here in the map of Miramar because the flight path seems to be skewed once more here in day number 3. A very, very awkward flight path once more.
Yeah, it's not looking good, especially for majority of the teams, because we know A lot head out towards San Martin, towards those eastern regions. Even the likes of Miracle, they love going towards Campo Militar. So should not be easy, but they did not sign up for easy, right? As now for Team Forever, building up with that momentum from the previous chicken dinner, I see still quite far from really making it into the contention, but we have seen miracles happen, haven't we?
Well, we definitely did see miracles here, but I want to see if there is going to be a little bit of a contention here. We know for a fact that 8-bit has been struggling for contention here for Pozo, but it seems like this time they are not going to be expecting company this time, so they are going to be A-okay.
Now this has been a regular occurrence now in the grand finals. Insane, they've been heading towards Valadimar. We've seen them go even as further down as Spartona, so they're kind of playing it safe. But 8-bit, I really feel like in those dying moments when the flames are dousing, they need to spread their wings. What do you have to lose right now? You're pretty much down. And for Team Aryan, for Miracle, NoNx, it's a very crucial game. Los Hermanos, out of all the top 4 teams, they've had the best start. But look at this circle, I see.
What a shift. What a day 3, guys. Like another weird circle all the way far-fetched from the zone. And to make it even worse right now, it had to be the biggest map in the game. And it is going to be in the map of Miramar. So basically, every single team will take double the amount of usual time they'd rotate compared to when they were playing Erangel. We saw Godfrey making a little bit of adaptations just now when they were playing Erangel, but here in Miramar, they have to leave even sooner, and leaving even sooner means that utilities will be at an all-time low. So where can they set up pit stops, where can they restock those utilities is going to be extremely crucial, especially towards the later stages of the game itself.
And let's not also forget that after 3 games done and dusted, a lot of these teams will realize they've got no chance on making it to the podium, and hence would be going all out for the prize money. That means a lot of early action. So whatever all these teams need to do, especially the ones in the top 8, they'll have to do in this game and the next game. And again, Sanhok coming up next. It's going to be such a game changer. But TWOB, they've been such wild cards in this tournament heading in. They're dead bottom, and they have been seeking for fights. They have been quite mischievous, quite notorious.
Hey, they have been seeking for redemption, and of course, when they actually secured their first chicken dinner here in their grand finals here, they were celebrating, proving to people that they are legit. And in this case, it has been a very, very difficult order here as TWOB officials. The mental has been all-time low, and in this final day, hopefully things are going to be for the better, because they are still sitting in the last position though.
Yeah, they indeed are. But if you do not like sitting in the last position, you want to be the table toppers, do check out the realme GT7 series. Even our pros are playing this coveted LAN on the GT7 series phone. So as we head on, Genesis Esports. Now, interesting insights. Just before the LAN begun, the IGL Shadow went through a personal loss. And despite that, I see he's here. That commitment, that dedication from this young IGL is still out there. Of course, hasn't been the best of the starts, but I think, I do not know what fate holds for them. But massive respect to him as an individual.
Yeah, it's been tough as well. Life is kind of rough, but speaking of a very, very shaky performance here as well, God's Omen, they have somewhat been consistent, but they just need that massive closer. They could not convert and also close out games, and that has been a very, very big problem. Those consistency has given him the benchmark, or on this case, the foundation to try and snatch a trophy, which is 88 points now coming from God's Omen, but they need to close out one massive game. And considering how close the points are as well, this might be the first time in a grand finals that the champion might be decided based off a tiebreaker. And that is something that is going to be, again, I don't know who's going to win.
We've seen so many ludicrous things happening that I won't be surprised if that were to be happening. But hold on, Gamla boy. Just traversing around the lands, and even worse, Reaper out in the open, Buggy almost flipping an Aryan. Just running out of mag. Look at the number of bullets he has.
Yeah, this is
It's
exactly
the start of the game.
This is exactly what I was talking about as well. Because of how the flight path was skewed so far on the southwest corner, Aryan decided to go for a very early rotation, trying to make time into the center. And look at this, Aryan, he's got control of the mountain, but he doesn't have any ammunition because of how the rotation went in. So he needs some sort of backup to actually help him out.
Yeah, and he needs to unleash the beast. And of course, Monster Energy makes that happen, our official energy drink partner. at the realme BMPS 2025 as TWOB. They're on the chase, they're on the hunt, having spotted down the players of TWOB officials. They're also trying to make their way inside the circle, but Aryan needs to be very careful with the bullets this time. Shifting onto its Tommy gun. Yeah, not a weapon you would ideally want to have, but
so
he's
weird.
still gonna have a go at it.
It's so awkward, especially when you're going for those Tommy gun sprays. The travel speed is just significantly lower, and even then, Aryan is just very insistent and adamant to just hold that spot. He's used up all his ammunition, and right now, this forced TWOB official crash into 4 Miracle.
And suddenly, panic button hits. Dragon OP already. He's got his grenade. Locked and ready. Prim toss this time. Will not find one, but two. This is amazing. It's Dragon OP now certainly feeling himself a little overwhelmed. Gets traded off. Beard Baba quick on the trades. Does come in for that backup, and this is it. This is what for Miracle Esports needed. That first fight, of course, at the cost of Dragon, but still A-okay.
That's the 4 Miracle we saw in day one. That's the 4 Miracle we love. That's the 4 Miracle we remember. And Beard Baba, he strikes once more. The top performer coming in from day number 1 finally rises from the ashes. And as of yet, because of this 4 finishes, now 4 Miracle has currently taken the lead away from NoNx with 104 points. It's so close. It's so neck and neck. It's still anyone's game. But the problem is, will we see Lady Luck side them once more? Because it's happened in BGIS, just saying, putting out there, if you know, you know.
Yeah, you need all those good omen. You need to have a good day. You need to have woken up on the right side of the bed, as Genesis certainly haven't. God's Omen surely making good work out of them, as Shadow, the IGL himself, on close tussle, as now God's Omen, the cavalry does arrive, but Stone a little precarious, a little careless, and now punished as Shadow builds up, still alive, has Gyro got right in front of him. Another grenade, framed, ready to be tossed. Genesis still trying to recover that one fall, but Jarugod now knows that Hunters on the backlines. Jarugod, he spotted him out. Hunters be very careful, but now the push has come to shove. Genesis, the numbers are definitely up, but Jarugod, he wanted to strike, but those quick trades do come in.
Oh my goodness, Goku, last man standing for God's Omen. He's gonna try for a spray, but no! He gets shut down by Genesis Esports. Not today! God's Omen, not today, Genesis Esports. Not this time, they say. Genesis Esports gets their revenge against God's Omen. They were wiped by Stone in a 1 versus 3. And this time, Genesis, they cleaned them out smoothly.
You know, this is happening, right? The floodgates to hell have opened up. And all these teams, when did we last see them engage in those early circles? Genesis surviving the early onslaught, but here come the Hunters on the prowl. K9 Esports, having snuffed out that early drama, of course would want to act upon it, and Slug, he's a man on a mission.
This is the K9 we remember. It's been a while, but it seems like they are popping off once more. They're just taking fights after fights. The question here is, will they be able to hold on? Look at this zone. Zone shifting on towards water treatment. And we know for a fact the mountain terrains on the top side of water treatment seems to be a very, very good spot. And even Minas is still, no wait, actually Minas is not in place. So the mountain terrains in Minas is not going to help them at all, because it is going to put them in a disadvantage actually push through. And in this case, TWOB, where are they going? Seems like Kanha is pretty much stuck out in open.
Yeah, I don't like the feeling of this. Kanha, his vehicle is almost in flames, but look at this. K9, they arrive. Slug, he's been dealt with. Beast even taken down. Not looking good, as there you go. And you blink it and you miss it. And Los Hermanos, the Grim Reapers. K9, that early momentum completely shut off.
Los Hermanos being one of the most quiet team coming in from the round stages until the grand final, staying in the middle of the pack for the top 4 for the longest of time. Now in top 3, just shut down, denying K9 an opportunity to actually climb up higher. And again, the fight for the trophy is getting closer and closer. Look at this, 4 Miracle, NoNx, Los Hermanos, they're only 1 point difference as well. And it is going to be taking a massive game coming from these 3 teams to try and pull the lead. But either or, it's still anyone's game. Unfortunately for K9 Esports, that recovery from game 1 does give them that footing. But game 2, they have to sit this out with absolutely no points.
Yeah, a lot of adrenaline coursing out through their veins did give them that heart attack. And this is going to be such a tough pill to swallow. Team Forever, however, did get the chicken dinner in the previous game, and they still know they might stand a chance. One more IC, one more good game, and who knows? And they can also start dreaming. Takes you down to BMPS Kochi, where we had them sitting at the podium at the second position. Tears flowing from Mafia's eyes. This time on a path of vengeance, on a path of redemption, and always leading the pack. Has to ensure that they are at their A game today.
Yeah, they definitely do. They're coming from the south side as well, but they just don't have any entry points to push up. Hacienda still in play as well. The mansion, the rooftops is still a little bit of an awkward spot to be in. But those off angles definitely can catch you mid-rotation. So it's going to be a little bit of a risky approach here. Always going to be flanking around the edges to try and find a new entry point. But again, as you can see, based on his perspective, there is a crossroad in front of him. And the moment you cross that crossroad, you are entering into his no man's land. Once you commit and cross, there is no way back. There's no cover whatsoever. But it seems like he doesn't really have much of a choice because the circle is going to force him there in that vicinity. And out in the open, coming from the southeast corner, is just open fields after open fields. NoNx has won a very, very good compound to gatekeep them, even rising Inferno Esports as well.
Look at Team Eggy, still having that center to themselves. Genesis having that eastern area. Los Hermanos will have to settle with the northeast with for Miracle Esports, trying to take control over the water treatment region. As for 40R, Insane, everybody hunker down around the certain side. Team Forever come seeking for a battle. Team Insane right in front of them. Shots being fired, but now Mafia, he knows that if Team Forever were to have a chance, they'll have to engage in those fights as Team Insane trying to breach through the house of the boss. And Lavish, ever so careful, so sneaky. Does have 3 grenades, I see. Needs to toss one of them at least.
Oh boy, NoNx seems like they are taking it back this time. They're playing a little bit disciplined here. I was expecting them to get a little bit more aggressive. But okay, never mind. Spoke too soon. Lowish. That's some quick taps, but unfortunately no knock so far. But it does do a lot of damage onto his Team Insane. Lazy as well as Yash almost getting taken down here. Very, very close call. Oh boy, NoNx definitely making Team Insane work for space as of yet. But the bigger question here is, despite Insane pressuring to push through into the next phase of zone, NoNx's exit strategy is not really that looking good as well, considering that they are inside the mansion themselves.
Yeah, I do not like their body language right now. They're second-guessing themselves. Surely, Lavish, given any other day, would not miss shots like that. They need to have that mental reset, that fortitude that's needed to forge them as the champions of realme BMPS 2025. But for now, Team Aryan, you've got quite an experienced squad. Just recently have also partaken in the BGMI 25. You've got Cyrix, you've got a lot of experience, everything going on, and this is as close as you can get. Maybe lifting that trophy. GDR, another one of those old dogs, this time around that eastern side of that water treatment area. They've got for Miracle Esports right in front to deal with.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, God's Reign, they do have a little bit of widespread. They do scout out towards 4 Miracle, but I don't think they have an idea that they're inside there. They're just scouting out the vicinity, knowing that this circle is going to be forcing into one of the awkward spots here with 40% in favor of God's Reign, just because of the fact that the divider into the road is going to be a very, very difficult one to push through here, especially when the high grounds are pretty much secured from the other end as well. So they have to go through a mountain of obstacles before they push through. But God's Reign, they did spot out 4 Miracle's vehicles. They are going to take a couple shots in. It seems like, well, actually not 4 Miracle, it's actually Genesis's vehicle, I think?
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe Genesis around those compounds. I don't think Genesis are actually making those movements there. Oh, they're selling a fake there. Just that vehicle deployed, nobody inside that compound, and enough to have God's Reign and to ramming their heads into maybe somebody is hiding.
This is weird. You know, he took a couple of shots in, trying to check if anybody was there, but I'm also questioning as well, whose vehicles are this?
I think it's either Los Hermanos or Genesis, because I don't see anybody else.
Oh no, it was K9.
Oh yeah.
It was K9 Esports' vehicles when Los
But look at
Hermanos
this.
lost them.
Oh, look at this. Team Forever going for a mad dash, and it's not looking good. Already Hitler being dealt with away from the back lines. Does take a lot of shots, rattling the players out. But Team Forever feeling that heat. But Cheyenne, he comes to the rescue. Utkarsh, he's got that little bit of that elevation, but Cheyenne too much out in the open and will now get punished by Team Eggy as they also come in from the sidelines as 4TR. They need to capitalize on this. Of course, they survived the onslaught. They do want those loots though. Mafia still hiding, but he's knocked down. So it's just a matter of moments before his finish is confirmed. That leaves again always to be the final member alive.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit unfortunate as well. Team Forever had one of the most difficult rotations come in. And unfortunately to say, he made the call not to push from southeast corner, came from the southwest, still could not find an entry point. He is pretty much going to be rotating out the zone once more to find a different entry point, but he is going to be doing it as a solo warrior. But NoNx, look at this. They've been holding Hacienda for the longest time. And Team Insane was able to out-rotate them, but they do take some severe damage. Vehicles has been exposed, and they are going to be legging their way through from this vicinity. Meanwhile, Genesis Esports drives past another team. They were able to drive past Rising Inferno Esports to try and get some sort of space and compound. And guess what? They do find themselves a very decent compound in this eastern side of the circle.
At this point, Genesis is playing like there's no tomorrow. And I like this attitude from their players. Zap, he's been a hero so far. 3 finishes secured, and they've got a feeling there's one lonely straggler somewhere around them. You see those numbers? The 2 teams right next to Genesis. And at this point, Genesis still holding on to a nice, decent spot. Have some decent covers to play around. It's all about that next circle shift, I see. And that's where hell breaks loose.
Now, let's take a little bit more on the replay here on the prior fight between both Genesis Esports and also God's Omen. This was a fight that actually happened before this as well in this game, where God's Omen was able to get a 1 versus 3 against Genesis by Stone himself. And this secondary fight coming in from Genesis, allowing them to win, is a major huge factor. But while that was happening as well, there was a third party coming from K9, but unfortunately, while they were third partying, Los Hermanos was the one that cleans them all out.
Yeah, and those vehicles, now the confirmation is there, right? If any doubts finally been put to rest. But
that's why I was like wondering, why was God's Rain like shooting those vehicles? Isn't that theirs?
It's fine, it's fine.
But
they
for
were
a
just
second
doing.
at time, you know, it makes a lot of sense, right? Whenever you see like a stack of vehicles like that, means that there should be a team inside, and they did their due diligence to check it as well.
I mean, they were just doing their due diligence, so it's absolutely a-okay. But for now, seems like Genesis and God's Rain both aware of each other's presence, just taking those spot shots, hoping one would pop a head off.
This is a very easy hold coming from Genesis.
Yeah.
Like, they should be able to shut down God's Ring, considering that the circle shifts away from them, but they still have those small little compounds here to try and punish mid rotations here. Los Hermanos is going to be the biggest obstacles here, especially if the circle shifts back into us across the road. But right now, on screen here, let's take a look at the teams coming in from the south side. NoNx.
Oh no!
They have been having a little skirmish here, but Lavish, he finds one, and he gets the second one as well. But at the same time, the third party comes through. Eggy, the thieves, they snatch away some point away.
Oh, that's not looking good. At least not for NoNx. Every single finish is so important, and for Team Eggy to be taking those away right underneath their nose. It's not good news as Team Insane in a world of trouble, but look at this. Pain is life. Suddenly finds himself in no man's land, right next to the players of 8-bit, as now the gate crashes there. Utkarsh, he decides to blindside and go for that push. The trades are coming in. Pain is life. He's doubling down on the matters, but Raiden, he also chimes in to the party, and no shots being taken, but still, somehow still alive, still breathing. That N249 singing the songs of death, but no! Pain is live. He responds back, but Assam Raj, he's going to be there to pull that clutch away.
What a hold from Raiden. What a hold. But while this is happening as well, the crash comes in. Always the solo warrior is going to try and deny this. But 8-bit, they managed to pick up one player as well. Raiden is fine. Samraj is going to try and buy a little bit more time to go for the reset. But here he comes the peak. Raiden, what are you doing? Always. Oh no, he still got the finish. But at the same time, Raiden's dropped down pretty low. Now, a 1 versus 1. Samraj goes in for the peak. He heard the reload, and 8-bit denies Always the finish points. Denied, and 8-bit holds on. They stand strong in this compound.
They survive by the whiskers. You can see the tension, the fans. Everybody had their hearts out of their mouth in that one.
It felt like a 50-50 coin flip as well. Oh my goodness. 8-bit still holding for their dear lives. But again, Team Forever, their chances from game one now shut down once more as they bow out Ryder early. But on screen now, Goddrain, they need to push in zone. And they are caught in the crosshairs of Lost Hermanos as well as 4 Miracle. Spy now spots out Neo. He's going to be stranded. And while the rest of the team from the side of Goddrain decides to push 4 Miracle, they get the knock on Beard Baba. Delta is low. They've lost 1 player. They get the confirmation. What is going on?
For Miracle completely outnumbered, but now they have to take some decisions. They have to double down. They have to go aggressive. That grenade could be devastating, but no. Destro averts that threat, but he needs to watch. And there you go. Rapido swings in, gets a strike. But now GDR down to their final 2. Reaper, he knows these are the odds. He can play around. Those grenades primed and Destro, that finish secured for Miracle East. But no, as Neo comes in, that smooth criminal striking, but Poco is there to save the day. 8 finishes for Miracle Esports.
A miracle has happened! The savior for 4 Miracle Esports is here, but it's not over yet. The mice, the fights, the chaos, there's just so many people, but Poco, he survived the fire. He's standing on it as well. Aryan, they don't know he's there. This is going to be a very, very risky one as well. Aryan, they're going to be looting up a little bit more, but while this is happening, Los Hermanos takes a couple shots on Devotee, but Poco is waiting for that moment to strike. He is fighting for a opening, but the circle is about to close in very, very soon here. Devotee, oh no, he gets confirmed by Shadow. Los Hermanos, what is this play?
I can hear Poco's heartbeat at this point. Team Aryan, they're completely oblivious, but Los Hermanos, do they know? That's the big ask. Maybe they don't. Poco, he lives to fight another day. Shadow,
oh no,
he's turned his eyes, he's turned his back, he's retreating.
He has to back off his voice. He's got no tires to work with. But fortunately for him, he's able to regroup with Evo. But Los Hermanos, they started the fight. They were able to get out. They took a couple of finish points and they caused demise. And just like that, they rotate away from the fight itself to try and get cover. And now Los Hermanos, they put that on hold. They have new problems. That is going to be Genesis right now on top of this mountain here. And Kalan once more, he finds the opener. What a knock. What am I witnessing? Los Hermanos, how are you getting away with all this?
Smokey covers, but does not matter. The IGL himself, Kalan, is here to take his place, earn his right, as he's got his stakes placed at the throne as Genesis still somehow surviving the onslaught. Genesis at this point, I see, do have that higher ground, but a lot on the plate. So many teams around them, completely surrounded. Genesis, trial by fire for them as hunters. He responds back. Karlan down on his knees. Evil and Spy need to do something about this.
Fantastic defense coming from Genesis as well here. We talk about Titans. Genesis pulling a big game this game. They've got 7 finishes on the board. But on screen now, we do get a little bit of a glimpse here on 8-bit trying to shut down Eggy, who's having the center control for the longest of time. This massive amount of nades has been going on for the longest of time, but there's just no overcommitments yet. But on the finish fade, we do see Genesis losing a couple of players as well to Rising Inferno Esports. They're completely pinned here. It's just absolute chaos across the battlefield here. Every single team is just taking pot shots after pot shots at each other.
Oh, look at this. Team 8-bit against Team Eggy. Just that little dip separating these two teams. 8-bit all hunkered down to one position, but still quite exposed. Rising Inferno Esports suddenly feel adventurous.
You can see the tensions going on as well. We are finally at the stage where the top 8 is in play. Placement points on the line. Every single point matters. But from the perspective of Equinox, ooh, he saw Pro OP. He wanted to go for the shots there, but at the same time, Genesis, they were able to get a couple of picks themselves.
Oh, Genesis. Zap down Apollo, one of the final players surviving as Rising Inferno. They are scaling themselves, climbing the hills, and now maybe could get the finish of those players. But in fact, they decide to not really press the matters. Of course, to realize Team Eggy right beside them, giving some breathing room for Apollo to get that revive at least. His eyes fixated, look at that circle shift, completely favoring the likes of TWOB and Team Aryan.
Oh boy, the circle actually shifts onto a TWOB and Aryan as well. Like you said, Genesis, they have to rack up some serious points right now, and they have to start cleaning out people. Los Hermanos, they have to get out of those gas stations, and Genesis Esports is going to be the biggest obstacle. But the problem with Genesis Esports is they want to get better cover, but as soon as they go into those covers, you are going to be expecting Rising Inferno Esports to push them at the same time. So Genesis Esports has got two fronts they have to hold on, and those two need to be defended by both Zap and Apollo, and it's going to be very difficult to do so. So Genesis Esports, seems like they are going to make the call here to just give away space, let them come through, and then hoping that maybe Los Hermanos is going to collide and swing onto his Rising Inferno Esports. But again, I speak a tall order. That's a very, very difficult thing to do, to try and set them up for each other. Meanwhile, on the south side as well, on the southwest corner specifically, 8-Bit still hasn't found the opener against Eggy yet.
Yeah, but they need to do it soon. They have to get inside the circle. And now they are actually trying to do that. Those grenade stars did not really hit its mark, but Aquinox, he's got to be a hero. He needs to wear that cape. But Team 8-Bit this time a little aggressive. And there you go, JD Gaming completely unaware. Caught off guard as even Rising Inferno. They will wipe out Genesis as even Team 8-Bit somehow have dismantled the players of Team Eggy Gaming. Now Rising Inferno on a very close collision with the players of Team 8-Bit. But no, to add to their misery, you still have TWOB fixated at you.
In one fell swoop, because of the circle, from 8 teams, we are down towards 4 teams. 4 teams eliminated with simultaneously as every single team was trying to push in. And because of this, we're down towards the final 4 team. TWOB prime position to try and shut down everyone. Kanha finds the opener. He gets the knock on Equinox, gets the confirmation as well. Rising Inferno Esports tried to snatch some points, but they just could not do so. But look at this, 8-Bit, they're just pinned. There is a reason why Eggy was not pushing out. It's all because of TWOB. And now 8-Bit has finally realized that Kanha is the main reason why they could not get out.
Yeah, they are absolutely cornered, pinned. But they do not want to give up. Raiden, he's got to work it out. He's got to find that opening. Got that smoke grenade to work around with.
How many smokes does 8-Bit have?
A lot, a lot.
They've been using non-stop.
Yeah, they certainly have. They've been looting a lot of bodies as a result of which.
Oh,
now
the
this
opener.
is exactly what they wanted. Somraj applying that pressure, that early knock, but
No, the timing.
Rising Inferno here to spoil the party as even Somraj gets dealt with. That leaves us with the final 3. Rising Inferno, the final surviving member of Team Aryan and Cyrax. He's hunkered down to that one little shed. But seems like it is TWOB's game to lose.
They did their best, but their best was not enough. And that is going to be very, very unfortunate for them. But, of course, that is 8-Bit's better performance here in day number 3 itself. We're down towards the final 3 teams. Cyrax now trying his best to actually play as a solo warrior. But he was scouted out, I think, by PMWI. And seems like Rising Inferno Esports knows he is a solo warrior there. So one well-placed nades will completely shut them down. But Owen, wait, I don't think he actually saw him. It wasn't communicated. Owen caught out in open. But eventually Cyrax, oh, that small little pixel stolen away. Rapido, what an angle. What a shot.
After this, even TWOB, they've got their hopes up. They've got the cover. Rising Inferno, they've got the riches. TWOB, they've got the high grounds. Rising Inferno, they've got the vehicles. Who prevails supreme? A classic 4v4 situation. Rising Inferno, they have the spread. TWOB, they're all grouped up together. It's all about who finds that opener, and seems like Goten has Rapido's number, head exposed, damage done, but no knock secured.
Goten, he saw him as well. He knows he's pretty low. Owen goes for the nade. It seems like he's overshot those nades there, so Rapido was able to get the reset. Seems like his point of focus has been exposed there. Rapido drops down and gives away vantage there, knowing for a fact that they have to push out it open. And Rising Inferno Esports, they've got a lot of off angles to work with. And the only way TWOB survives this is they get an opening pick against Rising Inferno Esports and decides to slam through. Because this entire lockdown from the side of Rising Inferno Esports has got TWOB completely exposed. But seems like the push comes through the smoke. They are going to choose one side to fight. And guess what? They found one, and that's the opener. They get the knock, but he gets traded off as well. But Anonymous wins his 1v1 against Owen.
That was very well scripted by TWOB. Finally taking that leap of faith, finally going in for those finishes, and down to a 1-on-2 situation. Rising Inferno do have those numbers, but Anonymous all by his lonesome could not do anything as Rising Inferno they've also started to dream. They know as things were going out, they had to get themselves in, and certainly have done it. A huge sigh of relief, a chicken dinner, but still a lot to be done.
A lot to be done, but still a few more matches in hand is why we see them with a little bit of a smile on their faces. But this was a Miramar that kind of have changed everything, because the teams that were building the momentum after game number 1 got completely shut down.
Exactly, because as the game goes by, the certainty of who is going to be the champion by the end of the day is still uncertain, still unknown. Who is going to be the ones that takes the trophy by the end of the day? There's so many contenders, and this is the first time ever in an official that is gone down towards the final 4 game, and it's still so darn close.
I mean, hey, we wouldn't have it any other way, right? I wanted to go down to the last match, down to the wire, last fight, 1v1. That is going to be epic. But after this game, one thing has happened. We see For Miracle again take a leap. They are going to be sitting number 1 on the overall leaderboard. Kind of a decent performance, and enough to give them a slight edge against the other teams, just in terms of that mental pressure.
Now, this is exactly what we were talking about, Johnny. You asked me, what does For Miracle Esports and NoNx need to do? For Miracle Esports, they took those fights, they got those 8 finishes, but NoNx absolutely shut down. Just 1 point out of the second game, I see.
Exactly. Consistency is going to be very, very important, and For Miracle has played that strategy for the longest of time.
Yeah.
A good defense is a good offense. They were able to rack up some points, but if we talk about other teams as well, teams like TWOB, teams like even Rising Inferno Esports, they needed a massive performance. Getting those chicken dinners gives them a little bit of a fighting chance, but it's still very, very far off as well. And this is a very, very good performance coming from Rising Inferno Esports now. But with this chicken dinner, it does propel them even higher in the overall standings. But when I say higher, it means they're still a little bit on the lower side.
They're just doing better than
from where they were before.
They were doing better than before, but let's see how they feel about this win of theirs. And for that, we're going to head to the stage.
थैंक यू सो मच कास्टर्स एंड मैं काफ़ी देर से इंतज़ार कर रहा था इनफैक्ट पहले 2 दिन तक इंतज़ार कर रहा था कि कब मैं इस टीम के पास आऊँगा, कब मैं यहाँ पर BMW IGL से बात करूँगा और कब मैं पूछूँगा कि भाई ये लैंड फाइनल्स कैसा चल रहा है. फाइनली ये चिकन डिनर आपके हाथ लगी, कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस फॉर दैट. लेकिन आपको ऐसा लग रहा है कि ये थोड़ा सा लेट हो गया, या अभी भी आपको लग रहा है कि जो प्लान है डे 3 के लिए यहाँ पर आप एक इम्पैक्ट ला सकते हैं?
थोड़ा सा तो बहुत लेट हुआ है, गलतियां बहुत की हैं, पर आज के दिन पे हमने सब गलतियों को कवर अप किया, तो उसकी वजह से चिकन डिनर आपके सामने.
लेकिन यहाँ पर सिर्फ मेरा सवाल नहीं है, यहाँ पर कम्युनिटी में बहुत सारे लोग ये सवाल जानना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि डे 1 आपके लिए उतना बुरा नहीं था. स्पेशली अगर स्टार्ट की बात करें तो पहले 3 गेम्स आपके बहुत बढ़िया गए, फिर एक सडन डिप देखने को मिल गया. तो वो पहले 3 गेम के बाद और इस गेम तक हुआ क्या एग्जैक्टली?
कुछ नहीं था, प्लेयर्स की तरफ से तो कुछ हुआ नहीं था. डे 2 में मेरी गलतियाँ ज़्यादा थी, जोन हो गया, रोटेशंस हो गई, सब में मैं थोड़ा सा गलतियाँ कर रहा था. उसके चक्कर में डे 2 थोड़ा सा ख़राब चला गया, तो फिर थोड़ा सा देखा, एनालाइज किया, फिर आज वो रिजल्ट आपके सामने है.
ये चिकन डिनर तो बढ़िया रहा आपके लिए, लेकिन अभी भी BMW IGL आपकी टीम इस समय टॉप 8 पर नहीं है. तो क्या सोचने वाले हैं फॉर द रिमेनिंग मैचेस? क्या प्लान रहने वाली है?
प्लान कुछ नहीं है, बस जस्ट गो विद द फ्लो. आप ऐसे ही खेलेंगे और टॉप 8 में भी आ जाएंगे.
एंड ड्रॉप लोकेशन की अगर बात करें तो किसी टीम को ऑलरेडी सोच रखा है कि इस टीम को मैं हाई हेलो करने जाऊंगा ड्रॉप लोकेशन पर?
हाय हेलो तो होती रहती है, सबसे हो जाती है रोटेशन के टाइम पे, ऐसा कोई पर्टिकुलर नाम नहीं है.
All right, thank you so much BMW IGL. That's the team that just got their chicken dinner. लेकिन अभी और भी मैचेस बचते हैं, एंड अगले 2 मैचेस जो होने वाले, जो मैप्स है ना, बहुत सारे लोग कहते हैं कि वो छोटा मैप है, लेकिन ये जो छोटा मैप है वो बड़ा इम्पैक्ट ला सकता है इन दिस टूर्नामेंट, एंड ये सब अच्छी तरह आपको समझाएंगे हमारे कास्टर्स. सो लेट्स हेड बैक टू द डेस्क.
I am so happy that Rohit mentioned that the smallest map in the game can make the biggest difference. Sanhok, 2 Sanhoks back to back can be game changer, but before that, we gotta have a little bit of a recap of how things went in Miramar with our realme highlights.
Well, all things considered, 4 Miracle fell off a little bit short, almost a little bit, but at the same time, the Savior Poco was able to get themselves a decent amount of points to kind of keep in the race for the running, and because of that, 4 Miracle was able to overtake NoNx as well as Los Hermanos to stay at the tippity top. But teams like K9 Esports, they just struggle. Even Forever and Eggy, we saw a little bit of moment of brilliance for them, but they need a massive game starting from Sanhok onwards.
Yeah, I mean, definitely.
I mean, the brakes were put on the players of K9 Esports, honestly. They started off really well going after Genesis, but a little too far. But now, heading on, what we've witnessed in the first 2 games, Johnny and Icy, is that teams are going really aggressive. We really thought that would happen after the 3rd game, but seems like Sanhok, it is going to be absolute pandemonium.
I mean, it is going to be pandemonium. As you said, the aggression has been amped up, and that is, I see, what usually happens on the last day for sure. Because last few matches, everyone gives their everything for every single point that they can find on the map.
Yeah, they'll try whatever it takes as well, and we know for a fact that insider information tells us that teams like TWOB, teams like TWOB official, they are going to get a little bit more aggressive. And fortunately for TWOB, they were able to have a very, very good game here because they are the first timers coming into the grand official themselves.
Yeah.
The brand is, I would say the org is not first time, but all 4 players from TWOB, it's their first time in an official, and right now they're hoping to get a better result from them before, which is not qualifying, obviously.
But, you know, adding on to it, BMPS has always been a good tournament for an org like TWOB. We've seen them even in the previous one. Of course, they could not get the podium, but still came 4th. So that goes on to show that this is one team that absolutely comes in prepared. And even in the final days, who knows? We have seen miracles. We have seen surprises. One more good game, and TWOB will be back to the race.
But hey, before we begin this discussion or continue this discussion, let's have a look at the numbers from the previous match. We have the MVP from that previous game of Miramar, and it is going to be Goten from Rising Inferno. 4 finishes to his name, 627 damage dished out with 451 healing done. So he was getting beaten down, but he refused to stay down.
Hey, all things considered, Goten is the clutch meister coming in from Rising Inferno Esports. It's been a while since we saw that here, but finally here in the Grand Finals, we were able to see moments of brilliance coming from him. However, the grind continues as well, because Rising Inferno Esports, they started the entire Grand Finals day 1 very, very strong, but things just kind of took a little bit of sway. So I'm very happy to see a little bit of brilliance coming from them. But for now, let's talk about the top 5 here. We do see Zap also popping off really big time here from the side of Genesis. Somraj also stepping up here as the IGL. But does it help them a little bit? Because this is the report card right now.
I mean, they're a little too far away. 12 points for 8-bit is not going to be enough. But Rising Inferno, 20 points. Finally, a good performance after that opening day. And I think the focus right now is going to be on TWO, because these 11 points kind of put them back in a fighting position with 4 matches left. 4 miracles, those 9 points were enough to propel them to the top, along with Los Hermanos sitting on the 2nd. We have NON on the 3rd with 104 and Team Aryan on the 4th with 100 points to their name. And this fight for the title, this fight for the trophy has gotten very intense.
The race continues, the chase continues. It is getting closer and closer, and as of yet, the fight between all these teams has been so darn close.
Yeah.
And the decider, well, in this case, in the map of Sanhok, is going to be a very, very important decider as well. Can they survive the brutality, the unpredictability of the game itself? And oh my God, this is so hard to talk about this.
You know, I see.
It's okay, I see.
14 teams, I feel like, still have a chance to win this.
14?
Yes.
How 14, Fixes?
God's rain, if they get a chicken dinner, in the next game, they're going to cross over 80. So anything is possible. And this is a team that can really capitalize on the momentum. I'm still going to keep them in check.
Let's see what happens. But for now, I mean, if the next game converts into a 20-pointer, maybe you need to have 20 finishes, I would say.
You cannot root them out, brother.
I agree with Necro. Necro usually goes for, from a position like this, you need that 30 bomber, not even a 20 bomber. You need 20 finishes and the chicken dinner.
Necro will go like, oh no, it sounds easier said than done. I'm going to give you guys some maths right now, okay? Matt's highest record right now in a single day is 71 points. Done by NoNx Esports yesterday.
In this one.
Today itself, can they break the record? It's still very possible over here, because when we talk about the top here, the gap in 12, right now, the gap for the top, it's not that big.
Exactly.
Because of those 2 games of fumble from them, it is so unpredictable.
Hey, talking about the gap, there's a team that has closed in the gap. We have a special interview, Salty and Afu.
Real BMPS 2025 is heating up for sure और LHS जो overall standings में बहुत अच्छे position पे है, मैंने उनके खिलाड़ी को बुला लिया। आप थोड़ा side आ जाइए यहाँ पे करीब। So my first question is, how are your chances to actually win this tournament at the end of day 3 आज?
100% ആയിട്ട് നമ്മൾ തന്നെ കപ്പ് കൊണ്ടുപോവാ. അതിലൊരു കോൺഫിഡൻസിന്റെ വേറൊരു ഇതുമില്ല. കപ്പ് കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ കൊണ്ടുപോയിരിക്കും. പിള്ളേര് നല്ലോണം കളിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, കൊണ്ടുപോയിരിക്കും.
I love the confidence on this man. Basically ये बताना चाहते हैं कि सारे के सारे जो खिलाड़ी है वो बहुत ज़्यादा confident हैं, शायद कप घर पे ही आना चाहता है. But second question is, you guys started off on a fantastic note. Day 1 chicken dinner with 16 finishes. Day 2 में ऐसा क्या हो गया जिससे कि दिक्कत का सामना करना पड़ा? How did you lose confidence?
നമ്മൾ ആദ്യത്തെ മാച്ച് ഡേ 1 നല്ലോണം പെർഫോമൻസ് ചെയ്തു. അതിനുശേഷം ഇത്തിരി കോൺഫിഡൻസ് കൂടിയതുകൊണ്ടായിരിക്കാം നമുക്ക് ഡേ 2 ഡേ 1 ഇത്തിരി മാച്ചസിൻ്റെ കളികളിലൊക്കെ കുറച്ച് കുറഞ്ഞത്. പക്ഷെ നമുക്ക് ഇപ്പോൾ കുഴപ്പമില്ല. ഡേ 3 നമ്മൾ പെർഫോമൻസ് ഉണ്ട്. ഐ ഹോപ്പ് കപ്പ് വിൽ കം ടു ഹോം.
Lovely, lovely. So basically एक और बार बताना चाह रहे थे कि डे 1 के चिकन डिनर के बाद कॉन्फिडेंस बहुत ज़्यादा हो गया, but it kind of reached the position of over confidence जिसके वजह से डे 2 में मोमेंटम उतना अच्छा नहीं था, but डे 3 has started on a good note, so they are hoping to actually take the trophy home. That is me, Salty, from the pitch side, and this is Afu signing out.
That was a very special interview because Afu himself is an experienced, well-known player in the TMG community of this country, and we get a little bit of insights of what is going on in the heads of Los Hermanos, a fresh team hoping to lift the trophy. And of course, since the top 4 are kind of fresh faces we are seeing on the stage of the Pro Series for the first time, I actually hope it happens.
Hey, all things considered here, anything can happen as well. To be honest, again, it's so unpredictable right now. It's like, it's a bounce from 1 minute is NoNx, 1 minute is 4 Miracle, 1 minute is Los Hermanos, 1 minute.
Yeah, but I see we still have more matches left. 4 matches left. And before we move on to the next game, we're going to take a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
Alright team, we have got our chance. Good job, man. Good job.
Defeat, 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 defeat.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I never know where my mind went.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the realme BMPS 2025 Grand Finals final day itself. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast. My name is ICBaby12 at your service. Joining me is two handsome gentlemen. We have Necro as well as Fixers. Why I play there? Because Fixers is, you know what, I'm just kind of bored with him right now. I'm just messing with you. Anyways, all things considered, I think the most important factor here is by the end of today, who is going to be lifting the trophy here? Because now in Game 3, it all comes down to Sanhok. And that is going to be something that is very, very important because earlier just now, right at the end of game number 2, Rohit was able to interview them as well. They were mentioning as well, now it comes down to the decider. How will Sanhok decide their fate? Because that is going to be very, very tricky to actually play with here. And now, experts, Fixers, what do you think is going to happen here in Sanhok?
A lot of chaos, a lot of drama, a lot of drop clashes, and teams going all out. It's all going to be about, at least for the teams that have crossed over that 100 marker, they need to play something like how Miracle did in the previous game. Take that one early fight, hold on, hug the center of the circle, and get the chicken dinner and soothe your nerves.
Well, a good defense is a good offense, and that's something that Miracle has been doing for the longest time. They have been somewhat consistent. Poco was able to secure themselves a decent amount of points, but now I want to talk about rising Inferno Esports now here. With that chicken dinner coming in play, Necro, do you think this is a potential comeback here, considering that 4 more games, if all 4 chicken dinners rise in their hand, can they still take the trophy?
It's still important to understand that 4 teams have crossed on that 100 points barrier. And now for Rising Inferno, yes, they need another chicken dinner, and that's the only way we can still have hopes from them to actually be there and lift that trophy. And generally speaking, to expect another chicken dinner from a team like Rising Inferno, it might just be too much because they're already under a lot of pressure.
Now, when we talk about map points total so far in terms of record here in the Grand Finals, the highest amount of points in a single game is 20 finishes and a chicken dinner. So that's 30 points. So mathematically, very possible in 4 games. But are we going to see it happen again? Thoughts?
It could, but for that, you have to be very, very much on your toes, right? You cannot make those mistakes inside the final circle. You have to keep fall for if your players alive.
Well, considering how close it is in the map of Sanhok, a game of unpredictable factors is about to happen. You can see game phases are on for each and every single team. Who is going to be fighting for the top spot? It all comes down to this. As you can see, the crowd is electric. The crowd is excited. They're all anticipating and hoping who will be the ones to lift the trophy by the end of today, because the crowd, they're just waiting for the match to happen, because we are going to be jumping straight into the map of Sanhok right here, right now. It is go time, boys.
Exactly, as the plane's going to be in the skies once again on the map of Sanhok. This might just be the decider. This is where we might just see a miraculous comeback, maybe from someone on the latter half of the board, as the plane's going to hit the skies once again, starting all the way from Long Nai towards the opposite side, which will be Camp Alpha. This plane flight path once again tilted quite up north.
Oh, indeed it is. But right now, eyes will be on the likes of Boot Camp and Paradise Resort. Anything could happen, Necro. We know TWOB officials, they've been quite naughty, they've been quite mischievous. Even Boot Camp, another area. I'm pretty sure we're going to see those drop collisions. It's happening somewhere. Quite unsure exactly where though, but you can see that big splash from that central side, but eyes will definitely be on where the first circle forms, because that has always been a determining factor of how to approach Sanhok.
Yeah, pretty much. K9 Esports dropping right on top of Camp Alpha Hill. It's going to be all good in the hood for the players of K9 Esports, but there's a big chance they might just lock horns against the big dogs. That will be NoNx. NoNx around that fray towards Hothin, K9 Esports. There is Beast and one of the men from the side of NoNx right next to each other. And there's a big chance Lovish and Beast might just clash, and it seems like that is happening.
Oh, no.
Lovish, he gets his hands on the vehicle and instantly skedaddles away from that spot.
That's not looking good, especially for NoNx, who haven't been at the best of their behaviors today, haven't really done so well. But look at this, K9, Omega, he's got a lot on his plates right now. Genesis, they're on the hunt. Omega, he's got that AKM, he's got 2 players in front of him. And now, finally, the ball comes in, the barrel visible. Omega still not overcommitting, goes for that jump, gets a beautiful knock.
What a shot that was with the AKM. And that's one of the best possible thing about this weapon as well. If you manage to find even one connection to the dome, that's going to be it for the opponent. And Genesis Esports now in a big world of trouble as Slug has got his hands on the DBS, and the man wants to press upon the charge and punish the player. And Slug is slapping down players left, right, center, backed up with Ninja boy. K9's doing some serious damage against Genesis Esports, and Genesis, they've already lost out on 3 players.
The K9 mercenaries strike once again. This time in Sanhok. This time again, no fear, no mercy shown. Intimidating their opponents. And Zap feeling quite lonely. And Genesis, I'm kind of starting to ponder, what was the idea really? The circle wasn't there. What were the players doing?
It's been happening for a while, Fixus. Genesis Esports, they have been dropping in that spot. K9 Esports and Genesis, they have clashed against each other in the online phases, but now it happens on day 3. I'm not exactly sure what sort of a game plan that was for Genesis Esports, but one thing is for sure, they messed up big time. They had the odds, they had the advantage too, but still nothing worked out for Miracle Esports. It's one of those teams that's been playing as passive as possible so far, trying to just gain enough points to keep themselves stable on the first spot.
And even, so much action right from the get-go. We barely got to talk about the circle. This time around, Bainan, the heart of the zone. Yesterday, if my memory serves me right, we saw a circle ending towards Sami. So who knows if the possibilities of that were to happen. Team Forever could get the second chicken dinner. But again, this is one of those games, or in fact one of those maps where we've seen 4TR flourish a lot, and they've been flourishing because they've been playing on the realme GT7 series smartphones inside of the grand finals. Of course, we have talked about all the features. It is on sale. Check it out on Google, Amazon, and get yourself this amazing device. But now back to the conversation. 4TR, they've been such a phenom, such a threat in Sanhok.
Of course they have been, without a doubt. But at this point in time, it's more about being consistent. Because if you're not consistent enough, one thing is for sure, you will be a threat to yourself. But let's have a look at the replay as well on exactly how the fight clicked off. K9 Esports, for some reason we thought they might just be done for in this fight since Genesis Esports had the advantage when it comes to man number, but then later on, that first knock from Omega really bought enough time for the man to get the cavalry back up on the feet. And instantly K9 Esports, they have the advantage in their favor.
This is exactly the kind of confidence that you would want to see K9 playing with, especially even when the IGL is so brave. That's such a hard shot to connect when you're jumping with that AKM. The shots go haywire, but still the distance was so minuscule. Hit right on Hunter's head, but now, as we head on, 8-Bit did have a decent time in the previous game of Miramar. And now even around the central areas of the circle, they do have Miracle Esports right next to them though. And in fact, surrounded by foes from possibly everywhere.
Yeah, pretty much. God's Reign, even they now finally started preaching. What happened to God's Reign, man? After day 1, God's Reign is just completely vanished. Day 2, God's Reign's performance was completely down to the slumbers. Day 3 so far, God's Reign nowhere to be seen. We were thinking that this team might just be the one to actually lift that trophy, but now you look at the overall standings and think it's impossible. There's no way God's Reign's going to be able to pull that comeback unless they get 2 back-to-back chicken dinners.
Yeah, we thought a lot of things heading on into this tournament, right? Consider the Pro Series, expecting a lot of bigger names to show up on LAN. Imagine the irony. The previous defending champions of BMPS 2025, they crashed out pretty early into the tournament. Goes on to show how times have changed, how teams have evolved. But yes, coming back to what you just said, I really felt even in the final day, maybe God's Reign would go all out. But everything they're trying, Necro, has been going against them as Team Eggy now on a collision course. It is a fight against Team TWOB.
Yeah, NoNx is still standing in the back though. The man's prone down, patching himself up slowly and steadily. Imhax messes that nade up. But it's completely fine. TWOB, they've got the massive advantage since there is Shady in the back lines too. The man surrounded the entirety of Eggy, and Eggy's got no clue that there's Shady in the back line, and Shady's gonna be able to find that important knock as Shady now takes it down to a 1v1 out in the open, but Shady himself gets taken down. TWOB, they've got the man advantage inside of this fight, and Eggy will be easily wiped out.
And this is what we were scared about, but TWOB really not out of the woods yet. They're being shot from elsewhere, could be God's Reign, and there you go. Delta strikes, instantly snuffing that threat out, knowing that they had a window of opportunity. They go marching in, inside the compounds, Amax in front, and no! What has happened? Shotgun strikes and GDR still do manage to recuperate. Get the right trade, TWOB official eliminated, but Justin, they have to be careful because even Team Insane, they're third party.
Third parties after third parties, and that's the best part about the map of Sanhok. Godsreed, no chance to reset, no time will be given to them. One single mistake from Godsreed, and instantly now they're being punished by the players of Team Insane. And TWOB, all thanks to them, since they were able to find those two crucial openers for Team Insane. But I like what Godsreed is doing. One man's going for the revival, while the second man's trying to cause some sort of distraction. And already one of the mans revived from the side of Godsreed. But once again, Arena comes into fray. And Rising Inferno with another third party from the back. Godsreed, they're stuck in a sandwich. Nowhere to go. Out in the open. The cover's taken away from the boys. And Rising Inferno, even they're striking down the players of Team Insane in return. And in the end, Team Insane will wipe out the entirety of Godsreed.
Bodies are falling down left, right, and center. Godsreed dealt with, but Rising Inferno, now they want to press on to the matters. It's not the battlegrounds we're in. It's a street fight. It's a brawl that's going on, folks. As BMWI IGL again preps up that grenade, tosses it. Does it connect? The answer's no. But he picks a couple more. That shrouded smoke, enough to give Team Insane that little room to breathe. Somehow recuperate, somehow get inside the fight. But Lazy, he's out in the open. But look at Jatin. He's getting adventurous, he's getting mischievous. Adi with that grenade just thwarting him off. But BMW IGL Jatin now pushing in tandem. Is Adi prepared? No, the push has come to shove at Team Insane. Being dismantled apart, Rising Inferno. They're doing this, Necro.
Yeah, Rising Inferno taking fights after fights and still somehow coming out on top. Rising Inferno did lose out on OMEN in this fight, but it was completely fine. But now for Rising Inferno, there's another team in the fray, and that's going to be by the name of TWOB. What can you do if you're Team Rising Inferno? You've already wiped out Team Insane. You've got a lot of loot around you as well. In my opinion, disengage. Back away. Let the players of TWOB have this compound.
Yeah, of course, 7 finishes secured. Just need to calm your nerves down. But TWOB, they're not going to give them an inch of their space. Will they? Of course, they know that Rising Inferno, they have disengaged from the situation. They have reoriented their position. Now looking to back off. This may be a golden room to strike. Maybe an opportunity created as Genesis Esports. Oh, they suddenly feel their hearts pounding. Zap, especially, an entire cavalry is literally swarming around him. And still, he's not moving a muscle, Necro.
Yeah, Genesis Esports, they know they're still in the race. They need a few points. If they manage to squeeze in 10 points out of this game, Genesis Esports will still keep themselves alive in the overall standings. And then in the upcoming 3 games, Genesis has to pull a chicken dinner. But Zap, since it's the only man standing to pull off a chicken dinner, it just sounds extremely tough. Soon enough, even the zone's going to be closing in. Stage 3 is going to be approaching. And once again, guys, I would recommend you guys to check out the Kia Saros, evolved by the future. It's got great looks, so I would just recommend you guys to check it out.
For sure. As we check out the players of Rising Inferno, especially after that chicken dinner, you could see the confidence exuding out of their bodies, and yet haven't lost their heads, still have their hearts, everything inside of this game. TWOB, just that one finish secured. Had really good performance in the previous map of Miramar, but we'll have to replicate one another in this Sanhok. It's going to be so difficult. But talking about teams around the center of the circle, for Miracle Esports, they find themselves very poised. Where on earth, Necro, are the players of NoNx?
Yeah, the zone's going to be closing in, though. That's the important thing. And everyone's just waiting for the next zone to pop up. And the next zone's going to be around the Sami region, too. In between, there is 4 Miracle Esports. And whenever 4 Miracle Esports find themselves in the Smack Center, they've always had a good game in their hands.
Yeah, rightfully pointed, Necro. But look at this, NoNx. They've been feeling so much heat yesterday. They secured 102 points. And now out of those previous 2, all they've got is just 2 as now Genesis. All right, Zap. He's got to be a hero. He's got Jatin in front of him. I like this approach. He's got to push in through. Did not have a lot of HP. And Jatin, an easy finish as Genesis also find themselves out of the server.
Yeah, they're slowly and steadily starting to slip away from this game, which is not a great thing. Genesis 78 points on the board. The only thing that can save him now is a chicken dinner with 30 points minimum. God's Omen on the screen. Even today's day for God's Omen hasn't been that great. Slipped down all the way towards the 6th spot. And let's not forget, this team was in the top 4 at the start of the day. And for God's Green to slip away so bad, it's definitely going to be stinging them slowly and steadily. And what just happened? K9 Esports, 2 back-to-back bad wipeouts for them. Getting eliminated with just 3 elimination points this time around as well. K9, bad performances back-to-back.
Yeah, playing with their blinders on, really. Very one-dimensional. They're looking to be very aggressive, but seems like they need to have a leash on them. Still in a fighting position, but now out of the game. With this, only 3 game remains. And now Los Hermanos around that outpost. Morty, he's been dealt with. That one finish already secured, but look at this. Rising Inferno completely surrounding Gotten. But still Gotten, he did manage to squeeze in that one knock. And now he's in a position where he can fight back.
It's the clutch Meister Goten. This man has pulled off insane amount of clutches so far, even in the online stages of the BMPS, and they can make it happen once again. TWOB, unfortunately, they confirmed their own teammate with that nade. TWOB starting to panic, surrounded by the players of Rising Inferno, and Rising Inferno, they look like they're much more confident compared to the players of TWOB in this fight. 10 elimination points racked up so far, and the clutch Meister Godin strikes once again! Takes down all 3 players all by himself. Godin, you absolute madman, you absolute goat!
He certainly is. Reminds you of that clutch against Alibaba Raiders in the online stages, and now look at him sitting at 7 finishes. Rising Inferno Esports are actually pulling through. 12 finishes secured, maybe even a top 3 finish, and who knows, they might also be one of those contenders, maybe even in the driving seat, to have a chance of making it the champions of realme BMPS 2025 as we wait for that 4th circle. But a quick replay. Look at that presence of mind in those situations. How he kind of got himself into nice covers and then again went on the aggressive, and TWOB were completely clueless about it.
He's just so freaking good.
Yeah.
Every single time, whenever you see Godin on the screen, for some reason you know this man will win no matter what sort of scenario you put the guy in. And even the next zone did pop up a while ago. Stage 4 approaches. And luckily enough for Team Aryan, they found themselves in quite a great split and also a great spot for Miracle Esports holding the right side of the circle. In my opinion, these teams do not even need a move. Team Forever today, they have been making some sort of moves on the overall standings, but are those moves really enough? They need to create waves.
They have to. They've got no other choice, but look at this. This is quite concerning. Levi, the highest fragger of this tournament, has been taken down, and now push has come on the players of Team Forever, getting threatened, but now they are prepared. God's Omen all hunkered down to that one little compound as Cheyenne. He knows he had to strike, but bad OP. He responds back. Team Forever still fighting it through as bodies tend to fall. Bad OP, he's doing it all, but now all that remains out of God's Omen is going to be Stone BGMI.
What can the man do? What can one single man do of God's Omen at this nade? It's going to be the nail in the coffin. Team Forever, solid wipeout. But yes, there is also a third party approaching, NoNx in the fray. Team Forever, there's a lot of problems now, slowly and steadily starting to accumulate. There might just be too much on the plate. There's also 4TR in the nearby vicinity. The moment NoNx and the players of Team Forever engage, there will be 4TR third partying this.
Interesting. 4TR have already lost out on Morty. NoNx, they're out of Levi. Just 3 players surviving. Godex, he's got a different angle. While Lavish and Roman have to piece this one out together. And now for 4TR, Pain is live. He's got a strike once again. For 4TR, we have talked about how much of a good map Sanhok has been. And this time, again, they somehow have found themselves in a very good position. But let's not forget, Necro, Team Forever still in this.
They of course are. Team Forever, today's day, they have been making slow and steady moves on the board, but since it's the last day, slow and steady is not going to matter. They need a nuclear performance once again, just like the one they pulled off a while ago. But this is how the action kicked off between the players of God's Omen and Team Forever, and Team Forever was pretty quick to react. Just flipping the odds, flipping the table against him. And God's Omen, clearly the disappointment is visible. Of course, they know they're still inside of the race, and if they keep on losing battles like that, it's just going to keep them outside of that race.
And now when you take a look at the circle, it's completely building around Sami. Either it is the village or maybe the outskirts. And now 3 teams already centered around that area as Rising Inferno. They decide to come in for the breach. They decide to gate crash this party. As BMWIGL is taking quite some hitting as Team Aryan atop the hills. And Roman, a little bit of damage, not enough to put him out.
Oh, this can be Team Aryan's game if they play the cards right. They've got the high ground to play with on the city as well. They might just have so much intel in the end, but there might be 4 Miracle Esports closing in soon, and that's the only team that will try to disrupt their flow. The moment they find a cure to 4 Miracle Esports, I think it will be Team Aryan's game. But once again, we never know. The odds, the tables might just flip anytime. We've seen a lot of miraculous moments so far, a lot of clutch moments for TR. 3 men standing with just 1 finish racked up. And if God, he's been the most impactful player so far for 4TR, but they're way too back in the overall standings. And I highly doubt they can pull off a comeback now. But look at 8-Bit, a mad dash towards the city itself. 8-Bit, they've taken a lot of damage while they try to make that mad dash, but luckily enough, none of the men actually get knocked out.
Yeah, it's quite concerning. And really 8-Bit, just on the edges of the zone. They know that somebody has to pick a fight against Team Forever. And there's this only small window of opportunity that will open up if Team Forever engage in a battle. As Team 8-Bit still scouring through the land, maybe find a better angle, but now Mafia, he's got the numbers, trying to spray the players down, but nothing seems to really connect. Smokes laid out and raided. Visible. Team 8-Bit out in the open, and it's gonna hurt. It's gonna be the players of 4 Miracle who strike as even 8-Bit, they strike back. No, hold on, it's gonna be Aryan. What's happening, Necro?
Even Team Forever is striking down the players of 8-Bit out in the open. 8-Bit's like an open feast, and everyone is devouring them slowly and steadily. 8-Bit, what a massive mess up this was. They should have been a little bit quick with this rotation. It really came down to the wire, and that's why 8-Bit started to panic. This was a death rotation from 8-Bit. And it's not going to work out that well, but they've still got 3 players standing. Luckily enough, can they really get an escape option?
That's the big question. That's the big ask. Now Team Aryan under severe threat. It's just not for Miracle Esports. It's also 8-Bit who's got their eyes fixated on the players. A trifecta of death in the making. As Aryan has got his grenades cooked out as Dragon, he becomes the Warrior Reaper. Getting those finishes, Aquanox also getting taken out, and this is BGMI at its very peak.
Of course, Team Aryan, they're doing insane stuff against the players of 8-Bit, and even 4 Miracle, they now found themselves in a bit of that pinch. Kamala Boy gets knocked out from 8-Bit. 8-Bit from the back wants to apply a bit more of that pressure, but in the end, they will be wiped out with just 5 points out of this game. 8-Bit, as the games keep on passing away for them as well to be the champion, the chances just keep on dwindling down. 4 Miracle Esports, Reaper and Poco, the final 2 men standing. Poco's knocked out. It's all down to Reaper.
Yeah, he's got to be the savior once again. No second thoughts about it. As Poco, he falls prey, and no. Look at this. Reaper also dealt with. The table toppers out of commission in this one. As Rising Inferno still carrying forward with that momentum. 4TR in the game, and LHS from the southern side. We haven't gotten to talk about them much, but they're still in it. 108 points, the closest to the top spot.
They indeed are. Los Hermanos on the southern side of that city, and probably crossing their fingers and hoping that the zone's going to shift right on top of that city as well. It does. Los Hermanos still in that circle. But Team Aryan, now it's time for them to close up that distance. Since Team Aryan is on the hilltop, they will definitely have a lot of lines of sight on top of them as well, but even they will have a lot of information to try and counteract. And Team Aryan, the moment they expose themselves, there's a big chance Team Forever's Thunders might just find the opener. And if that does happen, it will put a lot of pressure on the players of Team Aryan and also bring out a lot of pressure.
Yeah, he's relaying all that information. No points taking the shots because, of course, he's outside the circle. I think the first objective is to get inside the zone. With NoNx keeping such a close watch, it's going to be an arduous task for the players of Team Forever to squeeze in. 4TR still around the centers. Team Aryan, they have repositioned themselves right at the high ground advantage. They've got those areas. What do they do?
Exactly, what do they do? Team Aryan, they definitely do want to take a leap of faith in that city, but they know the moment that happens, there will be everyone wanting to get the piece of the pie, and Team Aryan will be treated as free points, and they want to stop that from happening. Team Aryan, Blues on the move. They need to make it in. What can you do if you're Team Aryan? They have to go for that leap. There's no other option. There's no other possible way. And Aryan, the man's already jumped down. There is Rising Inferno in the front, and Aryan needs to start counting his steps now. He needs to make every single move counted. And Team Aryan, they're taking a lot of damage upon themselves, but luckily enough, every single player is still standing.
It's straight out of a movie, folks. If you've not witnessed it, it is happening right here, right now. Team Aryan have made it inside the circle, safe and sound. As look at this, Utkarsh instantly sensing that threat, Evil already down on his knees. Karlan needs to trigger that revive, but Lavish, he strikes. Hitler down on his knees. NoNx now trying to squeeze inside the circle. Rising Inferno right at the heart of this village. As Goten, he has been phenomenal and seems like he spotted the players out. This grenade could be devastating, and it is! Goten, he's starting to feel himself. 9 finishes already, but no! He gets taken down as BMW IGL comes for the rescue. Another grenade cook. Oh, it ricochets Necro.
Oh, unfortunate stuff after unfortunate stuff. Rising Inferno feels like they're starting to get real unlucky in these scenarios, but 4TR, they're real up close and personal. Even NoNx want to step inside of the battle. Zone is starting to collapse. Team Forever, they want to make that bounce against the players of NoNx, but there's just so many teams in the nearby fray. It's an absolute chaos.
It's absolute chaos, pandemonium ensuing this village. Absolutely engulfing all that drama brewing up. BMW IGL needs to hold on. NoNx from one side, Rising Inferno around the center. 4TR, they still are in this as even Team Aryan, the IGL himself. Aryan, he's got to pull off something out of ordinary. He has to conjure some spell, some magic, some sorcery. As Aryan have got, he knows, he's heard all that noise. As now slowly, a little abrupt silence as there you go. Roman, he is there for the occasion, steps up as Team Aryan out of the game, and suddenly they are back. 4TR officials, another team. We have been talking about how much of a good map Sanhok is, and Necro, they have proven this once again.
Sanhok is supposed to give you a second shot at life, and 4TR might just have gotten that in their hands. But guys, let's not count out Team Aryan either. They managed to place themselves in the top 2 of that game, and let's not forget there was another team that did exceptionally well, and that was NoNx.
Oh my god, those moments for 4TR official. I mean, 9 finishes, and what a game of BGMI it was. At the highest level, at the grandest stage of it all. These young lads playing their first LAN IC.
Oh boy, as close as it gets here. This match is just down towards the final wire itself. Who would have thought that the intensity of the game has rise up so high to a point that it comes down towards the final seconds of the zone to decide who could have taken it as well. The fight for the top is just uncanny, unreal. But let's take a look at the final blows as well. As you can see, no one knew who was gonna win as well. It was just so much chaos happening in the Sami map.
It was just an absolute chaos. It was just an absolute scramble. Things were just all over the place. But 4TR, they were the one to squeeze in that chicken dinner. But guys, even Rising Inferno had an insane performance in that game. They managed to rack up a lot of finish points for themselves.
Oh, they certainly did, but 4TR. I mean, every single time Sanhok pops up, I think go on to say that this is the best team in this particular map. Necro, you always keep talking about how much of a luck comes into play when you talk about Sanhok. And this is definitely not a fluke, I see.
Well, all things considered, I want to see what they have to say about this, because we're going to throw it over to Rohit to interview with 4TR X official.
Thank you so much, casters. And कमाल का day 3 इस समय चल रहा है. अभी भी ये बताना मुश्किल है कि अल्टीमेटली ये ट्रॉफी कौन उठाने वाला है. एंड वी हैव टीम 4TR जिनकी कमाल की परफॉर्मेंस रही. एंड 4TR के IGL से तो मैं ये सवाल पूछना ही चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि एक टाइम ऐसा था हमारे ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में जहाँ पर आप पोडियम के बहुत नज़दीक थे, लेकिन अब ये क्या हो रहा है एंड क्या सुधारना चाहेंगे इन द रिमेनिंग गेम्स?
कुछ नहीं, थोड़ा सा कोऑर्डिनेशन इशू आ रहा था, कर लेंगे. अब रिमेनिंग गेम तो बचे, उसमें कोऑर्डिनेट करेंगे अच्छा सा. अभी जैसा मैच निकाला उस हिसाब से निकालने की कोशिश करेंगे, इतना ही करेंगे.
लेकिन अगर पॉइंट्स की बात करें तो सिर्फ 25 पॉइंट्स का डिफरेंस है, तो आपको लग रहा है कि आज के दिन आप ये ट्रॉफी उठाकर जाएंगे?
यार देखो, ट्रॉफी तो उठाएगा जिसकी ज़्यादा मेहनत रहेगी लास्ट 3 मैचेस में, तो उसी पे डिपेंड करेगा। अब ऐसा बोल नहीं सकते कुछ, देखेंगे अब क्या होता है, आफ्टर 3 मैचेस ही पता चलेगा।
लेकिन अगर BMPS 2025 ग्रैंड फाइनल्स की बात करें तो ऐसी टीम्स रही हैं जिनको बैक टू बैक चिकन डिनर्स मिला है, ऐसी टीम्स भी रही हैं जिन्होंने 30 बॉम्बर किया है, तो इस समय कुछ भी पॉसिबल है। तो कितने ऑप्टिमिस्टिक लग रहे हैं ये आपसे तो मैं जानूंगा ही, लेकिन आपके बगल में उत्कर्ष बैठे, उनसे सबसे पहले मैं जानना चाहूंगा। उत्कर्ष बताइए, एनीथिंग इज पॉसिबल, तो इस समय आपकी टीम और आपका ये जो सपना है उस ट्रॉफी तक, ये आपको कितना नजदीक लग रहा है?
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि मतलब नहीं कर सकते, एवरीथिंग इज़ पॉसिबल। टीम पे कॉन्फिडेंस है कि आराम से कर लेंगे और आगे गॉड्स प्लान।
एंड अक्सर IGL से ये उम्मीद होती है कि वो इम्पॉसिबल को आई एम पॉसिबल कर दिखाएं, तो आप ये कैसे करने वाले हैं आज के दिन?
तो आफ्टर 3 मैचेस ही पता चलेगा, हो गया तो ठीक है, वरना देखेंगे, क्या ही बोल सकते हो।
तो चलिए, अगला मैप भी सैनहॉक का होने वाला है, तो इस समय 4TR यही उम्मीद करेगी कि इस सैनहॉक में जिस तरह बढ़िया परफॉर्म किया है उन्होंने, वही परफॉर्मेंस रिपीट करें इन द नेक्स्ट मैप एंड एक कमबैक की तरह 4TR देखने को मिले। लेकिन ये कितना पॉसिबल है एंड परम्यूटेशन कॉम्बिनेशंस क्या है फॉर आवर चैंपियंस, ये सब आपको हमारे एनालिस्ट बताएंगे। तो चलते हैं बैक टू द डेस्क।
Well, a very interesting interview here with 4TRX official here. You can see the intensity of the match was very, very uncanny as well. You can definitely feel the heat as well, because as of yet, I'm curious to see how the score is going to be looking like. But before we get into the score here, let's take a look at the highlights on how things went down as well, because it seems like every single team was fighting every single inch to get space to try and clutch it into the map itself.
You know, one side I'm really happy to be witnessing such good fights, but at the same time I'm kind of going to raise this question: where were they in day 1 and day 2, Necro?
I mean, that's the main question, right? 4TR was doing extremely well on day 1, but specifically if you move on towards the day 2, 4TR slipped up a little bit, and I'm pretty sure after this performance we will see a major catapult from them. But here's the main concern: we're seeing 2 bad games from the side of K9 Esports back to back, which is not a good sign in the overall standings. And guys, as usual, once again, Golden, an absolute GOAT in that scenario, taking down 3 players single-handedly.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Goten, the Clutchmeister, is back in action. It took him a while to actually back in action here, but it's nice to see him finally making an appearance here in the grand finals. But let's talk about the other contenders so far. 4 Miracle bowing out rather early as well, which is very, very ironic considering that they were defending the title for the longest of time. And even Aryan was able to make a very, very good step up in this game in general.
You know, it was the circle, right? Absolutely betraying them. That 8-bit to deal with, their team Aryan to deal with, and they could not capture Sammy. They were hoping that the circle will take a shift towards the northeastern side. Did not work out, but still, I mean, a decent game, still having their heads above the water, at least for now.
Considering the fact that 4TRX official has been known for their Sanhok gameplay coming from the semi-finals as well, I would say this is their best performing map in general. And for them to actually finally step it up this time here, I'm curious to see can they take the next one as well, because this next Sanhok is going to be very, very crucial, especially for each and every single team to try and rack up some points. But let's talk about the MVP of the match, the Clutchmeister of Rising Inferno Esports, Goten, back once more, makes an appearance again here in the grand finals with 10 finishes.
10 finishes all by himself. Golden, what are you doing? Are you kidding me? We thought Levi was the peak, but then Golden once again pops up with these 10 finishes and the match MVP. But as we move on towards the top 5 players, you will also see Oasis from Team Forever, the IGL himself, stepping things up by a mile. You've also got Utkarsh from 4TR, 4 finishes, and I've got as well from 4TR with 4 finishes, and Justin from Rising Inferno with 3.
Now, seeing this performance coming from Goten as well, it seems like he's pretty much smoothed on every single one in this lobby itself. So, I don't know. With that 10 finish points coming in just from him himself, as well as 5 additional from his teammates, Rising Inferno Esports could not secure the chicken dinner, but does get themselves 20 points.
Exactly, 20 points, and I feel like they're in the race. And this is what I was talking about. Teams, the distance is so less, because once the overall rankings come up, you will be surprised, I see.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how the overall ranking affect this as well, because 4 Miracle was at the table top, but no, guess what? We got a new contender once more. It's going to be NoNx that reclaims the top spot once more with 115 points, followed by 4 Miracle with only 3 points separating them once more. 112 points, lost to hermanos with 110 points, Aryan with 108, K9 still sitting on 5th position with 90 93, but 4TRX official with that chicken dinner climbs up and towards the 6th position. The gap between 4TR and NoNx is only a difference of 25 points. So technically, one more massive game from them and they should be able to snatch away the #1 spot.
Anyone till the 13th spot is actually in the race. And that's the crazy part about it. Even Genesis Esports, if they smash a chicken dinner, even they can instantly catapult themselves in the top 5, and even they will activate themselves instantly. But one thing is for sure, the top 4 is extremely close.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very close. But let's take a look at the realme MVP ranking. Levi still sitting in the #1 position here. But and guess what? Here in day number 3, after 3 matches has done and dusted, Levi has not gotten a single finish this game in 3 games. He started the day with 90 finishes in total, and he's still at 90 finishes.
You know, there's no stopping this man from getting the realme MVP. But at the same time, Levi needs to win that trophy. They are feeling those nerves. And even as we head on for Somraj coming in, you've got Slug. He's been quite aggressive. But what I'm loving is even Lovish has gotten himself into this list.
Yeah, exactly. Lovish from the side of NoNx getting 49 elimination points. And once again, guys, let's talk a little bit more on 8-bit. For some reason, it feels like they're completely lost. This is not the 8-bit that we saw in the online stages. It's a completely different playstyle that 8-bit's trying to acquire and trying to make it execute.
Hey, unfortunately, say for 8-bit here, their time is running out. This final 3 games, especially this next Sanhok performance here, needs to be a massive one here, because at the moment Game 4 pretty much concludes, we will have a very, very clear picture on who is going to be the contender coming in, especially for the top 2 itself here. But I want to see what 4Miracle has to say about this performance here, because this has been a neck-and-neck race between both 4Miracle Esports, Los Hermanos, as well as NoNx Esports in particular here. 1 minute they were doing fine, 1 minute not doing okay. The defense is a great offense strategy, is somewhat not working out for 4Miracle though.
No, I think it's the lobby's playing style changing once again. Haven't you noticed? Because now teams are actually starting to take a lot of fights, and suddenly if you have your first player knocked out, the pressure increases. And this time I'm really, not kind of disappointed, because 4Miracle Esports did everything they could.
Well, that's pretty much the pundits' experience. I want to see what the players think about it, because we jump into an interview with them right now.
Thank you so much, casters. We've got Beard Baba at the backstage. And Beard Baba, again, congratulations for the way you're playing. With so many teams so close on the overall standings, what do you think of your chances of winning the trophy home?
I mean, as I said before, we are going to stick to the process. We know we are close, but we haven't finished the line yet. I think if we can pull off 1 or 2 games, I think we can lift the trophy.
This is possibly the first time where we are seeing so many teams in such close proximity in terms of points. Do you feel there's a risk of drop clashing in the later games? Maybe one of the bottom place teams can risk your position?
We have got our plans pretty much straight, so we are going to go with our plans. We know when to take drop fights and when to avoid them. So I think we have the plans ready, we just have to execute them.
Well, how confident is the team going ahead for the final few matches?
Yeah, we are confident. I think there are some mistakes we are doing some mistakes. I think we can cope up in the upcoming matches as well.
Thank you so much, Beard Baba. All the best for the rest of the matches. Over to you, casters.
A little bit insights here on what 4Miracle is thinking. You can see the faces on Beard Baba. He was very, very stressed here. They have a very solid game plan. Completely dodged the idea that there may be a drop clash coming from Salty in particular in terms of the question. But of course, now the tension is at an all-time high. Final 3 games is going to decide the futures of BGMI as a whole. The next symbol of BGMI is going to be born at the end of the day.
Generally speaking, I've been saying this from the start. If 4Miracle Esports just keeps on getting 4 to 5 points per game, it's not going to work out. They won't be able to lift that trophy.
Fair enough. But all things considered, we're going to be taking a very, very short break. And right after this break, we will be continuing with the second map of Sanhok.
All right, team, we have got our chance. Good job, man. Good job.
Defeat, defeat, defeat.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Superman. The most powerful being on planet Earth.
Your choices, your actions. That's what makes you who you are.
He's not a man. He's an it.
Blood, sweat and tears are the ingredients to forge a champion. And ladies and gentlemen, we are at the cusps of it. 3 games done and dusted, heading on to the 4th. And I would again like to welcome you to realme BMPS 2025. I'm Fixes, of course, joined by these lovely gentlemen, Icy, in fact, Johnny and Necro. Wow. Of course, we also miss Icy. He's taken a little bit of a break. But now, another Sanhok, Johnny. What are your feelings?
I mean, I'm feeling super excited because the gap going into this game number 4 of the day, I mean, it's close to none, basically. You can cover up, you can take that leap from the 5th to the 1st position in a single match. And of course, as I said, this is going to be game number 4 of the day. Then we have 5, 6. We are in the negative countdown. It's 3-1 now.
Look, this is the crazy part, right? There are 13. The team still in 13th spot can still pull off a comeback. That's the crazy thing about it. There are 3 games to go, and the team still 13 still stand a chance to easily catapult themselves in the top 5.
Now, we're seeing 2 different variations of BGMI. We're seeing all these teams on the top, Johnny. Yep. They have been playing quite safe, whilst the teams around the mid-packs, they're going all out. And in certain situations like this, which style of BGMI do you prefer?
Oh, I prefer the style that requires you to go all out on an all-out war against the entire lobby. Basically what K9 Esports were attempting all this time in the first 3 games, the first 2 matches as well. They did quite well in terms of those finishes. That's one of the reasons why Los Hermanos has been able to catch up as well within the first 2 games. And that sort of playstyle is the only way you can catch up, close the difference and maybe find yourself at the podium. Otherwise, if you're just playing to survive, held back, I don't think it's going to amount for a lot.
You know what? For K9 Esports, I think Necro loves them, and of course, he's been playing a BGMI like them, very aggressive, but with blinders on. Now, Necro, imagine yourself in the shoes of the players of K9. You've been going out aggressive, you've been winning those early duels, but you've been losing that long war. How do you bounce back into this?
Generally speaking, K9 Esports, after having 2 back-to-back bad games, in my opinion, go even more aggressive this time. You know what? If that aggression does not work out, go even more aggressive. It should work out. Guys, let's not forget, they've got unbeatable squad on their banner. They are winning fights after fights. Game 1 is a testament to that. In my opinion, for K9 Esports, the drop fights haven't been that great, but if they do manage to survive till the mid-phase, K9 Esports are unbeatable.
You can see the tension, it's quite palpable at this point, so difficult to say. And it's so difficult to know who lifts that trophy. The final game of Sanhok of this tournament, it's all brewing up. The circle deciding the fate, or the players deciding to beat fate itself as it begins, as we traverse to the rainforest. Casters, take it away.
Exactly, the plane's gonna be in the skies once again, starting all the way from Camp Charlie towards the opposite side, which will be Camp Alpha. The plane flight path heavily tilted towards the left side of the map if the teams do want to move in towards Camp Bravo or even Paradise Resort now. That's gonna be a bit of a tough stretch.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a challenge, but whenever teams face challenges, that gives us a little bit of entertainment, Necro. And of course, last 3 games, you know what happens at this time, right? People start getting targeted. And right now, only 2 teams have that freedom, TWOB official and Team Insane.
Look, generally speaking, as I mentioned, right, even the team on the 13th spot can still make a comeback. One good game, instantly they can catapult themselves around the 6th or the 7th spot, and they can even be in the race. They've still got 3 more games to go.
I mean, see, what you're saying is correct. It's mathematically correct. But it would also be like a false signs of hope. for the teams on the 13th position, for the team sitting on the 12th position, because you're going to need big performances, man. I'm talking like 25 points per match.
And you know what? Since we've been saying 13 number, 12th number, let's talk teams, right?
Yeah,
let's talk a little bit
forever.
more about the names now. What happened to Godsreen, Johnny? Currently sitting on the 14th spot. Godsreen, it's one of those teams, while coming inside of the grand finals, everyone had massive hopes. And now look at Godsreen.
That is true. I mean, everyone had hopes from three names in particular: Godsreen, 8-Bit, and K9 Esports, and only one stands in contention for the trophy right now. It's a big surprise, but Necro, you have to agree, this BMPS 2025, realme BMPS 2025, it was a real eye-opener for a lot of these quads, for a lot of the people, for the fans of BGMI.
Yeah.
New talent on the rise, and it seems like all of those names that were always present during the BGIS but would struggle in the Pro Series, unable to make it to the finals, this time they showed up with new fire in their hearts, with new will within them to secure the trophy no matter what happens. But hey, first fight of the game, and it's between the bottom two of our leaderboard. It's TWOB versus Team Insane.
And do they stand a chance to make a comeback? Mathematically, yes.
Yes.
But technically, if you think about it, it's still not possible. If Team Insane does win a chicken dinner with 25 points, they still have a lot more to do. They need 3 chicken dinners back-to-back. That's the only way they can place themselves on the first spot. And that too, they have to hope that NoNx, For Miracle, or anyone in the top 5 does not play that well.
Exactly, my friend. But let's see how things are going to turn out. But looking at a team that did quite well for themselves in that previous game, TWOB. Middle pack performance, sitting on the 10th in the overall leaderboard right now with 84 points. A 25 bomber from TWOB right now is going to push them within the top 5 itself. And that is the performance that Necro you keep referring to. That is the performance that you want to ask for. You need those 10 to 15 finishes and the chicken dinner. And then going into the last 2 games, you just need to be consistent. Get another 20 bomber and the trophy is yours.
That's the problem, right? TWOB, they have been struggling to close out the games. They have been struggling to convert those late game fights too. And if that same pattern continues, that means TWOB won't be able to lift that trophy. If TWOB wants to lift that trophy, they need a chicken dinner, and they need to be on the first spot in the overall standings. As of now, though, For Miracle Esports, they're constantly trying to play it as safe as possible, and because of that, they're also panicking a bit too much. They're taking too much pressure on themselves. In my opinion, For Miracle Esports, they should let loose a little bit. They should go for the fights too. For Miracle, they want to play from the centric part of the circle, and right now as well, they found themselves in the smack center. But let's see how much this really works out.
You were talking about them, Necro, but I heard gunshots in the distance. Someone was trying to see if they can start things off, get their first knock off the match, and maybe potentially secure a few extra points before chaos ensues and takes over this map of Sanhok. And as we look at the circle, look at that nice little cluster of teams that's there forming towards the center. You have Lost Hermanos, you have 8-Bit, For Miracle, Genesis not too far away, just a little towards the northern side of this 3-squad cluster. And towards the south, we have Team Aryan, Insane, and TWOB, just close to Painan.
It's crazy if you think about it. 8-Bit, Godsreen, Team Insane, no names, down in the slumber. Team Forever, still with a chance to actually make a possible comeback. But they need 2 chicken dinners, and that's the only way they can make it happen. And so far, Team Forever, they have been fumbling up pretty bad. And that's what happened yesterday, too. Team Forever had one good game after that. They consistently, just instantly stripped down.
Yeah, I mean, just one performance. And I think that is like 2 days. They just had one brilliant game. But talk about brilliance and For Miracle, it seems like this is going to be a brilliant idea. Team Aryan spotted out, Beard Baba, a few shots fired, but no contact. And Team Aryan instantly just disengaged. They did not want to take the risk.
Yeah, For Miracle was getting approached by them. And Team Aryan, they themselves now are going to back away towards this compound they already had. Team Aryan realized playing the high ground might just come with a lot of risk, and at this point, even they're a possible contender to be the champion. Los Hermanos, For Miracle, NoNx, the top 3. Aryan on the 4th. K9 Esports on the 5th. And K9 Esports, as I mentioned a while ago, too, 2 back-to-back bad games has really put them in a bad spot. 93 points. If K9 Esports gets one decent game, they can also be really close to that first spot.
I mean, but it is going to be a step-by-step process. As you mentioned, one decent game. I think a 20 bomber, 25 bomber helps them take that first position directly, but if they are going to try and move with a slow and steady pace in order to lift the trophy from here, you need about 10 to 15 points per match. On the other side of things, Necro, we have to talk about the fact that someone was expecting the winning team to have about 180 points, but this time it seems like we're going to have our winners with 130.
Yeah, probably. This time it feels like the points will be much lower.
The competition is very tight.
Yeah, it is tough to squeeze in points, and it feels like these teams are also taking a lot of pressure upon themselves. And for Miracle Esports, Los Hermanos, they're a prime example of that. For Miracle, though, they're just constantly getting 3 to 4 points, 4 to 5 points per game. And because of that, for Miracle Esports isn't really able to have that big of an impact. And in my opinion, that's not a great goal to have. For Miracle Esports, they should at least get double digits in this particular game. And that's the only way they will be able to rule out the players of NoNx.
Talking about NoNx, we have them on our screens right now. Again, a start to the day where they slipped away from that first spot and then catching back with an amazing performance on the map of Miramar, 115 points right now. Look at the strategies forming out as we see the util on every single team. Team Forever, 10 nades, 11 smokes. God's Reign, I like that loadout, but K9 still playing late rotation, still on that Camp Alpha Island. They have a decent amount of smokes, but how do they cross that river, man? That's going to be the first challenge for them.
You know, I've never been a big fan of K9 rotating
On
late
Sanhok,
inside of the
yeah.
zone. And it's never been working out that well for K9 Esports. The later you rotate on the map of Sanhok, the more troubles you will face. The moment you get closer to that zone, things are just so unpredictable. And for K9 Esports at this point, that's what seems like the course of action is going to look like once again. Unless they once again start scooping up a lot of elimination points. But on the terrain of Sanhok, there's just a lot of vantage points.
I mean, there are a lot of vantage points, and I think what you were saying about K9 Esports also applies to one more big name, but right now, the big performance everyone was hoping to see from Rising Inferno after the last few matches that they had. I don't think that's going to happen. The drive-by Apollo gets one. He gets two! Genesis Esports, Apollo, and godly turnaround has saved Genesis from taking an unnecessary casualty and kind of has handed a reset in this fight to Rising Inferno.
Rising Inferno is the only team that's playing like a playground. And generally speaking, if they keep on playing the same way, Rising Inferno, they will definitely have the cake in their hands. They're extremely confident. They're playing like the kids in the playground. Just having a lot of fun mowing down lawns, just having a lot of fun taking down squads. And that's the best possible thing about Rising Inferno.
But let's see, I mean, it's still going to take a lot more. And especially after having lost BMW IGL right off the bat, things are not going to be easy. God's Reign closing in from the rear. Are they going to survive that assault? But on the other side, Genesis still under trouble as they are spotted out by Los Hermanos. Although, having found that opening knock, some pressure has been relieved.
TWOB, Rapido knocked out. Eggy now starting to fall back towards that compound. There's also God's Omen in the back lines. The moment a fight comes into fruition, there's going to be that instant third party. God's Reign! They step inside of the playing field, but Rising Inferno, their domination's going to be stopped right now.
I mean, that is just unfortunate. God's Reign moving in at the right nick of time, getting that finish for themselves. And the cleanup, it should have been a little bit cleaner as well, but Justin knocked and finished off. God's Reign still alive with 3 players left. And as they keep moving towards the center, they're going to have to face more pressure. On the other side of things, Team Insane, it seems like they have found the opening knock against the side of TWOB official, but the finish conversion has still not come through. Shady, I believe, will eventually bleed out, and there's nothing his team can do about him.
Team Insane, 3 players next to each other. And once again for Team Insane, what can you do? Inside of Pioneer, trapped as of now, 2OP, even they've been in that same turf for the longest. And 2OP, they love to play it patiently, especially inside of a drop clash. That's how they beat 8-Bit, that's how they've won insane amount of fights in Pioneer 2. The more patient you are, 2OP will start to get the advantage.
Well, let's see, I mean, There's Team Aryan in the back as well, up the hill. They can cause some trouble for both the teams over there, but on our screens, Team Forever, control of cave, and as you can see on the map, a decent area to move around in as well. The circle moving right on the heads of Los Hermanos. This is gonna be an open Sanhok Necro. This is gonna get more chaotic.
Indeed, seems like it's gonna get even more chaotic. The zone shifting right atop the place of 4 Miracle Esports once again, but I'm not a big fan of this. 4 Miracle Esports, you will also be the center of attraction soon.
Yeah.
And that means you will be mowed down the instant you get spotted. 4 Miracle Esports, not a lot of breathing space in this max center. But let's see, it's up to them how they really want to play this one. 4 Miracle Esports, it feels like they're just playing to get enough.
But Necro, did you see where NON was? We saw them playing from the northern half of the map, but they've taken a wide rotation, moving towards Cow, and now rotating along the edge of the circle, moving down south. A long rotation from NON. I believe the intention is to play for survival, to last in this match as long as possible.
But that's the main question, is that rotation really going to pay off? All that hard work, is it really going to pay off? NoNx moving all the way from that southern side. Team Forever is pretty much on the same track as well. TWOB as well towards the right side. So for NoNx, every single step has to be calculated. And hopefully it does work out. NoNx is currently sitting on the first spot. Before Miracle is probably thinking that NoNx chokes up.
Well, that's going to be the opening that they found for themselves. TWOB official against Insane. The pressure builds up, and both the teams forced to make a move. TWOB bot fire. Last man left standing, fighting for his life. Has an edge against the players of Insane. Runs out with the S12K, looking for a reload. And now the cleanup comes through. 2 more finishes potentially for him to secure. Has gotten 1, looking for the second. Fakes the window and gets taken out.
Team Insane wiping out the entirety of TWOB in that fight, but even Team Insane lost out on Adam. It's not something Team Insane were hoping for. They wanted a clean sweep in that one, but Team Insane messed up. Team Forever now on the screen, and Team Forever slowly and steadily inching in towards that circle. There is still NoNx right next to them. And once again for Team Forever, the moment they lock horns with the players of NoNx, this is going to be an explosive fight.
It is going to be explosive, but I think NoNx, they're just happy finding a way inside of the play zone itself. Team Forever moving towards the high ground. There is going to be 4TR waiting on the other side, and 8-bit in the distance as well. A little bit of distraction. But this is a recap. Insane versus TWOB. Liability. Beautiful knock secure, but the finish could not come through. And bot fire over here. I think there was a little bit of hesitation, a little bit of confusion whether to secure the finish or to actually go for that knock. An amazing personality is in the arena, man. Was that official crack?
Yeah, probably he was.
What do you mean, probably?
I don't know, man. You know what? Let's focus on the game for now. 4 Miracle Esports in the Smack Center. And generally speaking, for 4 Miracle Esports, luckily enough, the surrounding grounds are still clear. So 4 Miracle Esports is going to be safe in that compound as of now. But the moment teams start to inch in that open field, 4 Miracle Esports, for them, the gap is going to start to get close, and that's where they will be focused.
But hey, if there was a game where 4 Miracle could actually topple NON and create a big edge, this has to be it. Smack center of the circle, everyone out into the open. And everyone else will be forced to fight each other. But over here, look at this. NON, they have the opening. Levi, he does not know when to hold back. Oasis has been brought back. The revive comes through, but NON has to try to move forward from the flank. Mafia chiming in, almost gets the knock, but Cheyenne confirms it. The knock to the finish, but Roman from the other side still causing trouble for Team Forever. And now the trades come through. Roman falls, the third party from 8-bit. A helping hand being lent to Oasis. Team Forever somehow do manage to gain the edge, and NON, this is a blunder, Necro. It's an absolute disaster.
There's also TWOB now in the nearby fray. Even 40R is right there towards that warehouse. A lot of teams in that nearby proximity, and this is where Team Forever should just back away. They've already ignited that fire. They do not need to stay there to try and take care of it. Let someone else move in. Respect the opponent sometime. That nade was extremely close. Mafia could have been knocked out with that well-placed nade. TWOB, they've got the entire firing squad ready to breach in. And once again, for TWOB as well, they know they're still inside of the race, so they need these points.
I mean, both the teams do. Both of them in those mid-80s. And one big performance, one big chicken dinner can put you into the fight position going into the last two matches. TWOB, it seems like they are getting too eager, but down below, we saw this 40R getting pushed on by God's Omen. It's a 2 versus 2 situation. God's Omen in some trouble, but no, as they try to move out, instantly get annihilated. And 40R, they still managed to survive with 3 finishes on the board.
Oh no, God's Omen, fights aren't really their stronger suit, huh? They've been losing every single fight they've been going for. And God's Omen, they lose out on this one as well. Oh no, slipping away from the top 8. God's Omen, it's not a great look. But Team Forever, even they're in a big world of trouble, taken down to a 3-man squad as they face off against the entirety of TWOB.
And it's not going to be an easy fight. We have to remember, there's another team waiting for both these two squads to overstep beyond the ridge. And a third party at any given time from 40R can happen. And as the circle moves away, now moves are going to be forced as well on the finish field. Look at that. Aryan against K9. It's a fight within the top 5 itself. K9, one player lost. They do find the trade. But 40R, the third party onto the players of TWOB, happens as well. On the other side, 8-bit shutting down the hopes and dreams of Team Eggy as they're down to the last man. TMG Gaming looking for a revive, but a nade from Gamla. And the cleanup is going to come through. The first 2 finishes on the board for 8-bit in this match.
Even Eggy bites the dust now. 8-bit slowly and steadily trying to close their grips. Even they're looking a little bit more confident now. And this is the 8-bit we were supposed to see a while ago.
Yeah.
But they were lost. But now 8-bit might just be back in the game. Genesis Esports approaching the players of Los Hermanos. This might just be one of the most scrappiest fight. Genesis in the race. Los Hermanos extremely close.
Genesis still in the race, but Los Hermanos, they're fighting for the trophy already. And Hunters, even though they are outnumbered, they do not want to back off. It's now or never for Genesis. 2 versus 4. Molly lobbed out to cut off the angle. And now hoping to see if he can secure a knock with the nade.
Good question, and Genesis, they're going to make that pound. It's Los Hermanos. They lose out of the first player in that fight, and Genesis Esports, even they will be thwarted as the last man Hunters gets dealt with too. Los Hermanos, there was 1 casualty, but that's all there was. But now even for 8-bit, they go up against 40R, and they come out on top easily.
I mean, that is just insane. First, Genesis asked to sit down politely by Los Hermanos, and then 8-bit tossing the players of 40R out of this game. 6 finishes on the board for 8-bit, propelling them close to the 90s, but TWOB also in the line of fire, and Raiden, he does not want to back off anymore. The opening knock has been found, the nade goes out, and that's gonna be it in a matter of seconds. 8-bit just make sure that it's not gonna be a battle, it's an all-out war for them. 9 eliminations, still a lot more to go as we're down to the top 6, top 18 players alive.
Crazy stuff from 8-bit. 9 points in total from them. 8-bit still in the race on the 7th spot. 8-bit needs this chicken dinner, and that's the only way they will move on towards the top 5. But as of now, nothing can be said yet. There's also Team Aryan still standing. And Team Aryan now, they just want to take a bit of that dig against the players of 8-bit. Tap. But none of those taps were able to connect. Team Forever spotted too by the likes of Team Aryan, but they're not able to do anything about it.
That high ground advantage, it can be big, but Insane getting knocked out. Aryan also looking for a lot of points, still in the top 4. And now Team Forever spotted out in the distance. Devotee eager to take those shots, but no action yet.
Devotee just wants to find a bit of that glimmer against Team Insane, and there we go. That's going to be the first man cut off instantly for Team Insane. Their heads on the swivel, but Team Aryan, they once again start to strike back.
And while all this is happening, Los Hermanos have lost a few extra bodies. 2 players finished off by 4 Miracle. And the lead at the top slowly fading away. Team Forever still looking to make that climb, playing from the southern edge. It's not going to be easy. Aryan towards the west, looking to control the entirety of the map, and 8-bit, this could be a shutdown. If Forever climbs the hill, 8-bit is going to be caught in a trap. For Miracle, though, they've been holding on to these shacks for the longest of times. And now Thread approaches along with the blue in the form of Los Hermanos.
For Miracle Esports, 3 players still somehow standing, 2 finished points converted. For Miracle Esports, if they somehow manage to squeeze in a chicken dinner, that's going to be the icing on top of the cake.
Yeah.
But once again, for Miracle to make that happen, it's going to be extremely tough. The confidence has been all-time low. They are under a lot of pressure. That might just be a free finish point. But no, instead it gets converted by Team Aryan. Poco was not able to snatch it away, but Los Hermanos, there's a big chance they might just be eliminated right here, right now.
And Cheyenne also getting picked up. It's not going to make things any easy. Team Aryan hoping to go big in this match itself. But the problem is that the contenders are still alive. But one after the other, Team Aryan, without slowing down even for a second, keep the momentum alive. 9 finishes secured as they break into the top 5. And now it is stage 8. The circle still there's a big threat waiting for them on the other side. It's going to be For Miracle, but Cyrex does not care as he runs into the face of Adi and secures another point. 11 finishes, the top 3. Devotee on fire. The stars have lined up, and Team Aryan, this is the moment where they can create a massive difference between them and the rest of the competition. 1 more finish secured as Gamla Boy falls. Last man left alive from the side of 8-bit, and the final 3 are going to be left from For Miracle.
No matter who stands against them, they're just instantly getting mowed down. Team Aryan, they're looking so confident, and now approaching this compound. 8-bit, there's a high chance they will not be able to survive this raft of Team Aryan. They're just down to that one last man, but luckily enough, he repositions in the right nick of time. He's still going to be standing for a bit.
Well, he's standing in a corner, but Destiny is going to flush him out, and the shotgun is going to strike the final blow. Down to the top 2 teams, 7 players left, and Team Aryan, I love this confidence, just pushed through. For Miracle, 1 man down and out, last 2 left standing. It's a 3 versus 1 as Beard Baba falls, and now it's down to Poco. But as the name says, will he lose or will he not? A fight against Aryan himself, and he'll be forced to bow down as Team Aryan end up securing a big chicken dinner in the 3rd last match of the last day. 134 points on the overall leaderboard. It's gonna be a big difference.
That's the crazy part. There's a big chance Team Aryan, they might have just propelled themselves on the first spot with a decent bit of cushion as well. But even For Miracle Esports, they could have done the same. For Miracle Esports, they have moved up the rankings above the players of NoNx. Oh my god, this was so close for comfort. This was way too anxious.
This was quite anxious, but I mean, Fixes, were you doing the maths in the back?
Yeah, I've already done it. There's no chance that actually they've made it. They've broken through the roofs, and I'm pretty sure after such a commanding chicken dinner, they would be soaring right at the top as the drama further intensifies. For Miracle Esports, Necro wasn't too shabby either.
Yeah, before Miracle Esports, they were not able to funnel in a lot of elimination points, and that's been the main problem. For Miracle Esports, they're always shy of those big games. And I've been mentioning this since day 2. Yeah, you're doing enough to keep yourself stable in the overall standings. But what about those big performances? And the moment Team Aryan has it now, Team Aryan has propelled themselves on the first spot.
I mean, Team Aryan is number 1. You talked about For Miracle surviving to the top 2 was definitely quite impressive. But guys, we can't ignore the performance from 8-bit as well. This sort of brings them into a fighting position for the trophy.
Yeah,
heading into the last 2 matches.
Yeah, but they need a chicken dinner, right? They need at least 25 points in the upcoming 2 games. Luckily enough, they still have a bit of that leeway, so they can get a chicken dinner in 1 game, and then later on be a little bit more consistent in the upcoming 1.
Yeah, of course, they have to be consistent, but let's find out what do the winners have to say in this exclusive interview.
अगर आपके मोबाइल में कैलकुलेटर है वो भी काम नहीं आएगा. अगर आपको साइंटिफिक फॉर्मूलाज पसंद है तो वो भी काम नहीं आएगा. इस समय कोई भी फॉर्मूला लगा के आपको ये पता लगाना थोड़ा सा मुश्किल हो जाएगा कि अल्टीमेटली ये चैंपियन कौन होने वाला है ऑफ रियलमी BMPS 2025. लेकिन इस समय टीम आर्यन are on fire right now. Of course, Devotee is one of the contenders for the MVP. लेकिन Devotee इस समय आपकी टीम की परफॉर्मेंस तो बेहतरीन रही, लेकिन ये जो टॉप 8 में जो कंपटीशन चल रहा है उसके बारे में थोड़ा सा बताइए कि क्या आप लोग पॉइंट्स के बारे में सोचते हैं कि सिर्फ और सिर्फ अगले गेम के बारे में, अगले टारगेट के बारे में सोचते हैं?
हम लोग नेक्स्ट मैच के बारे में ही सोच रहे हैं ज़्यादा उतना पॉइंटेबल्स दिख नहीं रहे हम लोग को बस थोड़ा हर मैच एवरेज खेलना है और फिर जीत जाएंगे टूर्नामेंट। और इससे ज़्यादा मैं कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहता, अभी 2 मैचेस बचे हैं तो मैं खेलूँगा, बस इतना ही और कुछ नहीं।
सिर्फ 2 और मैप्स बचती हैं अब अगला मीरामार होने वाला है। एंड मीरामार से पहले, क्योंकि सैनहॉक कंपैरेटिवली एक छोटा मैप है, अगेन आप मीरामार के लिए आप मोड शिफ्ट करते हैं, अपना थोड़ा सा पूरा स्ट्रैटेजाइज करते हैं, तो उससे पहले क्या डिस्कशन है, क्योंकि सिर्फ 2 और गेम्स बचती हैं, फिर इतिहास बनते हुए देखेंगे, तो क्या पॉजिटिविटी है, कितने कॉन्फिडेंट हैं आप?
वो तो आप देख ही लोगे, खेलेंगे तो। अभी मैं क्या बोलूँ, बस गेम खेलना है बस थोड़ा अच्छे से बस।
एंड ये तो हम सब ने देख लिया है कि इस समय BMPS में कुछ भी पॉसिबल है। आपकी टीम के सबसे ज़्यादा फिनिशेस हैं, तो ये एक पॉजिटिव है या इस समय ये थोड़ा सा प्रेशर है कि यार ये टैग अब हमारे ऊपर लग चुका है कि हमारे सबसे ज़्यादा फिनिशेस हैं?
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, बस जीतना है बस मेरे को, बस और कुछ नहीं करना है।
सिर्फ जीतना है, क्लैरिटी है, कॉन्फिडेंस है एंड इस समय चिकन डिनर भी है। लेकिन आगे बचते हैं 2 और मैप्स एंड 2 और मैप्स के बाद हमें पता चल जाएगा कि कौन है द चैंपियन ऑफ रियलमी BMPS 2025। अगर आपके थोड़े गेसेस हैं तो आप कमेंट सेक्शन में गेसेस कर सकते हैं, लेकिन इस गेस में थोड़ी सी और मदद करने के लिए हमारे लवली कास्टर्स, सो लेट्स हेड बैक टू द डेस्क।
Alright, you could see those nerves taking over, but at the same time, players look quite excited. But Johnny, how did they conjure this one? Team Aryan out of nowhere, they swung through like lions.
I mean, I was kind of surprised because the last time we saw them, they were moving in from that Painan bridge. And considering there was Insane and 2OP official already present to block them in their way, first of all, to be able to ignore that fight completely, move in, that is where they saved their numbers. And from there, just total beat down after beat down, man, just pummeling anyone they ran into.
Yeah, and that's the main problem right now. Team Aryan has a major advantage and also a massive momentum. Anyone needs to try and stop Team Aryan at this point. Someone just go and stop them. Because at this point, if you do not stop Team Aryan, one thing is for sure, they're going to keep on hammering through.
I mean, at this point, 4 Miracle, Los Hermanos, NON, 8-bit as well. These teams are going to try their level best. If they can get into a position from where they can just completely wipe out Team Aryan without taking a single loss, just go for it.
You know, I'm still unsure about how these teams stand. We'll have more clarity once we have the overall standings. But NoNx, all right, we need to talk about this. What went wrong, Necro?
Yeah, for some reason it feels like NoNx is just not really getting inside of that groove, just the way they had yesterday. And yeah, NoNx, it felt like they were coming up with a master plan, but in the end, they were just completely left surprised because they got caught off guard by their own rotation.
Exactly, I blame that rotation straight up. I mean, you're playing from the northern edge, you know there's not a lot of teams that are going to stick around, especially on Sanhok, and yet they try to move in wide, move from the west, eastern side, down south, and get taken out along the way. We skipped out on the MVP, but amazing performance coming from Devotee. He has been known as one of the key players from the side of Team Aryan. I mean, I can never forget how good this man is mechanically.
Yeah, exactly. Even Cyrex, right, getting 4 finish points. Even Gamla getting 4. You've also got Aryan right there with 3, and even Aquanox with 3. And guys, since Aquanox is on the board, we need to talk a little bit more about 8-Bit and their performance.
They did well.
As you guys mentioned, they did extremely well. That means 8-Bit 2 now will be in that race.
They certainly are. And a quick look at the match rankings, folks. Team Aryan, 16 finishers, Chicken Dinner earned themselves 26 points at such a crucial junction. Yes, 8-Bit, a comeback in the making, or is it? We'll find that one out. As for Miracle Esports, just hold on to those 9 points, as now their overall report card, there you go, soaring through 134 points. At such an important moment for Miracle, still holding on. Los Hermanos still in this, but 8-Bit. Yeah, you were right, Johnny. They're back in the race.
I mean, they're back in the race, but it's not just that, man. There's a massive smile on my face, because imagine this. You know what? We are storytellers and we want iconic endings to our story. Think about this, God's Omen. What if they get 130 bomber in the next game, Necro?
If you think about it, if that's the case, anyone till 13th is still in the race.
Still in the race?
If they get a 30 bomber, they instantly catapult themselves in the top 3, Johnny.
Mean, you know, gentlemen.
Teams in the 80s are going to need 40 points. That's the only maths I wanted to correct.
Okay. But again, I feel like it's still a little bit far-fetched. And right now, NoNx. Now, this is a team to be really concerned about, guys. Because, yeah, of course, the Sanhok game, really went well. But this Sanhok did not work accordingly. The rotations were really not coming to the play, and tensions are definitely building up. To find some answers, of course, we've got Salty with an exclusive interview.
Thank you so much, casters. Once again, we've got a light. आज जिनका जन्मदिन है, so a very happy birthday, bro. And I hope जो gift आपको चाहिए वो gift आपको मिले. But एक बात बताओ कि Day 2 आपने खत्म किया था #1 में. Day 3 में आके कंपटीशन बहुत ज़्यादा इंटेंस हो चुका है. तो क्या प्लेयर्स उस चीज़ का प्रेशर फील कर रहे हैं?
नहीं, बिल्कुल भी प्लेयर्स प्रेशर नहीं ले रहे. बट अभी वही है कि जो कल का Day 2 था उसको वहीं पे रखा है हमने. आज नए फ्रेश शुरुआत कर रहे हैं. जितने पॉइंट्स हम लोग ले सकते हैं उतने पॉइंट लेने का कोशिश करेंगे.
That is actually a very brilliant strategy. एक बात बताओ, मैच के बीच में टीममेट से मिलने का मौका मिला, एंड अगर मौका मिला तो रोमन, हाउ इज ही मोटिवेटिंग द टीम राइट नाउ?
पहले 2 मैच हमारे पूरे खराब गए थे, फिर भी प्लेयर्स प्रेशर नहीं ले रहे थे. उनको पता है कि अपन ज़मीन से ऊपर तक उठे तो डेफिनेटली अभी भी कर सकते हैं. तो प्रेशर तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं है. अभी भी देख ही रहे हो आप, नेक्स्ट 3rd मैच जो सैनॉक आया है #2.
जमीन से देखो आसमान तक आप जा सकते हो, और वही कहानी रही है रियलमी BMPS 2025 की. बाकी के एक्शन के लिए स्टे ट्यून, एंड दिस इज Salty फ्रॉम द पिच साइड साइनिंग आउट.
You know, in times like this, even the mightiest crumble. And for Team NoNx, I mean, there's still the new pros in the block. And this is where, of course, smiles will be on their faces, but does not really justify the tension brewing in their hearts.
And here's an important fact, right? Before this game, NoNx was sitting on the 1st spot.
Yes.
And after this game, NoNx is on the 4th spot. Who would have thought that this is going to be the course of action? And guys, let's not forget, K9 Esports is still having bad games.
Yeah, that is quite concerning. But Johnny, where do we see ourselves from here on? Because Sanhok is out of the picture. Back to Miramar and Erangel.
I think expect no action in the last 2 games, at least for the first 7 minutes. Especially true for the upcoming Miramar. It is going to be extremely intense.
It certainly will be intense, as the action will resume, folks, after this short little break.
Team, we have got our chance. Good job, man. Good job.
Defeat.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BMPS 2025 Grand Finals. Last 2 matches left for legends to be forged. This Super joined by IC Baby and Fixes alongside with me. And guys, it has been an incredible journey for the last few days of the finals, but it has gotten more intense than we expected.
You know, it is going to be very, very intense indeed here because this final 2 games is going to decide their fates as well. Months and months, weeks and weeks of preparations pretty much leads down to this final 2 match to decide who is going to be lifting the champion as well. And the entire day itself has been ups and downs, race after race, fights after fights. And guess what? Surprising us with a new entry here for the first time in the tabletoppers, Aryan x TMG Gaming. Who would have thought that was that would have been possible?
I mean, they were extremely close fixes for the last few days, but as I see is saying, did we expect them to never touch first ever?
Honestly speaking, I did not expect them to do so, but I'm glad that I'm surprised. I'm glad that at such an important moment they could squeeze through. Now you could see that pressure finally starting to get the better out of even the likes of Miracle. Let's be honest, for Miracle Esports, they've been getting those placement points, but severely lacking on those finishes.
That is true. And that is the reason that 4 Miracles still find themselves on the 2nd position in the overall leaderboard. But let's not forget the opportunity to strike back, the opportunity to still keep yourself in the fight for the trophy. It is still there laid out for them in the form of the map of Miramar.
Exactly. NoNx Esports had one of the biggest comebacks yesterday itself with 71 points in total. But today, they have been struggling and crumbling to try and rack up some serious points as well. The top is slowly withering away. But here's a little bit of fun fact here towards Aryan x TMG Gaming. In the past, Aryan x TMG Gaming was the ex-Bot Army Esports, a team that really dominated during the realme BGMI 2025. And during those stages as well, this was a team that no one expected to be one of the strongest teams out there, but the moment they made it into the grand finals, did not do so. That's 1 point.
Exactly.
Second point would be Cyrex was from Genesis Esports. He helped them qualify into the grand finals, but they set him out the entire duration. And now he wanted to play, and he's back in action. And guess what? This is his opportunity, or maybe I would say the closest he would be able to lift the potential trophy himself.
I think if things go well, he can actually end up lifting the trophy right now. Because Cyrex and Devotee, that duo is incredible. We saw the performance that they brought to the table in the upcoming map, in the last map of Sanhok, but now hopefully they can rinse and repeat the same thing in Miramar. Fixer, do you think it is possible?
It certainly is. I mean, at this moment, if you have that momentum going in, you know that confidence surging through your bodies. But there's only one way that can come to an abrupt halt if they get targeted. And we are coming into that phase where we need to talk about teams that haven't really done that well, who would have their wings spread out, who could go out for a hunt.
Do you think Destro is going to be salty enough to target anyone?
He's one of those guys who kind of likes peace. He's still going to play his natural game with a little tinge of aggression, but for TWOB, I cannot assure that.
Oh man, oh man. Just the last 15 seconds left, ladies and gentlemen, as we head into the penultimate game of this realme BMPS 2025. The desert is going to be, well, it's going to get quite hot, so we're going to stay in the air conditioning for a little bit more. I do not want to sweat already before the match even begins. But that gives us an opportunity to discuss what has happened and what can happen a little bit more.
I'll talk about what might happen.
All
You were talking about 8-bit, now also in the race. Let's not forget, folks, that Miramar is one of their strongest maps.
I was just
now,
about to come to
if
that.
I see they get a chicken dinner here, who knows?
See, that's the thing, right? It comes down towards the final moment. It is so, so close as well. 8-bit finally making a little bit of bounce back now in the top 5. Anything can happen at this point.
Well, let's see who can give the ultimate performance in the penultimate match. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Miramar.
Oh boy, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a game to watch out for as well. Final 2 games in the realme BMPS 2025. Months and months, weeks and weeks, preparations leading up to this one final moment. 16 teams go into the battlefield, but only one will lift the trophy. And this second match is going to decide a little bit more, or give us a little bit of a clearer cut of who is going to be the ones the closest to that trophy as of yet. As you can see on screen, the players are getting ready. It is getting hot and it is getting spicy. And once again here in day number 3, the grand finals, the flight path just so unorthodox today itself.
13 points separating the champions to the runners-up at this point. But these 13 points feel like they're just 3. Anything can happen as the flight path trajectory quite skewed towards a certain side, I see. All these teams, especially the ones in contention, they'll have to go for that long stretch. And by the looks of it, Somraj saying his prayers. We know he's the captain cool, but you never know in times like this, even he might tend to crumble.
Yeah, the only way 8-Bit stands a chance to lift the trophy right here, right now is that they need this chicken dinner and the next one as well. Realistic numbers will be put out there, and that is going to be 30 points in a single game. But hold that thought for now. On screen, looks like we have a little bit of targeting. Seems like Neo is going to be going into the clash with TMG. Somebody's going to be stopping the bleeding, and that is going to be God's Rain there. Hitler left all by himself. He needs to win his 1 versus 1, but he loses it, and that's going to be Neo that comes up on top. The bleeding has begun, ladies and gentlemen. The bleeding is begun.
Yeah, the first poke. And for Team Aryan, enough to rattle them off. But let's not forget, even TWOB in the fray. Of course, GDR did not want to target. It was Team Aryan. They had to go up north. They had to seek some vehicles. And were really out of options. And eventually fell to the players of fate. Individually could have done much better though. But for GDR and TWOB official, yeah, it's a battle between the bottom of the tables.
Well, definitely as well. But all things considered as well, Aryan being caught in crosshair is just so unfortunate as well. But fortunately for them, they still have 3 man available. They were able to get out scot-free and loot up towards their usual destination. But the question here is, will they make it in time to rotate to the next phase of zone? So as of yet, center circle has been a trend here coming from all 16 players themselves. But we are seeing a lot of stragglers this game. God's Omen right smack in the northwest corner of the quadrant. It seems like they are taking jabs onto his rotations here. Very early rotation towards Eggy, but I guess it's not really that early. Oh, never mind. On screen right now, Shadow finds a pick on K9 Esports.
Yeah, this is looking quite concerning. Once again, K9 in a world of trouble. And Shadow, that shotgun to work around with, has secured 1 finish. Needs to reposition. He's got that reload with that explosive crossbow. That's going to be interesting. Now look at Ninja Boy. Omega did not have a lot of HP to work around with, but the squeeze in is there. The Vector coming into play as the trade also comes through, but the Danger Man slug out of the picture, quite concerning, as even Genesis still wanting to fight back. It's Hunters. They tossed that grenade, but seems like he wants to get the hell out of here.
Oh my goodness, K9. They might have almost dropped the ball in that situation here, but they're quite a weak. Hunters is debating whether or not they should take this fight, considering that Shadow OG has pretty much done so much work on this fight prior to this as well. So K9, they're pretty much stranded out in the open, but the question here is, will they be able to get out to safety? Because as of yet, in terms of overall loots-wise, Genesis, Esports, and K9, they're not exactly in peak performance as of yet. So right now, Hunters is just making sure that all K9 is going to struggle a bit here, and the rest of Genesis is going to come in to try and gobble them up.
Now K9 still in the race. 1 good game, but no. Slug being taken down does not really help the case at this point. But no time to lament, no time to remorse. They'll have to fight back. Apollo, he's making some strides. He's got that grenade cooked up. No, instead, trying to reposition, quite oblivious of Beast's whereabouts. And Beast just about to sneak out of the corner. Beast, no, position compromise. Still unable to do anything in that situation. Wants to press onto the matters with the Vector. Damage done, but Apollo still alive. Both these players ring around the rosy right now going on. Apollo, that little bit, draws Beast out and he succeeds. Gets that knock, still surviving. Yes, he's fighting.
Oh my goodness, Beast completely outplayed that. As soon as Apollo ran, he knew for a fact that he's going to press the advantage. And now Genesis just slowly crumbling like flies here. But a nade from Zap instantly equalizes the fight now. We are into a 2 versus 2 situation. And Genesis, they have to back off here. Hunters and Zap, the 2 new additions from the side of Genesis, is going to try and rack up some serious point by K9. With this fight not going in their way, they're in a lot of trouble. Zap giving chase, going on the offense. Omega needs to hold the angle tightly.
Does not have an HP. Does have that shotgun to play around with. It has to come into a position. He has to make this one work. K9, this is a very important fight. The most important one of their careers. Beast, the clutch machine, he has to rise, but no, he falls, but this time he gets a trade on a sliver of HP, a fight against Zap, and K9 in a world of trouble. Beast now shrouded in inside the smoke,
What's going on?
Oh, Beast versus Zap. He needs to go in for the reset as well. Zap is trying to find that stray bullet, but there's just no connection. Beast now only has bandages to work with. Needs to build his health up a little bit well as well. Genesis does have a little bit of position and distance to work with. He is going to play the numbers game to try and reset this fight. Beast, he needs to push. If he takes too long, he's going to be in trouble. He's got the STLK. He's going to make an attempt. Pink Pikes comes in, denies the resurrection. As now he's going to try and go in for the one pump. He's got the health. Zap is on the outskirts. The jump shot comes in pre-fired. No connection so far. Zap still playing around with his toy, but Zap will take him out. That is K9 out of the equation. What an outplay from Zap.
Yeah, just buried him 6 feet under. Genesis Esports eyeing defeat, but this time this battle is theirs to claim. What an intense one, and for K9, again losing track of their vision. Had such a golden opportunity again to be squandered. But now TWOB, Godsrain, real close proximity. Neo traversing through, shot down. Shady, he's got that grenade tossed. And look at it, just sticking to the ground. And there you go, it's a sticky bomb, of course. That's what it's designed for.
Yeah, seems like TWOB official not making it easy here for Godsrain. But all things considered here, as of now, in terms of the race for the trophy, Godsrain and TWOB officials pretty much out in the contention for this. Godsrain mathematically still possible, maximum amount record, which is 30 points in a single game so far. In both games, they will tie it with Aryan, but even then, it is going to be very, very difficult here for Godsrain. Now the push comes through, aim axe, oh, what a spray. Takes down Justin, goes for the drop shot, but he does not have enough ammunition, so Destro is able to shut him down, but look at his health, it's so low. Shady's got him put him out in the open as well. AMX going to give him the expo position as well. Indicators has been marked for Shady, but just could not get the knock on Destro.
But look at Delta. Look at Delta. He squeezed through. And even Shady knows somewhere around the vicinity. All right, obscures his vision. But Delta, he's got another way to work this one out. And a beautiful grenade at that. As Delta, the savior, will buy enough time. As now even bot fire spotted out that shot. Wow, what was that?
Okay, that was an insane spot from Delta. Godsrain seems to be feeling the momentum right here, right now. Godsrain definitely needs to back out from this fight here. But fortunately for them, they will be able to survive this. But look at this shift here from the circle. It is going to shift onto Los Leones. It seems like the mountain, or in this case, the southeast mountain terrain of Los Leones is going to be very, very important place to be holding on. As you can see, based on the mini-map as well, a lot of migrations are coming in. For TR already going to be calling dibs on those mountain terrains. Same can be said for Rising Inferno Esports.
Yeah, it certainly is. And for TR, enjoying the luxuries of the center. But if you want to also feel the luxury of a premium smartphone, do check out the Realme GT7. And now Justin inching in closer. Bot fire caught between a rock and a hard place, quite literally, as the AKN singing songs of death. Bot fire before going down, of course, a valiant effort. One player knocked, but to no avail. As Destro will be brought back to life, but coming back, I see 4TR right at the smack center. And even Los Hermanos, they're making some quick movements inside the zone.
Yeah, because of how this circle is designed as well, those mountain terrains is going to shut down any team coming from Los Leones. But on screen, we do see 8-bit losing a member as well mid-rotation. God's Omen is able to find a couple stragglers themselves. Seems like God's Omen going to be going for the hit and run strategy. They are currently in 9th position with 91 points. The gap between them and Aryan is somewhere around 33 points here. So a massive chicken dinner will propel them up. But again, they need to start getting very, very aggressive here. Points needs to be farmed non-stop in this game in order for them to stand a chance.
You were talking about Team Aryan. They lost one of their players to Neo, and seems like round 2 is just around the horizon. Not on the current feed, but on the northeastern corners of this map. We've got Aryan and Godsrain in very close proximity, folks. 134 points is where Team Aryan is sitting at. But the pressure is surmounting over them. Cyrix, the closest he's gone to lifting a trophy. BGIS 2023 second position with Big Brothers, and then that steep decline, and now he's feeling it. He's got that tingling sensation. But Rising Inferno Esports, Goten, he's also
feeling the same.
Oh boy, NoNx losing a player right there and then. Rising Inferno Esports making a potential comeback today itself in the overall placement points. They are currently in top 8, but let's talk a little bit more on Eggy, a team that sailed their way in towards the grand final. Seems like hasn't been able to find a footing at all in these performances. But this direct head-to-head 4 versus 4 for Rising Inferno Esports is going to be very important here, considering the fact that they are smack middle of the zone themselves.
Yeah, they'll have to be very cautious. Could be a third party, but now this is the moment I was talking about. Team Aryan feeling all that pressure, while Destro has unleashed his shackles. He knows what the go call is. He's given it. Wants to go for those finishes. Still in the hiding, but he strikes like a rattlesnake in the desert. Destro, he's destroying Team Aryan one after other. And now Aryan, that confirmation will be there. Their hopes, their dreams, all being broken apart as devotee. He has to swing back. But Justin will deny him those pleasure.
Oh no.
As Justin, he suddenly entered into his villain arc.
Oh my goodness, Aryan x TMG. They might just go out with absolutely no points. But while this is happening, God's Reign, guess what? The third party comes through. God's Omen is going to try and join this fight. But for Aryan x TMG, it's not truly over until it's finally over. Cyrex, the solo warrior, can you make this work? But the question here is, with the zone pressuring them as well, can they get out to safety is going to be the question here as well. God's Reign stuck in a stalemate between them and God's Omen. Cyrex, solo warrior, does have no options, have no teammates to get out as well. And this is going to be a very important skirmish as well. But based on the minimap, we can see God's Omen in the purple going for the wraparound. They want to gobble every single team inside Impala before making their way inside the zone.
You know, what I really feel is there would be the gatekeepers. And Cyrex, I'm really interested to see if he's got any meds at all. Or a vehicle to also even survive. But no, seems like Destro wants to leave no stones unturned. Checking every nook and cranny. Checking every corner. Who would have thought in a moment as such, Destro, one of the jolliest guys, would be going all out. And there you go. That one grenade and Team Aryan still at the top, but no more in the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, the bleeding has been stopped. That means there is equal opportunity for every single team to snatch a trophy away. Aryan is currently sitting in 134 points, but on screen now, Rising Inferno Esports having a little bit of skirmish here with 8-bit. Raiden, wasn't he knocked earlier on out in open?
Yeah.
And, well, he's confirmed now.
Yeah, of course. Now that settles the score. Rising Inferno, surely they've been feeling themselves. 92 points is where they're sitting at, and I see one good chicken dinner, one big game, and who knows? Looking for Miracle Esports. And Beard Baba out in the open, and look at that shot. Wow, what was that?
What a tap coming from Beard Baba. He's definitely feeling himself here, but 4 Miracle now in contention to try and snatch it back and take back the lead once more. But unfortunately, that knock was stolen, unfortunately. And in this case, I want to see how they are going to be tackling this right now, because based on what I'm seeing on the minimap right now, Los Leones, 4 Miracle is going to be playing from the northern side of Los Leones, whereas majority of the teams are going to be heading inside the city themselves. Meanwhile, God's Omen, they will relieve the pressure coming in from Impala, and they will let God's Reign slide as they push through to the next phase of the zone.
Even one good game for God's Omen, one big game, and their fortunes could also change. We've seen these players. We've seen them, few of them, their first time on land, but Goku's there. We know he's got all that experience as ESCN, even as Phoenix. We've seen him in Kochi, and one more time in his home ground. Can he do it? Can he surprise us all?
Yeah, seems like God's Omen, they are switching up their gears a little bit here before this next upcoming fight. Meanwhile, in Los Leonas, this urban warfare is going to be very, very brutal as well. But seeing how it is pretty much in stage 4 right now, and a majority of the circle are inside Los Leonas, you can safely say that it might be an urban warfare. Like, I think about 55% of the circle is inside the city itself.
And I would love if that happens, and for Miracle Esports will be enjoying everything, right? Now, this is a very defensive team. We've talked about that. And they would want some good position. And Reaper, he's got a very cheeky angle, I see.
Yeah, it's definitely a very cheeky one as well. But all things considered here, this urban warfare is going to be very tricky here. One team farming finishes is going to be very, very difficult. And Los Hermanos, they are going to be taking the mountain terrains as Los Hermanos looking to try to take away the spot that 4TR official has been conquered. But a nade for Pain is like, where did the nade come from? What an angle!
Yeah, two players dropping a nade at the same time, and well, Shadow could not do anything about it. 4TR holding on to that high ground as Los Hermanos searching for room to breathe as those barrage keep on coming, keep on flooding. Los Hermanos, tensions really rising, and from the backlines it's going to be INF God just dishing all that damage apart and tearing their hopes, breaking their dreams. 4TR official, they got a chicken dinner in Sanhok and certainly feeling themselves in Miramar as well.
Well, can they do it? It's going to be the question. They need a massive performance, but based on this circle, they need every single point and also the chicken dinner to get maximum value inside this competition here. And inside the grand finals is just unheard of as well. Every single team still fighting towards the last final few games to decide whether or not who is the true champion of realme BMPS 2025. As of yet, Aryan still sitting at the top, but they are out of this game.
They certainly are out of this game. For 4TR official, it is paramount. They get a chicken dinner in this one. My eye is still searching out for NoNx though. It's a circle taking another shift. This is going to be an urban circle, I see.
Yeah, it might be as well, but of course 4TR having the mountain terrain southeast of Los Leonas means that they will have the highest angles on this case, the highest high ground possible to watch over every single angle of Los Leonas. But the problem here is that if the circle does not force every single team inside this city outside, they are not going to be able to farm any kind of finishes here. And considering that every single corner of the city needs to be checked and has a very, very disgusting, not just very, very disgusting, is multiple off angles that the mountain terrain can peek through. Maybe coming from apartments, maybe coming from mountains, maybe coming from the stalls, maybe coming from the roadsides. It is going to be impeccable for them to actually rotate in. The timing needs to be very spot on for all these teams to actually survive this fight.
Yeah, quick look once again at the replay, and yes, God's Reign. This was quite unanticipated, but yes, what is anticipated about BMPS? And yeah, I completely agree with you. Now with how the circle is starting to form, it kind of goes against the players also, I see, because they do not have a lot of resources to actually work with.
Yeah.
So majority of them would be hoping that the circle really blesses them. Imagine a game coming down to sheer luck, the circle favoring one, and somebody has to cash in on that.
You know, based on the trend of all 16 teams as well, majority of their utilities has been prioritizing on smokes rather than grenades. The only other team in realme BMPS that prioritize on multiple nades is none other than Hero Extreme Godlight. But unfortunately to say, they are not in the grand finals, and this is like the perfect circle for teams that have a lot of grenades to use it to try and clear off angles or maybe even cornerstone angles in order to push through the next phase of the zone. But here's a little bit of fun fact. The bow is amazing in this sort of situations.
But do they have a bow? That's a big ask. But what is going to happen next? Is Karlan finding himself in a world of trouble just to perish into thin air? Has Los Hermanos, oh my god, in one of their strongest maps, they dropped the ball, opened the gates of opportunity to so many others as NoNx now find themselves in a good position. But for God's Omen, a couple of moments ago, they were in the northeastern side, but now could be heading at where 8-bit are.
Well, at the same time, finish feeder as well. Genesis is able to find Somraj. And as soon as the knock comes through, God's Omen somehow finds the opener to actually sneak past him. And just like that, they let him slide. Aqueducts could not find an opener at all.
Yeah, he did not want to expose himself. Could understand the tension really brewing up for God's Omen and 8-bit together.
How did God's Omen just slam into the city, finds the most center compound unattended, and somehow survived?
They took a chance, and it worked.
Okay, never mind. Bad OP is getting some serious shots fired here, but they are able to get those reset though.
Look at this, Somraj, he'd been knocked out, and Goten, he gets the confirmation. Seems like Rising Inferno Esports, they would never want to bow out without a fight. In that game of Sanhok, they were amazing, but hold on, look at Hunters, the lonely straggler, and still he wants to fight back.
Yeah, this new addition is just popping off as well. Genesis Esports, they're trying to do better on the overall standing so far. And despite their performance coming from realme BGIS itself, wait, I gotta put that on hold right now. Owen getting shut down here by 4TR as they go in for a hard slam from the mountains. Instantly takes the compound away. Jatin out.
But look at this. OP in his life needs to find his way in. It's so tight. And Pro OP, he's quite unforgiving. Does get the knock though. Feels like he's out of the harm's way as of now. But Hunters, surely one of those players. You cannot rule him out. Really eyeing on those finishes. Genesis, they really had our hopes up. They were getting those finishes, but the position points kind of missing. But Team Eggy, oh, that was another good knock. Pro OP really coming alive in those moments that matter. But still, look at this hesitance. Of course, Team Eggy knows they cannot press onto the matters.
This is what I mean by they need a lot of nades when it comes to urban warfare, right? Like, one nade knock is great, but they need those confirmations. And of course, having a lot of nades means that you will have a little bit lesser in terms of smokes, considering that it's either you play safe or you just clear people out. So it is going to be a high-risk, high-reward situation if you play this kind of meta. But hold that thought for now, Eggy. They try to reposition 4TR, shooting them from the back. Unfortunately, one may able to find a knock, but their vehicles are pretty much done for from inside Team Eggy.
Oh, look at this. 4TR still having their hopes up. They know Team Eggy, they're in a situation at this point as TWOB decide to breach in. Gate crash on the players of Team Insane. Clouds and Adi, they'll have to reposition once again. Rapido on his knees, and seems like somebody's burning as Anonymous. He comes out of a movie straight away as Cloud still not really attending to the matter. Team Insane, they're feeling scared as TWOB, having got so much room and space. They got their fallen comrade back to life, but this grenade could maybe change fortunes as Adi, he's got one more in the bag. 3 grenades on him. Tossed out inside that murky smoke. Still nothing seems to connect.
Yeah, it seems like TWOB has got an easy entry point from the south side. The only team that is in the south side here is going to be Team Insane. And if TWOB cleans them up, they will have a safe passage inside the zone. But again, we know that. They don't know that because they have a lot of angles they have to worry about as well. But the opener comes through. Rapido finds a knock. Anonymous finds another Insane. Just like that, they crumble. What happened? You blink it and you miss it.
Yeah, for Team Insane, things haven't looked really great on LAN. I mean, we really wanted for Adi to set his comeback story, but that is not happening. As for God's Reign, we know they have been quite aggressive. They have been on the hunt, and seems like for Miracle Esports could be next on the hit list.
Yeah, but at the same time, look at this. 4Miracle's got a very, very nice off angle to shut down teams who try to rotate early from the north side. And if you think about this, this is perfect execution grounds here for Miracle Esports. But the problem is, if they get those points on God's Train, that means they will get closer into its top 1. But the next problem they will have to face is that they need to cross those roads. And that is no man's land right now. And of course, NoNx is also going to be inside the next phase. They're looking on towards these teams on the north side. So I would say this urban warfare, it all comes down towards where the final zone may or may not be in. As of yet, you can see Roman is already smack middle. God's Omen is also smack middle to try and take space. While the rest of the teams, I would say the rest of NoNx Esports' members are going to be left behind to gatekeep the teams in the north. So Roman, if he survives this, that is going to be a free passageway for the rest of his members to get center control.
You know, at this point, it all comes down to who the gods of BGMI are going to favor, to be honest, and who makes the least mistakes. NoNx, of course, they've increased their odds. Roman in that very, very sticky situation. And now, moment of truth, and there you go. Seems like God's Omen will have a slight smile on their face.
Yeah.
Rising Inferno also in a good position, but 4TR, they've got their backlines clear.
Yeah.
Not entirely. The Southwest TWOB might squeak in any given moment.
Yeah, as long as 4TR wipes off TWOB, they will have easy entry in towards the north side as well because of those 30 angles. But as soon as I say this, for Miracle, they take advantage of the chaos. They are going to try and sneak under NoNx Esports with this drive-by. They lose a player. That's going to be Reaper down, and NoNx Esports making a potential comeback. But the clash continues. The battle of the Titans. Poco goes down. What is going on? Dragon OP, last man standing for him.
Oh, piece by piece, they have been torn apart for Miracle Esports. A team at the second, they bow out.
And look at this, NoNx haven't gotten a single casualty with Roman still undiscovered. TWOB still quite unsure. They do not know they've got a snake in their neighborhood. Could be
Oh, my
Roman, could
goodness.
destroy their dreams, but for God's omen, they're on high alert as TWOB get their forces into place. Their players knocked out, but God's Reign against 8-bit. Aquanox good for one, but eventually Destro cleans up the mess.
Oh my goodness, this is so crazy. 7 teams remaining in the city. It could be anyone's game. One slip up, one mess up, you're done for. It all comes down to those micro little details as well. It's no longer about macro. It all comes down to timings. It all comes down to reaction speed. It all comes down to how well you know your angles. And this 7 teams has to figure out the best possible action in every single corner they check, every single inch they move. And you can see the tensions. It is an all-time high. God's Omen having smack middle of the control with those warehouses, but the problem is for God's Omen, they don't have a lot of windows to work with. And that is so unfortunate, just because the apartments across them, which is where Hunters is, does have a little bit of a weird angle that may peek through towards the cracks on top of the terrains, and that's why they're not taking advantage of the second floor.
Now this is going to be very interesting. This is going to be absolutely important for NoNx. They'll have to get inside the circle and they'll have to find the right timing, especially with God's Omen keeping such a close watch on them and TWOB on the sides. It really becomes important that they now finally lay down their smokes. But now Godix, he's revealing a lot of his body. God's Omen, if they can have that window, maybe they'll strike.
Yeah, but at the same time, Hunters was able to find an opening onto his 4TR, instantly stolen away by TWOB. But as soon as I say this, TWOB also spots out NoNx. They get the knock on Levi. Humanity's last stand here. Quoting from straight out of Attack of Titan, Levi.
You know, at this point, it's not looking good. NoNx, they're starting to crumble. They need to understand, deploy a few more smokes. Or do they even have any? That's a big question, because if Godhex has to get that revive, he has to come from that opening. He has to come from that gate, and you know, that's up for open. And I don't know what happens to Levi next.
And right now, the biggest threat in this side of zone here is actually Hunters, who's been playing all by himself for the longest of time. And because he's been so active in this game itself, every single team assumes that there is a full team inside those apartments. And because of that, they are forced to take each other down. Hunters might be able to make a miracle play out of this.
Yeah, Chuck Hunters right now. Look at Destro. I think he's got that tingling sensation that says maybe he could find somebody else. He could maybe shatter the dreams of NoNx. Imagine a David versus Goliath situation. GDR, they're on the back foot. NoNx on the cusp of winning it all, and Destro spoils it all. But no, seems like Kana, he's got other plans, and Goten even visible. Stone BGMI, is he gonna try his luck?
Yeah.
Grenade pinned down.
He needs to be precise.
And it goes. Does it make it smart? It does.
What a dunk from Stone BGMI. Goten knocked. Jatin dropped down pretty low. But at the same time, on the finish feed, NoNx also having a major fight with TWOB. They've got a couple of trades here and there. Seems like it all comes down towards the final stages of this circle. Every single corner is going to be very important. But Justin takes a jab. He steals away the finish point. He takes it away from Stone. What a steal from Justin!
And imagine them getting the chicken dinner. Maybe their hopes might rekindle. Rising Inferno Jatin down to their final man. He's got to pull off something miraculous. But for now, God's Reign, they've got nothing to lose. They've decided to go all out. Maybe next, God's Omen on the list as NoNx. They squeeze into the gaps. TWOB on the sidelines, and Hunters could spoil it all.
No way. No way. TWOB smoke actually allowed NoNx to actually cross as well. What a smoke timing coming from NoNx. And because of TWOB prioritizing and positioning, it allowed NoNx to creep up on God's Omen. And because of this, now God's Omen, they've got bigger problems to worry about. But on the finish feed of Hunters, he finds another knock. He takes down Pain His Life. How is this guy still alive? Hunters, what are you doing, you absolute madman? A one-man army indeed.
Yeah, told you he's going to be the wild card. But now look at this. Even God's Raid going up against God's Omen. Who favors? Who wins? Bad OP. Beautiful knock. Destro in a world of trouble. Not enough HP as he falls. God's Raid, they get dealt with. But now even NoNx could be next in line. Levi getting taken down. Stone BGMI. What is this? Just shreds apart the players of TWOB as the dust settles.
It has finally come down to two. Cortex and Levi, what can they do from here?
Oh, the confidence coming in from God's Omen as well. They've got the knock on Levi. Godex needs to hold the line. Lovish is down low. God's Omen looking to clean them all out. The flush comes through. Godex finds one. He finds two. He finds three. But now Lovish, 1 versus 1. BATTLEGROUND stuck in the corner. And no, it was denied. God's Omen takes the chicken dinner. But NoNx, they almost, and I mean, they almost took the chicken dinner as well. What a game. What did I just watch? Oh my goodness, that is so darn close. What was that?
In a night sky full of stars, Lovish could have been a supernova that shined. But eventually, it was the players of God's Omen that had the final laugh. What a game of BGMI. The tension still there. And still speculations out. Who is going to be the victor? Comes down to the final game now.
What a game, Johnny. What a game.
Yep, it was incredible, especially that anticlimactic climax that we just witnessed. 4 versus 2 brought down to a 1v1. But in the end, it was God's Omen who became the Omen in the lives of NON, who almost walked away with the chicken dinner, and those extra points could have actually propelled them to the first spot
Ladies
heading
and
into that
gentlemen,
last match.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in history in an official tournament, it comes down towards the one final game. Who is gonna lift the trophy? Nobody knows. And I mean, nobody knows.
It could be right till the very 10th position, and it feels like, Johnny.
It could be. Very well could be.
One match.
I mean, hey, they're gonna have to bring in about 35 points in a single game. It's a big feat. But so was God's Omen winning this chicken dinner, and we have their stats on our screens. 4 finishes for Stone BGMI, including that amazing moment towards the very end. Then we have 5 for Bad OP, Gyrogod with just a single finish, and Goku has no finishes, but still a little bit of contribution inside of the game in terms of giving info and, of course, securing that chicken dinner for his team.
No love lost for Bad OP, to be honest. I mean, kudos to that clutch. We wanted Lovish to play well, but it is what it is.
It is what it is, but for now, there's an interview on stage with Rohit.
What did I just see? ये कैसे पॉसिबल है? ये इन्हीं से जान लेते हैं. We have God's Omen with me, and इस समय स्पेशली मैं इन जनाब से बात करना चाहूँगा Bad OP से. Bad, what you did to that opponent was not good. 1v4 को तुमने अपनी साइड कैसे खींचा? Tell us about that moment. Tell us what was going in your head. क्या चल रहा था आपके दिमाग में उस टाइम?
प्रेशर था बड़ा, बाकी कुछ नहीं. मार दिया.
प्रेशर में मार दिया बोलता है. लेकिन उस टाइम ऑब्वियसली आपकी टीम आपके कानों में थी, तो उस टाइम क्या कॉम्स में क्या बातें चल रही थी, क्या सजेशंस मिल रहा था, कुछ बताइए थोड़ा.
कॉन्फिडेंस मिल रहा था, बस टीममेट कॉन्फिडेंस दे रहे थे कि मार लेगा, चल बस वही उतना ही है.
लेकिन बैड ओपी आपकी टीम की अगर परफॉर्मेंस की करे तो आपकी टीम की शुरुआत ठीक ठाक थी, लेकिन फिर एग्जैक्टली क्या हुआ कि ये चिकन डिनर आने में इतना टाइम लग गया?
सिचुएशन वैसे हो रही थी, मतलब मिल नहीं रहा था कुछ प्रॉपरली. सिचुएशन नहीं मिल रही थी प्रॉपरली निकालने के लिए, इसलिए. हाँ,
यहाँ पर एक और जनाब है, कुछ बोलना चाहते हैं. हाँ जी बताइए.
मतलब सब जगह हम ले रहे थे जोन वगैरह, प्रॉपर हम कन्वर्ट नहीं कर पा रहे थे चिकन डिनर के लिए. हर मैच ही चिकन था अपना, कल से फर्स्ट डे 1 से ही स्टार्ट था अपना. हर मैच चिकन था, हम वो सब थ्रो करते आए, तो इसीलिए थोड़ा आज खुल के खेले हैं. मतलब जो भी होता है वो बाद में देखते हैं, जोन के लिए मत खेलो, अभी सिर्फ मार के खेलते हैं, यही सोच के खेले थे. मारते आके फिर भी मिड आ गए, वही हो गया सीन.
लेकिन इस समय गॉड्स ओमन आप लोग नंबर 5 पर आ चुके हैं, एंड आपके और नंबर 1 टीम के बीच में मात्र 24 पॉइंट्स का फर्क है. एंड इस समय हम लोग देख चुके हैं कि यहाँ पर 30 बॉम्बर्स भी हुए हैं, बैक टू बैक चिकन डिनर्स भी हुए हैं, तो यहाँ पर पूरा सिचुएशन बदल सकता है. तो कितने होपफुल लग रहे हैं आप उस ट्रॉफी के?
जी वो पहले दिन ये मैं मतलब कल ही रखना था होपफुल, तो मैं होपफुल तो नहीं रखा, बस पोडियम पे रखा हूँ. एटलीस्ट पोडियम पे तो जाऊँगा. अगर मोमेंट आ गया तो बहुत दूर नहीं है, ऐसा ही जाके उठा लेंगे. लेकिन उसके लिए कंपटीशन भी बहुत है, बहुत अच्छे लोग खेल रहे हैं, अभी बहुत कंपटीशन है, वो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा. तो हम भी ट्राई करेंगे वो उठाने के लिए.
एंड इस समय यहाँ पर बता दिया है गॉड्स ओमन ने कि पोडियम तक तो हम लोग जाएंगे ही. लेकिन अब ये सच होता है कि नहीं, I don't know. You also don't know because nobody knows क्योंकि अभी भी एक और मैच बचता है and उसके बाद हमें पता चलेगा कि कौन है the champion of realme BMPS 2025. तो चलते हैं before the final match back to our lovely casters.
I mean, the man is right. Fixes doesn't know, Icy doesn't know, Necro doesn't know, I don't know either who's going to win it all right now. But what we do know is what happened in that previous map of Miramar. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the realme highlight of that game. K9 Esports, it felt like what could have been the start of it all, well, came shutting down pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, they were quite erratic, if I have to be honest. And, beginning the day, they were looking quite aggressive. But as the day went on, you could see those mistakes, right? You could see how separated they were. At this point, looked quite astray, very distraught, and Genesis did survive that. But eventually, Genesis, Hunters, the last man playing, the last man alive, he did a lot there.
Oh boy, he could have gone either ways for that final moment, but before that, you can see every single team was thinking very tactically, expecting the circle not to be shifting towards Los Leones. In particular, 4TR official definitely stepped up big time in this game, and you can see prayers across the entire arena was hoping, and I mean, everyone is hoping that their favorite teams are going to win this game as well. And I don't know about you guys, but for those guys watching at home, it sucks that you guys are not here because why? We are witnessing peak BGMI at its finest right now.
I mean, I agree with IC not to make anyone feel bad, but yeah, it would have been amazing had people have been able to join us in this epic finale.
Yeah, you were talking about what you're missing out. I'll tell you. You are missing out history in the making. For the first time ever in the history of BGMI, the lion's share prize and money of 1.25 crores on the line.
Oh,
that
no.
spot. And, to add that cherry on top of the cake, I see what all of you people are missing out is that the winning team also goes to Riyadh, partakes in EWC. Imagine so much happening. And look at the top four.
It's all new faces. It's all ragtag group of misfits that were misfits in their older lineups, did quite well. The teams I'm talking about, but individually these players never got the limelight. But now they are here and all the lights are shining on their faces. We have the MVP of that previous game on our screens. It's going to be INF God with an incredible performance. 5 finishes on the board, 5 knockouts, 1147 damage dished out, followed by Hunters, 4 finishes, Rapido with 5, Bad OP with 5, and Lavish with 4.
Well, this is going to be a very, very interesting one as well here, but we have to talk about notable honorable mentions here. It is got to be Hunters as well, because he was the solo warrior from the side Genesis, survived the longest of time, and he was the biggest nuisance for every single team in their final phases of its own. And eventually, everybody crumbled eventually as well. And look at this, Genesis is also going to be part of the equation as well. Top 6 there with 9 points total. A majority of the finishes coming in from Hunters. By God's Omen, 10 finishes, and the Chicken Dinner, 20 points for them. God's Drain. What is this? God's Rain, where did you get the 11 points from?
Yeah, and pretty much in their dying breath, it's all about just going all out before the curtains fall on them. But look at this, Johnny. It's so close now.
Yeah, I was just looking at this. I mean, the top 7 still in contention. A 30 bomber can change the fate of TWOB going into this last match. And it is going to be an epic finale for their journey if they manage to drop those 30 points. But 30 points, by the way, 33 points just to catch up to Team Aryan, and then they need to get some more.
Well, if we talk about position grids so far, ladies and gentlemen, the starting position grids has been set. Aryan x TMG on first seat, NoNx on second, 4 Miracle with third, Los Hermanos with fourth, and the list goes on. Now, the final race begins because it is going to be down towards the final wire. So every single corner, every single apex is going to be very, very important in these scenarios.
Every single move you make is going to decide your fate. And it is going to be interesting to see what eventually the conclusion of it all looks like. Because again, there's so much confusion right now. Everyone was expecting, first of all, that the top 3 was going to be completely something else. And now, even after having the first 2 days to adjust to the fact that the top teams in the country are going to get dethroned, we still do not know who is the best amongst these?
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, right? I mean, we were talking about maybe experience might come into play.
Yeah.
That was thrown up for toss. Even Zypex did say, right, the new generation is starting to take over.
Yeah.
It has happened. Whoever wins, I think they've just earned it.
Well, I definitely agree as well. But all things considered as well, it comes down towards the wire. Will Aryan x TMG Gaming be able to hold on the #1 spot? Whew. This is like, you can feel so much emotions that's happening across the arena as well. Some for hope, some for disappointment, some for just worry, some just enjoying the show. There's so much emotions. You can just feel it in the air.
A lot of emotions, but there's one question. This one's going to be for you, Fixes, because this is the last time we have you on the panel with us.
Yeah.
And this is the last time you can actually say, who do you think is going to be the champion?
NoNx.
NoNx. Fixtures has gone for NoNx. Now let's see how their fate is going to turn out, ladies and gentlemen. One last game to go. One last match to decide the champions. But before that, we're going to take a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
All right, team, we have got our chance. Good job, man. Good job.
Defeat, defeat, defeat.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Welcome back after that short break for the one last stand. And once again, with me on the panel, it's going to be ICBaby12 and iSuperJohnny. Guys, this realme BMPS 2025, what a way it's turning out to be. Generally speaking, now looking at the overall standings, or now pretty much thinking what the overall standings are going to look like, it feels like just the top four is going to stand a chance.
When you break it down that way, yeah, sure, they are the closest. But all things considered here, did you guys expect Aryan x TMG to somehow, oh no, out of nowhere, comes in and snatch top one after 2 days?
No, absolutely not. Aryan, they still have got a decent bit of cushion to play with, and if Aryan just maintains that cushion, in my opinion, gets 7 to 8 points in the upcoming game, there's a big chance Aryan can actually snatch it away. What do you think?
I agree with that. I mean, there's still an opportunity, not even 7 to 8 points. I think go for those double digits, 10 to 15 points to secure the win, to secure the trophy, because the difference isn't that much. You have Aryan followed by NON. And NON, we know the last time they did well in the second last game, Miramar, yesterday they ended up having a back-to-back chicken dinner. And this time, if NON, if they're able to rack up those finishes and finishes in the top two and Aryan gets taken out early, you still do not know NON could be the ones lifting the trophy.
Well, it happened just now. It happened just now. And because of them getting taken out so early, this is the reason why things got so close.
But hey, you know what? Let's have a look at the recap of the previous game itself between OMEN and Godsreed. OMEN, of course, came out on top, and at the end of the day, OMEN just played that pretty well. Kept themselves calm, cool, collected in the final few moments.
Oh, in this final moment, Lovish versus BattleOP, it just came down towards the one wire. Oh, he actually got the connection on towards BattleOP, but just additional 10 more damage would have gotten the finish instead. That was just, the frustration. Like, no wonder Lovish was slamming the table. I was like, oh my goodness, that was so darn close.
As you said, that extra bit of damage could have come from the blue zone as well. It was just half a second of that blue zone tank and it could have all been different.
Guys, sometimes it's just a millisecond separating you from success. Before now, let's move on towards an interview.
हाल ही में मुझसे पूछा गया था कि who is my top IGL or the most favorite IGL of all time, and I mentioned it is Clutch God. Oh, sorry, Lala. Audience already बोल रही है Lala यहाँ पे interact करते हुए दिख रहे हैं. Lala, can you come in for a second? How does it feel to come at realme BMPS 2025? यार अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है आप स्टेज पे नहीं हो क्या?
देखो स्टेज पे मैं नहीं हूँ तो मुझे भी अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है, बट ऑब्वियसली लैन आना एक बहुत ओवरवेलमिंग एक्सपीरियंस होता है, भले खेल रहा हूँ ना खेल रहा हूँ. ये देखो
The audience support is insane. Everybody likes it. Lala, एक और सवाल है मेरा. Seeing so many undergods on the stage right now, क्या लग रहा है कि do you feel the new era of BGMI is here?
ऑब्वियसली इस बारी में इस BMPS में सबसे ज़्यादा अंडरगॉड्स क्वालिफाई किए. 11 टीम्स की हैं और ऑब्वियसली आपको स्टैंडिंग्स दिख ही रही है, तो बोलने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, वो दिख रहा है कि परफॉर्मेंस कैसा चल रहा है.
And फिर when is the next time we are gonna see money makers make money on stage?
Oh, guys, तुम्हें एक लीक मनी मेकर्स तो नहीं,
okay,
बट मैं कुछ एक्साइटिंग लेकर आ रहा हूँ तुम्हारे लिए, खुद के लिए भी.
I love that. अच्छा, audience सुनो. एक prediction चाहिए मुझे तुम लोगों से, ठीक है? Who do you think is going to lift the trophy for him? NoNx से सपोर्ट बहुत प्यारा है, लाला को प्यार बहुत ज्यादा मिल रहा है. सेंटर साइड से हम जाएंगे सीधा स्टेज पे आगे के मैचेस के लिए. Stay tuned.
One last game separates the champion from being crowned on that stage right there. Guys, this is the moment everyone's been waiting for. One game separating these teams, and the top 5 is looking close than ever before.
Well, this is the last stand, ladies and gentlemen. This is the last stand, the last game, and the last chance to lift the trophy. Who's going to be claiming the trophy by the end of the day? Oh my God, it's about time. It's been a long journey, huh? Isn't it, Johnny?
It has been a long journey. I mean, we started last month, and in a blink of an eye, we are here. As you mentioned, the last stand, one last game, and I think from what we just saw, a lot of support for NON.
Yeah, that's actually quite surprising, right? People starting to support the newer names, and you love to see it, right?
I'm happy seeing that.
Yeah, of course. I am happy to see it as well. Roman, this man's been trying since 2023, but finally now it feels like he might just have a shot at the trophy. And there's a big chance, Roman, he might just nail it down this time.
Exactly. You can see the fans are excited as well. This is the first time in the history of all officials thus far. It comes down to one final game to see who is going to be lifting the trophy. And guess what? Every single one in attendance here at the venue is just excited, electric, anticipating, and wondering who is going to be the ones that comes up on top.
Exactly. And guys, let's not forget the journey that began a month and a half ago now climbs its final step today. It's not just the plane that takes off, it's the dreams that soar with the amazing to land on the runway of glory. The final fight will bring tears to some, the victory smiles, and to others. Now, some will be a little bit sad, but for some, this will be the moment they were waiting for throughout their entire life. One last game to go, ladies and gentlemen. The final map, the final plane will be hitting the skies in this realme BMPS 2025. Who will it be? There's a big question mark in everyone's eyes, but this time, it might just be someone else.
Everything they have done from qualifiers to this very second has led to this. Their last stand in the Forge of Champions. No more retries, no more reruns. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. The final battlegrounds of BMPS 2025. Let us drop into the map of Erangel.
And for one last time, we take flight. The last game of realme BMPS 2025 to crown the champions. And for this final match as well, it seems like the fate has been sealed for a lot from this flight path itself. It starts off from the southeastern edge of the military island and goes towards the western edge of George Pole. Flight path leaning heavily towards the southwestern quadrant of the map, I see.
Oh boy. So far here in day number 3, the circles has been very, very unorthodox. The circle has been a little bit on offsetting here compared to the usual drop spots. I hope there is not going to be a major shift here. Give them a little bit more of an El Clasico. Give every single team a fighting chance is what all I ask for. But speaking that which here, the starting path here is going to allow God's Train to reach military base rather early. Goku, well, God's Omen, what are they doing here in Novo? I don't remember them.
No, they always go to Novo,
okay,
but
fair enough,
they take an early exit, and God's Brain like to stay towards that military island for a long time. That is why we never really see God's Omen sticking around for longer than absolutely they need to be there for. But it seems like we might run into a few early awkward drop clashes as for Miracle Reaper. Look at him, there's a team quite close. And if they do manage to get their feet on the ground, find a weapon, maybe they can take him out.
Yep, and seems like the circle is going to shift all the way to the west side here. Seems like the circle has been set, the stage has been set as well. We might see a Godka circle, we might see an Ever circle, we might see a Ruins final ending, maybe even Pachiki in play. And it is going to be very, very important. But now all eyes are on towards the table toppers. Who is that? That's going to be Aryan x TMG, 134 points. Currently at a 6 points head start over the rest of the pack.
6 points. That's all the advantage that they have. And 6 points can fade away in a single fight. And OMEN hoping for exactly that. And especially with K9 Esports right next to them, teams that like to move towards the northern side, there is a possibility for a fight. But Team Eggy, quite close to Los Hermanos, we did see the player in the distance, but they found a vehicle and that should be able to get themselves to a safer position.
Well, speaking of the fights here, Team Eggy, however, they have been trying their best to actually get center control for the majority of the time, but a lot of times it hasn't been successful for them in terms of finding finish points, just because of the fact that every single time they get center control, they just could not hold the defense line. And this is something that I think coming into the grand finals has kind of give a clear indication of how the meta, or in this case, the play style for all 16 teams is that a good defense is a great offense. No more on the run shenanigans, no more just going on a casual pickoffs on the sides here.
Exactly as Bruce Lee said, a good defense is a better offense. And this time, I mean, it's better that you end up destroying the competition before they destroy you. And destruction can even come from a single player being lost in an awkward fight or mid-rotation. K9 Esports, though, as they try to make their way towards Severny, I don't think it's going to be too complicated, too difficult for them to execute this rotation.
Okay.
The only possible challenge for them was NON, but they've gotten away from it. Shots being fired from the south. It's Team Aryan causing some trouble.
Yeah, but at the same time, K9 Esports having a little bit of slight detour coming in. You know, got stuck in between the cracks of the mountain terrains. But not a great start for them. But fortunately for them, they will be able to hit those Severity, which is their usual drop spots coming in from K9 Esports. Entry point from the next phase of the zone is going to be very limited, though, considering that there is a bridge east of Georgiapol, there is a bridge on Rozok. But aside from that, not a lot of options to work with.
Not a lot of options to work with, but still a little bit of map control towards the northern side. There's a decent amount of space for K9 Esports to be able to occupy and play for a safer position during the late game. But let's see how things turn out. It's very weird that it's been 4 minutes and we haven't seen action in the last match itself. Usually by this point, the teams at the very bottom, they just charge towards the potential winners, hoping to make someone as upset as possible.
All 16 teams fighting for their lives. All 16 teams fighting for a chance of better position points. Or in this case, better prize pool overall in the overall standings. All 16 teams will be awarded a huge chunk in the, I would say, BGMI history's biggest, and I mean biggest prize pool ever.
It's the biggest prize pool in the history of Indian esports, I say. From the start of Indian esports till now, there has never been a bigger amount as the overall prize pool, and of course handed over to the winners of a particular tournament. 1 crore 25 lakh rupees to whoever is sitting on the first position of the overall leaderboard, and along with that, the bragging rights of calling yourselves the champions of the realme BMPS 2025, and take that beauty at the center of the stage home.
And once again, whoever lifts the trophy is going to be the next symbol of BGMI Esports.
Yeah.
And I mean symbol of hope, because this is potentially going to be a new champion.
It's going to be a new champion for sure. And NON Esports hoping and playing for their glory right now. They want to make sure that at the end of the day, the name that gets announced as the champions of this tournament is NON Esports. Necro was mentioning about Roman trying his level best in 2023. We saw him first as a part of Glitch Reborn, a young athlete back then, and now turned into a leader himself.
You know, interesting enough, a lot of OGs of the scene has pretty much said as well, it's time to make way for the newer generation. And speaking of new generations, right now on screen we have TWOB going on a mad chase here. Seems like they do scout out the members coming from Team Insane. Unfortunately, no major collision yet, because TWOB, their goal here is to potentially maybe make it into its top 8 by the end of the tournament. And of course, like we said, every single team has their own stories, own life struggles, own achievements that they are eyeing for. And so far, TWOB, all 4 of these players, their first time making it towards the LAN. It is already an impressive feat here in the realme BMPS 2025.
It is an impressive feat, and they've done quite well for themselves. Los Hermanos as well. At the start of this tournament, no one believed that this team would not just be playing in the grand finals, but would be one of the potential winners heading into the last game. If they can secure a 25-pointer in this match itself, Los Hermanos also has the opportunity to seize the glory and to write their name on that trophy.
Yeah, Los Hermanos definitely one of the most under the radar team out there. No one expected them, but out of nowhere they are here in the biggest, grandest stage of BGMI Esports, which is the realme BMPS 2025. Finally, so close towards the trophy. Can they lift it is going to be the question. And as of yet, gunshots has been made. Guess what? TWOB official. They popped the tires off Los Hermanos here. The intersection coming in from school. It seems like they might be expecting company as well, because from the horizon, Eggy might look to try and third-party this against Los Hermanos.
I mean, it's a big cluster forming for the center of the circle, and Los Hermanos can potentially spot out the lads from TWOB official. But the question is it worth taking this fight? TWOB official haven't done that great for themselves, especially in the finals. But hey, you never know. It could be that last fight of theirs that ends up ruining the day for Los Hermanos.
Well, TWOB official has pretty much done that before, and that's going to be very, very interesting. And as of yet, God's Omen, a surprise chicken dinner who came down towards a 1 versus 1. They clinched the chicken dinner, but they are still sitting on somewhere in the top 5 position. But they need a massive performance in this final game in order to snatch the trophy away. It all comes down to who takes the chicken dinner right now. And as you can see, every single team is playing very safe, very passively, very, very tactical as well.
Yeah.
And this is the first time in this grand finals I've seen every single team trying to fight for center control, despite it being a very, very popular trend throughout the entirety of the round stages, heading into its round 2, into round 3, into semi-finals, week 1, and then week 2. But first time here in the grand finals.
Yeah, first time in the grand finals, but it is going to be a feat if you can win the first time you make it, right? Although, I mean, we are still waiting for the first fight of this game, and turns out it is going to be Genesis versus God's Reign. Hunter's knock. Shadow OG not in a much better position than his fallen teammate, almost getting knocked out. And God's Reign do end up securing that second knock as well. The finish conversion, will it come through? No. In fact, the first finish of the game goes to Team Eggy. Team Forever shut down right off the bat.
Yep, at the same time, Genesis, that is going to be them. Shadow OG going out in this game here. one final appearance, and even Hunters as well will bow out just like that. 2 finishes in the hands of God's Reign. And unfortunately for Team Genesis, it's sayonara to Shadow OG and Hunters for this game. Goodbye, my friends.
Bye-bye. See you in the next one. But are we going to bid adieu to the players of Team Eggy as well, as it's just the last man left alive? JD Gaming looking for a revive onto NoNx as Team Forever continue to press on. Thunder, he's out of utility but has the Bison to make things work. And as he swings out around the corner, takes a lot of damage, but running between that gas tank, and he somehow manages to pull it off!
Oh my goodness. What a clutch coming from Thunder. 3 finishes in the bag, 3 points for Team Forever. But the first team out of the realme BMPS 2025 so far is going to be Team Eggy in this one final game with only 1 finish points. But the journey continues with the remaining 15 teams to try and snatch the chicken dinner away. But ideally, we have to pay attention to what's on our screen right now, and that is going to be Aryan x TMG Gaming, currently in first position on top of the mountain. Creme de la creme. Can they defend is going to be the question.
I don't think it should be too difficult. In fact, they can walk away with a few extra eliminations, and as I say that, they strike a blow onto the players of K9. That's the first knock for the lads from Team Aryan. But they're going to need that confirmation. They're going to need those points if they want to secure the trophy as well. The position of Everest seems like the greatest right now, but the circle shifts away ever so slightly. And that slight move down the slope can be a big detriment to the potential trophy for Team Aryan in the end.
Oh boy, Circle going to be playing on towards Gatka as well. Chopsticks, Suvers in play, but on screen for Miracle going head to head against 2OP Official. 2OP Official going to be going for a couple of names. This is their turf here. Urban Warfare is something they're good at, but for Miracle, they decide to flush Liability. They know he's alone. They're going to go for the rush, and Liability, first of all, a great pickoff coming in from 4 Miracle, and guess what? They themselves wants to snatch a trophy. 4 Miracle Esports, the top contenders coming in the grand finals now.
Both the top contenders, both the teams at the top taking fights at the same time, and for Miracle, they have an edge. They have the first point in the bag. 2OP Official haven't done the best for themselves throughout this entire journey. Their confidence at their lowest, and 4 Miracle are hoping that they can capitalize on this. But look at the radar, such a massive cluster around them. Inferno rising down south. There's God's Reign as well from the southern side with Los Hermanos, and 40 are waiting up north. A single slip up from 4 Miracles, and these points can be claimed by someone else.
Well, it's going to be very, very tough here as well. The starting positions was a 6 points advantage in favor of Aryan x TMG. And 4 Miracle now starting to close the gap in terms of the race here. But the problem is they are stuck out in the compounds with TOP Official, and currently is not exactly the best spot in this zone, so they have to wrap up these fights very quickly before they can start taking fights outside this compound.
Yeah, I mean, you have to make sure that your surroundings are clear, your stronghold is going to be clear before you press or at least engage against the teams on the outer side. But God's Reign, they're already on the outside and have put some pressure on the players of Inferno Rising on the other side. 2OP Official not doing too well. 2 players lost as another man bites the dust. And this time it came from a third party, by the way, from 40R. Jatin's confirmation comes through. And God's Reign finally in the last few matches are doing quite well for themselves, I see.
Yeah, seems like God's Reign finally found the hunger that they have lost for the past few days in this final few games so far. They're definitely trying to farm up some points themselves. And guess what? They are spoiling the dreams of other people as well in this game.
Exactly. Because every single finish that is not claimed by the teams in the top 4 is being denied to them. That means they are going to be down in points. Point denial becomes part of the strategy right now, and that is what 4 AM, that is what Team Aryan, that is what NON need to focus on. But God's Omen, that chicken dinner of theirs in the last game, did do quite a lot. They can increase their chunk of the prize pool, and if a 30 bomber comes through, ooh boy, are we gonna blow the roof off this place if that actually happens.
It might happen indeed, because this is going to be a very, very difficult one here, but the circle shifts on towards Gatka once more. very, very important intersection separating between this zone as well. It's going to be no man's land on the road. We can see God's Omen looking for a 2-2 split to try and take space in both sides. But again, Chopsticks still in play, but on screen now.
On screen, we have God's Omen as they try to make the move. They are going to get flushed out. Shots coming in from every direction. Right now, the problem has become that you are in an open field. The moment you try to move anywhere, you are going to get shot at from not just one, but 2 to 3 different teams. And God's Omen, this could have been a blunder, actually, taking that shack. Not enough movement space, can't even regroup, and everyone has eyes on you.
It is going to be very, very important. But let's talk a little bit more on Chopsticks here. 40R official, they are going to be having a little bit of widespread in those two spots. They do have a decent amount of vehicles, but getting out from those silvers, very, very difficult. But they do have a lot of off angles to work with. As you can see, teams on top of the mountain are struggling. Even God's Train taking a couple of fights here with Rising Inferno Esports. And while this is actually happening as well, 40R official is not making it easy for God's Train to play those fights because they got the knock on Rising Inferno.
And that distraction from the backlines is just going to make them hesitate just ever so slightly from committing completely. But Rising Inferno, one after the other players are being lost here, down to their last 2 players. I don't think they're going to be able to survive for long. They're outside the zone. God's Reign is not letting them go. But Aryan, they're not letting go of their dream of the trophy, even after losing Aryan himself. 3 players still left to make big plays inside of this game today. But there's still a long way to go.
Yeah, it is indeed a very, very long journey for them as well. 15 teams still remaining, and 16 minutes has passed so far in this game. We do see a couple of stragglers being picked off here, left, right, front, and center. But you can see it all comes down towards the final wire as well. Who clutches this final chicken dinner? But as soon as I say this, RNX, TMG, they're going on a wild goose chase. They're just driving full throttle inside the zone and trying to find some sort of control. And guess what? They drove past everyone and not getting shot, and they might find one themselves.
Well, they're going to find more than one as they run in. It is going to be a scramble. God's Omen knocked out, but Aryan, Cyrex taken out, and the entire team runs through, and they get annihilated. It is going to be a massive blunder, and potentially the trophy that they've lost. It's not just a fight, it is going to be a heartbreak for Team Aryan, but this opens up the floodgates, and now the door to the trophy wide open for NON and 40R.
Oh, there's so many teams that wants this as well. They only got 2 finishes from that game. And now let's take a look at the replay on how things happen as well. They tried to third party a skirmish that seems to be very favorable towards RNTMG, but as soon as they clash in, Cyrus was exploded, and while it was happening as well, a team from outside the map actually third party and shut them down. And you can see the faces of disbelief behind the scenes that completely denied them the trophy potentially here. But it's not over yet. They are still currently in the lead. It comes down towards the meager few points of a difference here to separate between the champion and the first runner-up. But for now, Iron X TMG Gaming, they're out of the race.
Yeah. At least for now they're out, but I see they still have a 6-point advantage.
Oh boy. With 2 finish points on this game.
2 finish points. So they have
there's 8 point
advantage. Yeah. And those 8 points, I mean, Aryan right now is just praying to the gods of BGMI and to his actual gods as well that those 8 points somehow get them a trophy. And hey, God's Omen against NON. The spray was good for 2. Levi falls. That's the danger man out of the way. Lavish as well, taking a beating, is not going to be able to survive. And NON in a blink also down to their last man. What is going on? All the top contenders getting swatted down like flies.
Oh no, what a way to go out as well. The Death Shack has appeared. NoNx in the graves of Aryan XTMG, but only God X remains, and every single team is trying to try and take this chicken dinner away. They are gonna be very, very difficult spots to begin with here. They need a massive performance coming from NoNx Esports, but all things considered now on screen, God's Ray continuing with their hunt. They've got 6 finishes in this game. A wild card has appeared, a true titan, an actual titan of BGMI Esports.
Well, it's going to be very difficult for them to actually be able to claim the trophy just from this match itself. But they can do well for themselves on the other side. Insane Atom has other plans as the nade goes out, and the explosion from that atom is just going to split God's Reign in half. 3 players, Delta circling around like a vulture, looking to see if he can spot out Atom's exact position, but does not succeed. They prioritize their reset.
Exactly, and as of yet, your team insane down to the last player, Godsrain, continuing on their hunt as well. And the only way Godsrain somewhat qualify is that they need 30 over points to lift the trophy. And it seems like they are having a very clear indications right now. They've got 1 knock, they've got 7 finishes in total, and currently on the finish feed as well, we do see a lot of major fights slowly happening. So that means the numbers are dwindling down, the man advantage is going away, and the points are slowly scattered across all the teams thus far. And for Godsrain to make the impossible run here, they need to be quick.
Yeah, they're gonna have to be not just quick, they will have to move at the speed of light in order to secure those finishes. 8 eliminations already in the bag, Justin knocked out, but the revive should be able to pull through Godsrain. But how do they get themselves inside of the circle? There's a massive cluster fighting in the northern half. God's Omen finally put under pressure as Somraj closes in, and BATTLEGROUND is stuck out into the open. The nade goes out, Somraj dropped extremely low, but both the players are gonna go away in a blink, as 8-bit is going to be able to wrap that fight up completely in their control. Genesis is well eliminated from the game.
Oh no, God's Omen, their chances of the trophy is over, and they will bow out in 11 plays. A fantastic run here from God's Omen, coming in from the semifinals of week 2, but unfortunately will bow out here on the 11th position here in this game specifically. They are in the top 5, but no trophy for them. Meanwhile, on screen, GodX is keeping the dream alive!
They have kept the dream alive. It's just one last man, GodX from NoNx, and 4 finishes have been secured by this team. They had to cover up a deficit of 6 points, 8 points because of the 2 extra that Team Aryan was able to pick off. But GodX, he's still there, he's still fighting. The problem is that he's the last man from his side. But for Miracle, all 4 of these players are looking to pull off a miracle right now, and they are going after the players of TWOB official. I think it has finally hit, it has finally sunk in their heads that all the other top contenders, all the other teams present in the top 4 are no more in this game, and NON is out as well. And there you have it. Now it's down to 4 Miracle to go ahead, win this match, win the trophy, and call themselves the champion. Can they pull it off?
It all comes down to this. They've got 1 finish point so far. They're made it to the top 8, so that's another point in the back for placement, but they need the chicken dinner. They need a massive game here in order for them to snatch away the trophy. But so far, no, it's not going to happen. TWOB hypnotized, surprise, surprise, from the backs, takes down Reaper, and now 4 Miracle. As soon as they go in for the exit, they crash into Los Hermanos, and they crumble. A shutdown! An upset has been made! Los Hermanos, they survive! But no! They cannot chase as well! Another day from Godsrain to spoil the dreams of a new champion! Aryan x TMG just might be able to hold on to the title!
Yeah! I can hear the sigh of relief all the way here on our desk from that stage, man! And as you said it, all of the top contenders now out of the way. Team Aryan, who's gonna take it, man? Team Aryan, NON 40 yards. Someone got placement points. That was for AM, but oh man, that's so much calculation. Los Hermanos, by the way, still there. If Evil can somehow secure a solo 1-man chicken dinner, a big one, even he can somehow steal the trophy. But there's Godsrain standing in the way.
Boy.
Justin with 1 more finish. That's gonna be 10 eliminations on the board, 11 eliminations on the board for Godsrain. And, well, they spot out Evil as well. There goes the Hermanos.
It's so close here, but at the same time, let's talk about a little bit more on maths here. Godsrain, can they mathematically qualify and lift the trophy here if they get the chicken dinner right now? Because as of yet, they've got 3 people alive. There's 11 people left alive, and currently they have 12 finishes and also 11 if they get the remaining 11 players and take a chicken dinner, it might be a tiebreaker, or maybe even top 2.
Well, maybe maybe finishing for the second, but let's see how things turn out. As Destro is gonna get knocked out, K9 Esports on the other side fighting TWOB, but as Team Forever charges forward, Delta is gonna hit the floor as well. Even though the trade was there, Godsrain finally, they've had enough. They can't push any further as Team Forever is going or looking to go for a shutdown. The nade looked good, but Thunder falls back for a reset.
Yeah, but at the same time, Los Hermanos is also out of the equation here as well. So that means there's no more fighting for the top spot. It comes down to us, this final 5 teams to close out this game. We have no clue who is lifting the trophy right now. absolutely no clue. Even K9 Esports still, well, they need a chicken dinner. Even then, it is still too far off for them.
Yeah, a little too far, but let's see. At least they can end their journey on a great note, having secured the final win of the tournament, the final chicken dinner. TWOB waiting to strike. Kana and Kalyug, they have been the dynamic duo, the dangerous duo from the side of TWOB for the longest of times. But this time going up against the entirety of K9 and Omega. That piece of util looked good. What was that? Was that a stun? Was that a smoke? I think it was a smoke. They have completely denied the vision of the ground level and are going to force the players of TWOB to fight in these trenches. And finally the push is there. Kana with the opening knock. His teammate finds the second. And all of a sudden, what just happened? 2 versus 4. And they still come out on top.
Now down towards the final 4 team, 8-bit making one of the drastic comebacks here in day number 3. Despite the injuries coming in from Equinox, he's done his best. One final game to decide the fates of where 8-bit is going to be sitting in the prize pool so far and the top 5 potentially. But of course, TWOB also making a mark himself, but Equinox finds the knock on Kaliuji. Another point in the hands of 8-bit. And only Gamla as well as Equinox remains from the side of 8-bit.
Just the top teams in the country finally playing like they usually do. Top 3, Team Forever, God's Reign, 8-bit. It's a 2 versus 1 situation. Team Forever, they're looking for a revive, but Mafia, he's still on his knees. Thunder can't move forward because Justin is there blocking his way. And both the players, as they try to put on first aids, 8-bit takes the map away. And I believe because of that, they are going to walk away with the chicken. Thunder pushes forward, gets that finish. And now it's a 2v1. 8-bit on the prowl as you have Equinox running for those frags. Is he going to go for the steal? Well, he doesn't get it. Thunder is still there. His HP looks good. And now it's time for the 2v1 action. Equinox, some damage dished out from under the car. Thunder still hoping for a knock. Doesn't really succeed, but Gamla Boy from the flank. A lot of damage dished out. And that is the end. The last chicken dinner claimed by 8-bit. It came in a little too late, but they still secure one more win for themselves. But you see how upset they are, and that is because they know even with this chicken dinner, the trophy might as well have slipped out from their hands.
It is very, very unfortunate for 8-bit so far, but they tried their best. But all things considered, celebrations on the side of Team Aryan on screen, it seems like they have somehow defended the throne. They have defended the top spot, and they might be the ones to lift the trophy as of yet. And I believe so. Look at this, the smiles across it. They should be the champions.
You'll have to tell me. All right, Delhi, and everyone watching at home, the moment is finally here. And this is the time we announce the champions of realme BMPS 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello and welcome Team Aryan! ये वो टीम है जिन्होंने चिकन डिनर्स के लिए नहीं, फिनिशेस के लिए नहीं, अपने सपनों के लिए खेला है। और आज ये सपना सच हुआ है। और आज से ये सिर्फ BGMI प्लेयर्स नहीं, आज से ये लोग कहलाएंगे BGMI champions. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of realme BMPS 2025. Team Aryan. What gameplay. What mindsets. So many days of sacrifices. Finally, this is the moment they had been waiting for a long, long time. And I'm so sure इस समय टीम आर्यन के आर्यन से ही जानना चाहूंगा मैं। आर्यन, बहुत से ऐसे पल आए जब आपको लग रहा था कि शायद ये ट्रॉफी थोड़ी सी दूर जाती हुई नजर आ रही है, लेकिन आपने हमेशा बाउंस बैक किया, आपने हमेशा अपनी टीम को लीड किया फ्रॉम द फ्रंट. सो टेल अस अबाउट दिस.
अनएक्सपेक्टेड था, लगा नहीं था कि हम कर लेंगे, मतलब ऐसा था कि हम जीत सकते हैं, हम कोशिश करेंगे. हमारा तब 0 पॉइंटर आया तो हमको लगा कि हम कर लेंगे. फाइनली लास्ट मैच में थोड़ा लक हमारे साथ था, हम जीत गए.
सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 1 की बात करें तो आप बाहर हो गए थे, लेकिन सेमीफाइनल वीक 2 में, वीक 1 में बाहर हो गए थे. लेकिन ये जब कमबैक आपने किया, ये कमबैक ना सिर्फ हमने लीग स्टेज में देखा, कमबैक हमने यहाँ पर भी देखा. तो बीच में ऐसे जो पल थे जब ऐसा लग रहा था कि शायद ये ट्रॉफी दूर है, तब ये बाउंस बैक करने का जज्बा कहाँ से आ रहा था?
टीममेट कॉन्फिडेंट थे, सब बोल रहे थे मार देंगे, बस हमको फाइट दिलवा दे, हम कर देंगे. इन्होंने मार दिया, मैंने जोन दिला दिया, सब हो गया बढ़िया. फीलिंग वेरी ग्रेट.
Of course, the feeling is amazing. लेकिन इस समय मैं डिवोटी से भी बात करना चाहूँगा. डिवोटी, ट्रॉफी के नज़दीक से होते हुए यहाँ आ जाइए. ये जो ट्रॉफी का सपना था, मुझे याद है जब डे 1 में आपसे बात हुई थी, आपने बोला था कि MVP का जो टारगेट है वो साइड में है, सपना ये है कि टीम के साथ ये ट्रॉफी उठानी है. एंड आज ये सपना आपका सच होता है. डिवोटी, बताइए कैसा महसूस कर रहे हैं आप?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. अभी देख सकते हो हमारी खुशी, हम लोग कितना चिल्ला रहे थे. बस जीत के लकीली. बस कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहूँगा, तो समझ नहीं आ रहा क्या बोलना है. बड़ा खुशी में.
अब देखिए, समझने में थोड़ा सा वक्त तो लगेगा. ये जो मोमेंट है, इसके लिए आपने बहुत संघर्ष किया है, बहुत सैक्रिफाइसेस किए हैं, घर से दूर, परिवार वालों से दूर, बहुत से ऐसे दोस्तों के साथ मोमेंट्स जो थे उनसे दूर. ये जो सैक्रिफाइसेस हैं, ये फाइनली रंग लाई है. तो मैं आप दोनों से भी जानना चाहूँगा, कैसा महसूस कर रहे हैं आप? आपसे मैं जानूंगा पहले.
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, बहुत कोशिश की है, एक बार जीत गए, अच्छा लग रहा है बहुत. नई टीम थी वैसे भी, अभी हाल ही फिलहाल बनी है. बाकी आजा भाई.
मैं वर्ड्स नहीं है मेरे पास, मतलब क्या बोलूँ. स्पेशल थैंक्स टू आर्यन, डिवोटी एंड हिटलर. मतलब ये नहीं होते तो ये शायद ही मुमकिन नहीं होता. एंड सपोर्टर्स को भी थैंक्स, हमको सपोर्ट करने के लिए.
एंड इस समय ऑफ कोर्स आपके घर वाले भी ये स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं. उनको अगर कुछ कहना चाहते हैं तो दिस इज योर मोमेंट. आर्यन, क्या कहना चाहोगे अपने घर वालों को, अपने चाहने वालों को?
मम्मी बोल रही थी तू कर लेगा. मम्मी, मैंने कर लिया, फाइनली चैंपियन.
Ladies and gentlemen, your new champions of realme BMPS 2025. अभी बस कुछ ही पलों में हम दोबारा इस मंच पर आएंगे. अभी और बहुत सारी चीजें आपको मिलनी बाकी हैं. ये तो सिर्फ एक छोटा मोमेंट था, इस मोमेंट को और बड़ा बनाना अभी बाकी है. अभी चलते हैं वापस कास्टर्स डेस्क की तरफ. एंड वी विल बी बैक ऑन द स्टेज विद द प्रेजेंटेशन सेरेमनी.
Congratulations, Team Aryan, on being the champions of the realme BMPS 2025. You guys dominated the grand finals like no one else could. And of course, you've given us some moments that we can never, ever forget.
Yeah.
Your parents will be proud that are currently watching it from their homes. And I'm pretty sure there will be tears as well. The tears of joy shedding from their eyes.
I feel proud. I mean, we have watched this man, Aryan, grind it out tournament after tournament for the last 3 years straight up.
Yeah.
Every single year, showing up with new players, still being able to make it to the quarters and the semis is no easy feat. And he tried and tried and tried again and again and again and again. And finally took 3 years for him to succeed.
And of course, when based on this performance as well, we have to talk about Devotee and Hitler, previously from Bot Army Esports. Came in with a banger during BGIS, but finally qualified Oz T. And I would say qualifying the grand finals is one thing, lifting the trophy is another thing, because now they have achieved their dream. Same can be said for Cyrex as well.
I have a question. When we saw the Devotee's debut in the very first Erangel, which one of you was sitting with me when he clutched out a 1v7?
I think it was me.
I think it was you as well.
I think it was
That
me.
was the first time we saw this man. And he just handed a beating to every single player he came across. And from there he is on the stage right now.
The first time we saw this man was all the way back in 2023. And I still remember this man was not able to make it to the LAN finals.
Yeah.
Later on, we saw the guy once again towards BMPS. Once again, he was not able to make it to the LAN finals. In 2024, he failed once again. But now in 2025, the moment he made it, he lifted that trophy. Devotee, he's been there in in the pro circuit for such a long time, and it's a moment we all want to relive. But for now, let's move on towards the stage.
Thank you so much, casters, and welcome back. And this is now the presentation ceremony of realme BMPS 2025. And for the first award, that is for the Kia Clutch, I would like to call on stage Mr. Sachin, Lead Business Development, Esports of Crafton India. And ladies and gentlemen, the award for the Kia Clutch goes to, any guesses? It's Ninja Boy! When teammates were down and the enemies circled like sharks, one player stood tall, and it wasn't just a clutch. It was a statement. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of Kia Clutch goes to Ninja Boy, along with that check of rupees 50,000 rupees. Thank you so much, Ninja Boy. Thank you so much, Mr. Sachin. And now, for the next award, that is for the best IGL, I would like to call on stage Mr. Karan, Associate Director, Esports of Crafton India. And ladies and gentlemen, the best IGL of realme BMPS is Dragon OP! Every BGMI game has chaos, but in that chaos, there's a voice that's calm, that's composed, and that's commanding. And इसीलिए Dragon has led his team for the most number of wins, जिसके कारण ये बन चुके हैं realme BMPS 2025 के best IGL. Thank you so much, Karan, and congratulations, Dragon. And for the next award, that is for the MVP of the finals, I would like to call on stage Mr. Bala, Senior Esports Manager of Crafton India. And ladies and gentlemen, the MVP of the grand finals is Levi! जब प्रेशर बढ़ा और जोन छोटा हुआ, ये तब भी रुके नहीं। इन्होंने इस बैटल ग्राउंड को अपना प्लेग्राउंड बनाया और लीग स्टेज से लेकर ग्रैंड फाइनल्स तक ये बिल्कुल नहीं रुके। And इसलिए ये बन गए हैं MVP of the finals. Congratulations, Levi, and thank you so much, Mr. Bala. And now for the next award, that is the realme MVP of the tournament. I would like to call on stage Mr. Manish, Marketing Strategy Lead of realme India. And the realme MVP of the tournament is, again, Levi! लीग स्टेज के डे 1 से लेकर दिल्ली में लैंड फाइनल्स तक इन्होंने रुकने का नाम नहीं लिया। बड़े मोमेंट्स का ये इंतजार नहीं करते हैं, लीवाई खुद बड़े मोमेंट्स बनाते हैं, एंड इसलिए ये बन गए हैं हमारे realme MVP of the tournament. Congratulations, Levi. And along with that trophy, you'll also get this amazing check that you take back home. लीवाई, आपके जाने से पहले दो शब्द मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि आप realme MVP of the tournament बने हैं. बताइए, ये पूरा एक्सपीरियंस आपने realme GT7 सीरीज के साथ खेला है, पूरा एक्सपीरियंस आपका कैसा रहा? While giving those amazing clutches, एक्सपीरियंस क्या कर रहे थे आप डिवाइस में?
बढ़िया था, डिवाइस स्मूथ था, लैग ही नहीं था, तो इसलिए क्लच हो जा रहे थे. बाकी टीम का भी फुल सपोर्ट था, क्लच हो गए.
चलिए मुबारक हो लीवाई. Congratulations on becoming the realme MVP of the tournament. Thank you so much, Mr. Manish. And now, let's crown the second runner-up. And for this, I would like to call on stage Mr. Meenu, Head of India Publishing Department, Crafton, India. And ladies and gentlemen, the second runner-up of realme BMPS 2025 is Los Hermanos. भले इनके हाथ नहीं लगी वो ट्रॉफी, but mind you, they were deadly in each and every lobby. ट्रॉफी के बहुत नजदीक थे ये हमेशा, and they never gave up. And इसलिए ये बन चुके हमारे second runner-up of realme BMPS 2025. Consistency हो, clutch moments हो, जीतने की भूख हो, सब कुछ देखने मिला from the boys of Los Hermanos. ट्रॉफी आज भले ये घर नहीं ले जाएंगे, लेकिन पूरे हिंदुस्तान का रिस्पेक्ट डेफिनेटली ले जाएंगे. Ladies and gentlemen, the second runner-up of realme BMPS, Los Hermanos. Taking home that check of 35 lakh rupees. Come on, Delhi, let's have a huge round of applause. These boys played really well. Thank you so much, Los Hermanos. Thank you so much, Mr. Meenu. And now for the first runner-up, I would like to call on stage Mr. Meebu, Head of Strategy and Esports, Crafton, India. And ladies and gentlemen, the first runner-up of realme BMPS 2025 is NoNx Esports. They fought like champions, they played like legends, and they kept the top spot within striking distance all the time. They are second on the leaderboard, but definitely first in the hearts of many watched. They'll be taking back home a lot of memories, and I'm so sure ये इनकी जर्नी की बस एक शुरुआत है. इन्होंने स्थापना कर दी है, अपने आप को एस्टैब्लिश कर दिया है BGMI के इतिहास में. You played well, NoNx. Congratulations. along with the bragging rights. You also take home this lump sum check of 55 lakh rupees home. Thank you so much, Mr. Bibu. Thank you so much, NoNx. And for the next award, that is for crowning your new champions. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call on stage Mr. Sean, CEO of Krafton India. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to crown your champions. So get ready to make some noise and welcome the brand new champions, the champions of realme BMPS 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Aryan! When pressure rose, they rose higher. When others broke, they broke through. ये सिर्फ एक जीत नहीं, ये एक डोमिनेशन था और दुनिया के लिए एक अनाउंसमेंट है कि हम हैं the champions of realme BMPS 2025. Well played, Team Aryan. Of course, इस ट्रॉफी और इस मेडल के साथ साथ Team Aryan will also be taking home that check worth 1 crore 25 lakh rupees back to their homes. Congratulations, Team Aryan, and everyone watching at home and everyone watching in Delhi. Say hello to your new champions, Team Aryan. Team Aryan, this is the moment जहां आप इस ट्रॉफी को उठाते हैं और ऐलान करते हैं कि हम आ गए हैं. Come on, Team Aryan! बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक realme BMPS का हिस्सा रहे Team Aryan. बहुत उतार चढ़ाव के बाद finally they made it to the grand finals and finally they have this moment of calling themselves the champions and lifting this trophy and going back home with their heads held up high. इस समय अब ये ऑफिशियल हो चुका है. अब आप सिर्फ एक BGMI प्लेयर नहीं, आज से आप BGMI चैंपियंस कहलाएंगे. क्या कहना चाहेंगे इसके बारे में? 1,25,00,000 रुपए आप घर ले जाने वाले हैं, बताइए.
जब हमें पता चला था कि मतलब प्राइस पूल इतना बड़ा है, बट जब हमें ये पता चला था कि EWC का ही स्लॉट है, तब हमें प्राइस पूल से बड़ा वो लगा क्योंकि इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट करने रियाद जाना है तो अब उस पर फोकस रहेगा नेक्स्ट.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have your brand new champions. And इसी के साथ we come to an end of realme BMPS 2025. Delhi, you were amazing. जिस तरह से आपने सपोर्ट दिखाया है, जिस तरह से आप यशोभूमि कन्वेंशन सेंटर आए हैं, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर दैट. वी लव यू एंड यू प्लीज प्ले एंड प्लीज कीप लविंग योर फेवरेट गेम, दैट इज BGMI, एंड वी विल सी यू सून विद अनदर अमेजिंग टूर्नामेंट. Until then, it is goodbye, good night, and you please take care of yourselves, and we'll see you soon.
Team, we have got our chance. Good job, man. Good job.
Defeat, defeat, defeat.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
I used to toss a coin in the the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. That you can tell my guard up. I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look at my iris. I'll be precise with the timing. I never know where my mind went.
Superman, the most powerful being on planet Earth.
Your choices, your